The Shore's greatest stretch, Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. Maybe this is what TAP's implications needs, a change of scenery. She's lost 6 straight. Later today, her Monmouth debut in the Miss Liberty Stakes. She has the right trainer in her corner, Chad Brown, one of the very best in the sport. Same can be said for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, also represented in the Miss Liberty. Alpha Bella, serious contender, seeking a 2nd straight stakes win on grass. And in New York, Belmont at the Big A. You'll see the first of 9 races at the top of the hour, but the biggest story in racing, the final jewel of the Triple Crown. 13 days until the Belmont Stakes for the first time at Saratoga Racecourse. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You see the jockeys leaving the paddock here at Monmouth Park. First of 10 races on tap very shortly. Yesterday it was the Paco Lopez show. He won 5 of 10 races. Several live mounts this afternoon, including Alpha Bella in the featured event. That's coming up a little bit later on. Race number 7, the Miss Liberty Stakes. Take a look at the field. Again, race 7, that Miss Liberty for fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Chad Brown has a pair. Todd Pletcher well represented on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Paco riding Alpha Bella, number 5, 5-2 second choice. Brown, the 2 fillies, number 3, Not in a Million Years, and the favorite, number 7, Tax Implications. I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Breeders' Cup winning jockey, Rajiv Mirage. Rajiv, let's start with the favorite in the feature and Tax Implications. It's a quality filly. She's graded at stakes placed. Why have the wins been so difficult to come by?
Well, she's been showing the propensity of a herd animal, which is she waits and stalls in her competition once she makes the lead. The way to optimally ride a horse like that is keep her with the pack as long as you can and make your last jump right before the wire. And I think that's going to be what would make her have her best chance of getting over the hump of finishing 2nd and actually getting the win.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about. Seth Klarman's Tax Implications. This was her 4-year-old debut, like seemingly en route to victory, only to be picked off late.
Yeah, and she, like we just said, she looked like she was going to win. Once she inherits the lead, she's not pulling away from her rivals. She hasn't been showing that killer instinct in the last part of the race, and that's something where that herd animal-esque, waiting on competition, needing the guidance from the other horses to keep her moving forward. And the best way to get her to finish up her races is actually keep her with a target in front of her, something to run at just momentarily before the wire and make that quick run.
Chad Brown, strong 1-2 punch this evening in the Miss Liberty, also has Not in a Million Years, and then the Todd Pletcher factor in Alpha Bella. Unraced since January. This is the Grade 3 La Proviant, Gulfstream Park Rush. Alpha Bella is 8-1, and they're not going to catch her.
Yeah, she's one of only 3 graded stakes winners in this field. It's a tough race for a listed stake.
Yeah, it is.
But this was a very impressive win, albeit at a much longer distance. She cuts back from that 1.5 miles, but she's a steady pace kind of filly. She showed it here. She gets out there, gets into that rhythm, and she just continues on.
What about the distance, though? That was 1.5 miles today, a 1.16 miles, a significant difference.
It's much easier inheriting a lead going 1.5 miles, a longer race, a slower pace, than it is at this shorter distance. And that's going to be the trick to see how easy of a pace or how close Alpha Bella is to the place without having to rush her. And cutting back to the 1.16 miles, this might be a quicker pace, and she might not be able to make the lead as easy.
Sunday feature, Monmouth Park, the Miss Liberty Stakes, race 7, post time around 3:52 Eastern. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. The first of 10 here, Monmouth Park. You saw the jocks in the paddock. First post 105, so maybe a few more minutes than I thought. Late pick 5 starts in the 5th. Or the 6th, I should say, and Belmont at the Big A, 9 race card, first post 105. Late pick 5 starts in race number 5. As always, the invite still stands. Get involved, NYRABets.com, getting closer and closer to the 3rd and final jewel of the Triple Crown, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. That free $25 bet, use that promo code Belmont25 any race, anytime, anywhere. NYRABets.com. As we say hello to our friends in New York, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin on set at Aqueduct. I think Jonathan is there, JK. The train system in New York, a little kinder to you this afternoon, I hope.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you
Wait
got a
minute.
lot of nerve, mister.
The guy who lives in Los Angeles,
What?
where I've heard they have some traffic, apparently got stuck in Jersey Shore traffic. Raj, you got to help this guy out, seriously.
I'm picking
And now
him
you're
up
picking on him?
tomorrow.
I've been here like an hour. I was the first one on. I was the
You
first
should
one here
just
today.
be happy that I stole your tan suit from yesterday to wear it today and just let it go from there, Lafitte.
Yeah, that was a bad call. That didn't work
By
out.
you?
That didn't work out.
I was
as
just
well
showing
as
everybody I
yesterday.
can look much better than you,
Yeah,
but that's
this-
really a
this-
given. Anyway, get out of our screen.
Visual
We've had enough of
medium
you guys.
television.
He's Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Andy Serling, and we got a fun card. You and I just finished a vibrant hour discussion of today's card at Aqueduct, and I just think there's almost the entire card is filled with wide open, interesting races.
Yeah, there's not that like 4 to 5 shot that everyone's going to single. It feels like every race is wide open, and there's a lot of competitive races. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Even the second race, which is unfortunately down to Four Horse Fields, features a return of Running Son of a Gun, who's a real fan favorite. And in a Four Horse Field, you pick 2 of them, and I pick the other 2, so we feel it's at least wide open. And today's first race, I think, was one of the few times that we agreed today. And we'll talk, though, about that after we talk about the 8th race. And I don't care who you are. I don't think Bank Frenzy will be favored. I think the Shadow Dragon will be favored in here, Jonathan. I don't know about you. Shadow Dragon, to me, he's got the stake faced. He's run against the good horses. We'll take a look at Bank Frenzy 2 back with a big win on a sloppy track.
Yeah, but like we talked about earlier today, is Bank Frenzy had a lot of things today in this race that he will not have here today in the 8th. Right, he got loose on a lead, going 9 furlongs on a sloppy racetrack, and he had his lifetime best performance. It's a dry racetrack today. He's going a flat mile, and he's not going to get loose.
No, there is plenty of other speed. Mason Mania has speed. Baldassar, a horse I know you like, has speed. Horse Be With You has speed in here. He's obviously not impossible. I don't know, Jonathan. Do you agree with me that Shadow Dragon probably ends up favored in this race?
The one thing that could help Bank Frenzy become the favorite is Irad Ortiz, but I do think Shadow Dragon has back numbers that will lead to him being more likely of a winner than Bank Frenzy and likely taking more money.
I agree with you on both of those. And this is race 3 back. He came back and lost to Straight Arrow, who, before they decided to oddly take him to Churchill and get away from Aqueduct, where he'd been running so well, he'd been running tremendously well. And then tough race at 7 last time. He's pretty good, this guy, and he's not that slow that he can't get some good tactical position.
Yeah, he's tactical, and he's trained by a Hall of Famer in Bill Mott. He's coming off of a little bit of a break, which I think might be a concern to some. How is he going to run fresh? But I think he actually might run well. If he can find those back numbers, he's going to be very tough today.
And if there's a theme to this race, it's absolutely layoffs, because a lot of main contenders coming off of layoffs, whereas Bank Frenzy at least has that one race. Well, that's just one of many interesting races on today's card. And after tomorrow, we're going to shift our action upstate, where things are going to get very interesting for Belmont Stakes weekend. We'll have much more to come talking about the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, Acacia Clement up in Saratoga, but a lot more to come, as America's Day at the Races is just getting started.
This is America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Crowd making their way from the paddock front side, getting closer to the first race, Monmouth Park. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We'll have more on this first of 10 races from Monmouth Park very shortly, but we already have live on-site coverage at Saratoga as we say hello to Acacia Clement, standing by with a Belmont hopeful.
I'll visit him in a little bit, Lafitte, but right now I'm actually up here at the Mary Lou Whitney viewing stand on the Oklahoma training track. And yes, Antiquarian, one of the Belmont hopefuls, will have the opportunity to hear it straight from the horse's mouth in a few moments. But he arrived on site here at Saratoga yesterday afternoon after he won the Peter Pan and then had a work the other day at Belmont Park in company with his stablemate DK horse Acorn Hopeful. Candied, both of them shipping up to Saratoga yesterday afternoon and having the opportunity to get acquainted with the Todd Pletcher string up here and with the track and the surroundings. Definitely a very charismatic individual. Now, he won that Peter Pan pretty nicely too, going a mile and an eighth, which was a two-turn distance try over at Aqueduct, and now we'll be pointing to that Belmont Stakes to try the mile and a quarter by Preservationist, who of course Centennial Farms did campaign as well, as they own this guy with their big Triple Crown race hopeful, as we'll get a chance to wrap up this series here. But he'll also be looking to add his name to the history books, Antiquarian, and try to become the 10th horse to do the Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double. Now, last year we saw just that take place with Arcangelo, and a pretty incredible whirlwind experience, and a very talented son of Arrogate. I got an opportunity to catch up with his trainer Jenna Antonucci, who's on the site on the grounds here, and we'll get a chance to hear from her looking back on the incredible year that Arcangelo did provide the team and what he's up to now, carrying on the legacy of his late great sire Arrogate, who of course was so dazzling here at Saratoga in his Travers victory. Pretty quiet morning up at Saratoga so far, Lafitte, but there's a lot more excitement to come in this coming week as horses will start to ship in and have their final workouts up at the spa in preparation for a very special Belmont Stakes.
So exciting, just a different feel leading up to this year's Belmont Stakes. History made in last year's Belmont with Jenna Antonucci. History this year, the first ever Belmont at Saratoga. Antiquarian, nobody's going to mistake him for like an AP Indy or a Coastal, former Peter Pan winners. How good do you think he is? Is he good enough to mix it up with the best three-year-olds in the country?
He's a sneaky good horse, and yes, he's definitely good enough to mix it up with these horses. He had a lot of trouble 2 starts back in the Louisiana Derby. I like him as one of my top sneaky three-year-olds. I'm happy to see him come and show that level of ability in the Peter Pan when he had a fair shot, got a good trip, and really looking forward. And I think he's a legitimate contender in the Belmont.
Look out, don't sleep on Antiquarian. We'll have much more with Acacia from Saratoga, live racing, Belmont at the Big A, and right here Monmouth Park. Post-parade race 1, $40,000 maiden claimer, all for sale, all winless fillies and mares, 3/4 of a mile dash. 2-to-1 favorite Digital Currency. She'll be the second one you see. Utopia rose to kick things off, unraced since Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, blinkers go on, and the Lasix for this horse coming off a long layoff.
Oh boy, how much damage is Paco going to do this afternoon, Raj?
Let's see how he starts out. The hot riding Paco Lopez on the number 2 Digital Currency. First time off the trainer change, steps up in class after finishing 4th for maiden 10 at Churchill last time.
Second career start as Tekka Stardust. Wasn't bet, didn't do much in her debut. Then Party is Over. 8-5 morning line favorite, Overlay.
Yeah, Overlay on this 8-5 morning line. I think it's actually an big overlay here.
Flag Song Flying at 9-1, followed by Goodbye Romance.
This first-time starter goes out for Wayne Potts.
And finally, Bright Kohana. 3-race maiden off the board in each of those.
Another Truck Spina trainee here. Cuts back in distance, adds LASIK. First start since last September at Monmouth Park.
That's the field for the opener, 4 minutes out. In case you're just joining us, want to bet the races, don't have past performances, Equibase has you covered. Follow all along on the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys like Paco in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. They're playing your smooth jazz theme there, Raj.
My kind of
You
rhythm.
like that. First race, Monmouth Park. The fans here, a big weekend in thoroughbred racing. Great to have you with us on this Memorial Day weekend. His coverage is just getting started. The first of 10 from the Shore's greatest stretch. Next.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back just in time. First race on this Sunday afternoon. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. You're looking at Party Is Over. Again, the 8-5 morning line favorite, co-favored, but overlaid at 2-1. Party Is Over. Raj, 2 starts back. This is Aqueduct, late October. The same $40,000 maiden claiming level in theory. Party Is Over, very wide in the slot.
Yeah, she was stuck a little bit wide coming off the turn, and however had dead aim on the rifles here. Looked all but a winner and couldn't get by. Now she's going to be a short favorite here, potentially at post time. I expect that she'll drop in price, being the morning line favorite. I just don't love this finish. Had all chances to go by and kind of just flattened out a bit.
7 chances, and in those 7 races, 3 second-place finishes, going back to the theme at the top of the show of those herd/pack animal types.
Herd, pack animal, and that race was an off-the-turf race, meaning that the horses that were scheduled in that race to race was mostly turf horses. So it was actually a subpar field for that level of performance, which makes her PPs look a bit buttered up more than it is.
Party Is Over. We'll see what she does in her 8th career start. Digital Currency. She hasn't lost all of those races. Off the board on her debut, just her 2nd career start. And Paco Lopez rides for the first time, the first Raj of several live mounts this afternoon, highlighted by Alpha Bella, second choice in the featured event a little bit later on.
Yeah, with the Paco factor, it must be why this filly is getting bet, because her first race, she ran an okay, decent 4th place finish. It was at a much lower level. That was at the maiden 10 level. She's stepping up in class today at the maiden 35 level. And the race flow, the dynamics of that race set up for her. They went really fast early, and she was closing into horses that were slowing down late. Her form, I don't understand how she's the favorite. And because
Paco.
it must be, well, the Paco. And you can't really go against Paco. He's a big difference maker here at this meet. But this is kind of why I lean towards the number 3, Azteca Stardust, as my top pick. First of all, you're getting
9
a
to 1.
much better price than the main favorites in here, because 9 to 1. This filly debuted on the turf at a much higher level, the maiden special level at Belmont at Aqueduct, where she was a big long shot. She has the pedigree mostly for the dirt, being by Sharp Azteca out of a Wilburn mare. So that first race, I think, would be an experience race for her. They put her in a more logical spot here, dropping down in class as opposed to the other ones that are stepping up in class, which is something that I like. Now, the surface is unknown because she's never run on the dirt, but the pedigree inclines that she would be better on the dirt. So
Raj going with an outsider, an 8-1 shot, Azteca Stardust in this opening race. Utopia Rose, who we just saw drawn inside at 3-1. Paco not the only one winning races in bunches. Jairo Rendon in the saddle. Chuck Spina, solid start to the meet, including a stakes victory. What do you make of her chances with the blinkers on and Lasix today?
The only knock against her would be the layoff. She hasn't run in a while, but Chuck Spina is a 24% win rate at 180-plus day
That'll
layoff.
work.
Has the right trainer in the corner. Definitely looks good on the paper. Fits well with his field. A strong contender.
Competitive heat. 7 of them, 3/4 of a mile dash. Good crowd on hand here at Monmouth Park, just 2 miles from the Jersey Shore. Memorial Day weekend at the Shore's greatest stretch. Matt Dinnerman with the call. First of 10 from Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
Goodbye Romance, second to last. And Bright Kohana to the outside. One back with Bright Kohana. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Goodbye Romance gets the first call of the day, is sent for speed. Bright Kohana on the far outside as early lick. Utopia Rose quickest of that trio and strides to the front. Bright Kohana takes a hold, and she's on the tail of the leader running in the second spot. Goodbye Romance third with Digital Currency to her inside. Then Party is Over. Azteca Stardust, they're side by side, and Flag Song Flying can see them all early is 9 lengths off the leader. The loose leader at that, Utopia Rose. Utopia Rose has opened up 3, puts the pedal to the metal with 3 furlongs to go. Bright Kohana has lost contact with that front runner. Party is Over, makes a move into second now. Goodbye Romance is giving way to fourth while under pressure. Flag Song Flying from the back is on the move, still has a lot of ground to make up on Utopia Rose, who leads by 6 coming off the turn, maybe a little bit farther ahead than that. Utopia Rose all alone on the lead. The big favorite, Party is Over, second. Flag Song Flying continues a run, tries to get up into the second spot, but with a 16th to go, Utopia Rose, the daughter of Outwork, is well ahead, and she will win stylishly. Utopia Rose, 8 lengths clear at the finish. Flag Song Flying was second, Party is Over was third, Photo for fourth, Goodbye Romance, and Digital Currency.
Never mind the rust. Utopia Rose, unraced since last Labor Day weekend, resurfaces Memorial Day weekend here at Monmouth Park. And Parks graduating in her 6th career start with Jairo Rendon in the saddle.
Jairo threw out the gauntlet. It took no prisoner ride. It let this filly roll coming off the layoff. The trainer, Chuck Spina, had her ready. I mean, this is a strong angle for him coming off these layoffs, and this filly just dominated.
Over at the quarter. Well, it was only a question of how far, by how much was she going to run up the score.
Yeah, never any anxious moments. And the 2 favorites were pretty much no-shows. Party's Over struggled finishing third, and Digital Currency was off the board. So some great payouts here, getting 2 vulnerable favorites out of the top 2.
Prancing Horse Farm LLC winning owners, the daughter of Outwork. Utopia Rose graduates, results forthcoming. Back to Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. Andy for the opener.
Thanks a lot, Lafitte, and looking forward to today's first race, where right now the number 1 horse, Book of Wisdom, is the even money favorite. And Jonathan, I got to tell you something. You're ready to play a favorite much more readily than I am. I don't like this horse at all.
Yeah, no, I don't despise the horse, but I don't necessarily need the horse. I just had a lot of opportunities. I didn't think has run particularly well, doesn't have a lot of speed, and I just feel like there's others in here that are significantly more interesting than this horse at even money.
I mean, this horse is now 0 for 9, has lost races at a short price in more than half of the times that he started, has faced some weak fields, had dead aim last time at 7-5 and lost to a long shot first-time starter. The second horse was a Michelle Nevin horse making second start, gotten bet first time, but ran a 37 buyer. This horse is just not very good. Now, it's easy to say after that, well, okay, who do you like? Well, we both like Nay Jude.
Yeah, Nay Jude is one who's got some siblings there's two siblings. They had blazing speed early. They didn't turn out to be the greatest of all-time horses, but they were good horses. And Nay Jude hasn't showed any speed in her first two starts. And I'm just curious, is that going to change here today?
Well, while I expect the 6 Steppen Hawk to be in front, I think Nay Jude's going to be close. I don't know what the rider was thinking first time out. Maybe he didn't want to compete with the heavily bet first-time starter, wired the field. Ira Ortiz rode that horse, but he basically just dragged this horse out of the race. And from then on, it just sort of got worse. I have a feeling that Nay Jude is a lot better. His performance showed that day, and he at least was close to the pace of the turf in his second start. So given this field, I expect him to be more forward. And like you, I'm going to take an optimistic approach to him. I just think, Jonathan, when you got a chance to bet against Book of Wisdom, Jose Lezcano, and Linda Rice at a short price, you're supposed to jump in the pool.
Yeah. No early speed, 0 for 9. Just feels like another second or third is likely in Book of Wisdom's future.
Can't win for Mott, can't win for Linda Rice. Bobby Dreams, the long shot, the number 2.
Yeah, not a ton of speed and not very fast at the end of the races either.
A lot of Beetle fans betting on Nay Jude, Javier Castellano riding for Kelly Breen.
Yeah, look, this is the one I like. I just feel like she's going to show more speed here than she has in her first 2 starts.
Montauk Mystique is piling up the opportunities, but is fast enough. Why is this horse 6-1 and the one 4-5?
I have no interest in this horse. This horse has been 2-1 or less in the last 4 starts and has not been in the exacta.
But is running similar figures to the favorite in a much bigger price, going for glory, taking a little money for Dave Donk.
Look, I always upgrade mentally any horse Dave Donk trains. I think this horse is interesting at a price underneath.
The number 6 Steppen Hawk gets Romero Mirage, the good-looking Mirage, and you know he's going to the front.
Yeah, 7-year-old maiden. I'll look elsewhere.
Long shot, the number 7 Mia Politina closes out the field.
Yeah, it has been wide in her last 3 starts. You could find worse wagers. I don't necessarily need her.
Well, we got the good-looking Mirage on the speed, Steppen Hawk, and Lafitte, you're stuck with the other one. But there's a 20% exacta bonus at Naira Bets. This is so easy to opt in. Even I did it in a matter of seconds. Sundays at Belmont at the Big A. Opt in over at Naira Bets, and you can get a 20% bonus on all of your exacta plays. Play through Naira Bets. Well, we did get the first race at Monmouth underway, and we saw a bit of an upset in that race as a sort of improbable speed was able to wire the field. That horse was ridden like your cousin rode him, Rajiv.
Andy, I think...
You going to take that?
I think it's time for you to see your optometrist. Because for you to think that Romero is the better-looking cousin, you must be going blind.
Raj, it's not really a comment. He's not a particularly good-looking guy, but I mean, you know. But I will say you have stepped your game up with your dress. You really have. Clearly, LeDuc is helping you.
I did the tie just for you today, Andy.
Did it? Dancing bears on it?
Yes.
What does your cousin think of all of this handsome cousin, not so handsome cousin talk?
He's delusional. Because obviously everyone in our family tells him. Everyone in our family tells him that I'm the better looking one.
I sense a Twitter poll.
He lost the last Twitter poll.
Oh, yeah?
Everyone voted that I was the better looking.
Yeah, but did you put out the tweet? This
I did put out the tweet.
From an objective source. Like that needs to originate from like Naira's official Twitter handle. X,
let's get that going,
now.
guys.
Get it? Why not?
We need to know the truth.
To see what the fans think. Handsome cousin v. Not so handsome cousin. Everyone looks handsome in the winner's circle. Utopia Rose for trainer Chuck Spina. Spina off to a good start. You mentioned how good he is with layoff runners. Yeah, he had Utopia Rose cranked up and ready to roll. This thing is over, turning for home.
Yeah, Utopia Rose just blew the doors off her rivals here. And to see a filly come off a layoff, run this hard early, and then just continue to advance and pull away from the competition without slowing down goes to show you that she had a lot of bottom in her. He really trained her well coming up to this race, had her ready.
And for Spina, who trains Mia's Crusade, you see the results. She won the Spruce Fur last weekend, successfully defending her title. You'll see that New Jersey bred next weekend in the Smart and Classy. She was third in that race last year. Spina says Mia's Crusade. She says she's amazing. He's so excited. He said, I don't think I've ever had a horse win stakes races, 3 straight stakes races. Can't wait to see what she does next weekend.
She's such a fun filly to watch. So consistent. Always brings her race with her. You just love to see those. I admire the horses that just show up every time with their A game. And the connections for taking care of them and have them ready to be consistent. You know, all that goes on behind the scenes.
I look forward to seeing that next week. The Smart and Classy right here at Monmouth Park. We have the second race coming up and the opener at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A, and the side conversation about who the better looking cousin is of the Mirages. Jonathan, you know, I mean, you're not the cooler Kinshin, right? Just like, you know, I'm not the coolest Lafitte. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm not getting involved in this. I just let the facts speak for themselves. We did have our prep yesterday for the Belmont Derby. The Grade 1 will be running here on July 6th. We call it the Belmont the Big A Derby, I think, this year. And this was the Pennine Ridge, named for a runner, for trainer Dave Donk. And not the best of trips for the favorite Legend of Time, but Joel Rosario just finds a way.
Yeah, he was just comfortable, right? And the thing about it is that Legend of Time in the race at Churchill was very ranking and not happy with being restrained. But in this race, just really was calm on the, you know, missed a break a little bit, didn't fight at all. I wasn't overly impressed. You know, I'm not going to cut in line.
It's not a killer bunch.
No, but look, he got the job done. Joel and Charlie Appleby, you know, deserve some credit for getting this horse to relax a little bit.
And I think you could say that he is the one horse that kind of acquitted himself well in the race, because it was basically a no-pace race. He was out of position, and while he saved ground, he was still able to close in a race that was otherwise an essential merry-go-round affair.
I wouldn't mind a little Royal Majesty out of this. I thought that kind of got race-ridden a little bit by Triple Espresso, kind of got stuck inside the 5-horse right here you see flashing late in the maroon and white silks. I thought it ran okay.
I know if I was in Europe and I had a 3-year-old that wasn't quite good enough to run in the big races over there, I'd be looking for a plane to get over here for the Belmont Derby, because we've seen some good Godolphin runners, and this one has a lot of improving to do to get there, but he still got it done yesterday, and I think there's no arguing he was the best horse.
Definitely the best horse. Just, you know, to your point, it's not overly exciting in terms of, like, you can go ahead and give him the Belmont Derby, the Saratoga Derby, and the Jockey Club.
I think right now the 3-year-old turf fillies are a better bunch, a stronger bunch and a better bunch right now than the colts.
Yeah.
Last year we had a lot of good 3-year-old colts. This year, perhaps some will emerge, but right now not a lot. And odds have changed quite a bit, and it's no big surprise. There aren't that many options. The one Book of Wisdom drifting up, and our pick, the 3, Nay Jude, has drifted down to 2-1.
Yeah, look, it's one of those situations where, you know, you look at a horse like Book of Wisdom, and she's got experience. She's run 9 times. There's some positives there. Her speed figures are going in the wrong direction. It's like her first race was like her best race. She's going backwards. It's supposed to be the other way around. She's supposed to be improving. And a lot of times I think that second itis thing, you know, kind of gets thrown around too much. This actually does feel like a horse who's got second and third itis.
4-1, 3-1, 3-1, 9-5, 9-2, 6-5, 5-1, 5-1, 7-5. No wins in 9 starts for Bill Mott and Linda Rice. This horse has been in the barns of 2 of the best trainers in the game and can't get it done. Now, sometimes eventually you find a field you can't help but beat. My problem with this horse is based on the last 2 races. I picked this horse 4th. I scratched her for 4th. You have her 2nd. I think if Nay Jude doesn't win, I don't think that Montauk Mystique, the 4, is particularly less likely to win than the number 1 Book of Wisdom. And I actually think the 7-year-old maiden, you're right, could be the threat to wire the field. With Romero Mirage has won with a couple of more unlikely horses over the last couple days, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the tricky part about the favorite Book of Wisdom is that if our idea with Nay Jude is wrong, right, and the horse doesn't break well again and is just like out the back.
Right, just isn't any good.
Yeah, the other horses give me 0 inspiration.
I agree, but the other problem with Book of Wisdom is the horse has no speed. So we're taking a horse that's a favorite, kind of a proven loser that has no speed. At least if you say, well, this horse is kind of a speed, a little bit of a quitter, but there may not be much other speed in the race, get brave on the front end. This horse got to come out the back door. Now, on the other hand, maybe our 3 can't run, and the 6 will stop like he usually does, and maybe he'll clunk along and get the win. Not my cup of tea, though, Book of Wisdom in this race. We'll see what happens. They're heading into the gate for race 1. Another beautiful day here. And really, I mean, we start off, I know we have the 4 in the second race. Though you and I think it's a very competitive race. After that, it is one competitive race after another throughout the day. Really looking forward to covering today's card and watching today's races. And betting on today's races.
Wouldn't it be interesting if there's a pick six carryover? Does it carry, or does it have to pay out today?
No, tomorrow. We're running. First of all, we're running tomorrow. You know,
yes.
you may have to be here. I don't want you to.
I'm here. You're right.
You know,
You're right. I got carried away. I forgot we were running.
I went after Lafitte in defense of you. It's not happening again. But no, we're right. And no, everything goes to Saratoga. If there's a carryover on Monday, it all goes to Saratoga. It's still part of the Belmont at the Big 8 meet. Beautiful. It is not the end of a meet. They're almost in the gate for race number 1. The voice of Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A, Chris Griffin. He's got the call of the opener.
Is it? All set. And they're off. Off very slow was Montauk Mystique is the early trailer. Steppen Hawk right out to the front, and there's the gray. Steppen Hawk is going to push the tempo as quickly up by a length and a half. Now call it 2 as Steppen Hawk and Romero Mirage. They're on the engine. They're now 3 in front. Mia Nipotina is towards the outside here is in a group of 3. As in between horses comes Nay Jude, who's a challenging 3rd. At the rail, that's Book of Wisdom as they chase that runaway leader. Montauk Mystique, who is off slowly, has now worked to 5th. They went 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Second to last is Baby Dreams with the trailer at the back end of the field, going for glory. They work into the far turn. Steppen Hawk is still there, is up by 2.5, call it 3. At 5-1, Steppen Hawk is still in command. Nay Jude is all in towards the inside, and here comes the run from Mia Nipotina, who's now taken 2nd, and Mia Nipotina is now in pursuit of Steppen Hawk. A long shot chasing the 5-1 shot as Steppen Hawk has got the lead at the top of the stretch. Mia Nipotina at 26-1 is within range chasing this leader. Montauk Mystique is trying to rally on from the back. Book of Wisdom is also trying to make up ground as the leader is coming back to the field. Nay Jude is resurgent down towards the inside, going for glory, grandstand side, going for glory with all the momentum. 5 across the racetrack and a thriller in the opener, and now Book of Wisdom emerges. Book of Wisdom, all that going on, and the favorite gets it done. Book of Wisdom going for glories in a photo with Nay Jude, and Steppen Hawk re-rallies to secure 4th in 1 minute 19 flat.
Well, Jonathan, I think our worst nightmare came across in the stretch. The 6 just quits no matter what and looked good in the front end. Nothing Romero could do. Our 3 horse just isn't very good. Had absolutely no excuse. Javier gave a perfect ride to, and nobody could finish. And so the number 1, Book of Wisdom, gets it done as the favorite. I'm never going to feel bad losing to a horse like this.
No, it's fine. You have to leave yourself exposed a little bit on horses like this, and it's. Look, like we said right before they popped away from it, if the 3 doesn't do what we kind of hoped the 3 would do, kind of going to fall into the hands of the 1 because these other horses just don't want to win.
Right. We were wrong about the 3. You can say the horse finished reasonably close, finishing, I'm not even, barely got 3rd over the quitting 6, to be honest with you. The 6 was gamely coming back. I don't even think our 3 did any running, frankly. Javier got in position, was on the rail, saved all the ground, just not good enough.
Yeah, it was kind of done early. Never really even gave me a thrill, the 3. I thought even on the backside just never looked all that comfortable.
Either he was going to pop through in mid-stretch and just sort of open up, and he didn't do it, but it was the 1, Book of Wisdom. His 10th start was the charm for this son of Salamini, or daughter of Salamini, excuse me, standing up in McMahon and Saratoga, and Book of Wisdom gets it done. I'm going to tell you right now, this race for me will be marked down as one. There is nobody I want from this field going forward.
No.
We'll see what happens and the rest of the day, but this day starts off with the favorite, Book of Wisdom. Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice teaming up for the victory. Race number 1 is in the books. Tons more action to come here as well as Monmouth Park, and a recap of yesterday's cliffhanger when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as we see the one. Book of Wisdom crossing the line in front, the 3-2 favorite under Jose Lezcano. Starts out the day on a bright note for Linda Rice, and if you followed the favorite and didn't listen to Jonathan and I, you're in good shape. You like this horse more than I did. I had him fourth. You at least had him second. He got it done. The race fell apart.
Yeah, there's a difference between liking a horse and disliking the other ones.
You just liked him a little less than I did.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think this is a good lesson. I mean, you said it actually, I think earlier maybe it was on Talking Horses, that you can't be scared to lose to horses like this. Because in the long run, it's going to cost you by protecting yourself against horses like this. You're supposed to take stands against short price horses who don't seem to want to win.
No, I agree. One of the real edges in maiden races, and even especially maiden claiming races, is these horses that always take money, knock on the door. They're going to win eventually, a lot of them, but a lot of times you have chances to play against them. But gets it done, 5-10 in the win end. There's 5 going for glory for our friend Dave Donk getting second. $14.80 for the $1 exacta. Well, a lot more coming up here, a lot more coming up at Monmouth Park as they're on the track for the second race, and let's head back to the shore.
Right on cue. Horses make the turn. Post-parade race 2, $10,000 claiming sprint. You're looking at Jova, 9-year-old, 13-time winner.
Dropping in class today to this 10,000 level, coming off a real bad performance last time. Got beat 22 lengths at Parks.
Contender number 2 by its absence, the Maryland bred in a hot barn.
Yeah, hot barn of Mario Serre. He's dropping in class after finishing 4th in allowance last time.
Crown Count Cristo for the Electric Rooster Racing LLC.
The other Mario Serre runner in here.
Side by side in the gate, they'll be Kentucky Cool. Bet down from 20 to 1, 6 to 1 currently.
Switching to the dirt, cutting back in distance.
Mount Travers, second in his last pair.
Yeah, it doesn't have much early speed, which might be against him in this race.
And the favorite in Fly, Fly Away, You Rode His Dam.
Yeah, Lulu's Number, one of my favorite Jersey breds, is his mom. Won many races with her here. And this is going to be my top pick. The reason is this race is lacking speed. There's only 2 horses with any amount of speed in this race. It's the number 2 by its absence and the number 6 Fly Away.
Now, you like him because you like him on paper, or is this like a sentimental thing because you rode his dam?
Like him on paper. Also a little bit of sentiment. But I do like him on paper because there's not a lot of speed in here. She's the only one that has some close speed like the number 2. They're going to be up close, and it's going to be a big disadvantage to the closers.
All right, so race 2 coming up in just a few moments. In case you missed it yesterday, the Saturday feature was the cliffhanger on grass for 3-year-olds and older, and Data Man. Poor start, made some mistakes. In the end, didn't matter. There you see him in the Wertheimer colors, gathering momentum, turning for home, Raj.
Yeah, what you don't see here is that poor start. He gave them at least a 3-length head start, and also it was a slow early pace, which was definitely not to his advantage. Once he got to the clear, got going, he was leaning in a bit. Jockey Ruiz, got him straightened away to make sure he didn't foul the opponents, and this horse just finished strong. I was so impressed with this race. I know it's a listed stake. I expect bigger and better things from this horse throughout the year.
You think that he has the potential to compete at the highest level?
We definitely haven't seen the ceiling of him, and he's a horse that's on an upward trajectory. I feel like the sky's the limit.
Especially with Graham Motion tinkering moving forward. Yeah, he's a 4-year-old. This was his second start this year. I don't worry about the poor break. That's we'll call it an anomaly. And he comes from off the pace anyways. But he was acting up pre-race, seemingly agitated. And then the lead swapping thing, the mechanics in the stretch. Should Graham Motion be able to tighten the screws and get him a little bit more focused, a little bit more professional, he's going to be naturally that much better.
Yeah, and this horse is not that seasoned as yet. He's a young horse. He's only 4 years old. He doesn't have that many races, but he's starting to put it together. And he can take another step forward if he's able to work out those kinks.
And we've seen horses go from this race to bigger and better. Yeah, Big Everest last year, he went from a win here, ran in the Kelso against the likes of Casa Creed and Annapolis. Andy, even going back to a horse like Summer Front, who won the Cliffhanger and then went to the Shadwell Mile. now the Godolphin Mile. We're actually staying right here. So yeah, horses have used this as a springboard to face some of the best middle distance turf horses in the country.
Yeah, it's a great stepping stone for bigger and better things, and he cleared this first hurdle. So I would feel like Grant Motion would be confident now in going into deeper waters coming off of this race.
Data Man, exciting prospect, just getting better. Yeah, 4-year-old, but interesting to see how much he continues to improve and ascend in that middle distance turf division. Back here at Monmouth, and you're looking at Mount Travers and a massive pony. This is Mount Travers, 2 starts back. Early March, Aqueduct, same level at the mile distance. Mount Travers, here Raj, who's just grinding. He changes leads late and just can't get there.
And this is so picturesque of what we talked about earlier in the first race. A horse that looked like they have all chances to win. Everything went well. He had a perfect trip, dead aim on the front runners, and just slowly churning away and not able to get up. Now, if he can duplicate the same race, it definitely puts him as a contender here, a major contender. But that killer instincts at the finish, I feel like it's missing. And it shows in his past performance. He's had 4 wins from 53 starts, 9 seconds and 10 thirds. So he settles for a lot of minor awards while running good races. And I feel like that is what I expect from him today again.
Mount Travers at 4-1. The favorite to his outside and fly away. More on him in just a moment. Good crowd on hand, and you can see with the traffic coming in and the families and a tradition here at Monmouth Park Memorial Day weekend. You expect these types of crowds and all the energy and excitement on a good weekend of racing.
Oh, with the energy in Monmouth is unparalleled. I mean, this is like such a great atmosphere. Feels like we're at the Jersey Shore mixed with a family fun day at the park. Just a cool place, and so many different vantage points to watch races here. We're up here at the set. We got a
We're
good
in the crow's nest. There isn't a better seat in the house.
We're in the crow's nest, but there's the barbecue picnic area, the bar overlooking the finish line. I mean, there's so much character to this track.
Sandcastle, Paul stealing shovels and buckets from 5-year-olds, copping jewelry, sausages. We have something for everybody here at Monmouth Park. As we get close to the post time for the second, we were looking at Fly Away, and we were talking about sentiment that you rode the dam and Lulu's number, and credit to Acacia. He started with Christophe Clement, and speaking of sentimental favorites, Fly Away, a half-brother to Disco Partner. How popular was he, the turf sprinter? Big following electric stretch runner.
Yeah, powerful stretch run, and ran at the highest levels. Very cool horse that Christophe trained. And, Lulu's number was a really top-class Jersey-bred filly, and it's nice to see her produce as a broodmare as well.
Fly Away, 2-1. Filing into the gate. By its absence now emerging as the choice. Love that shot down into the starting gate. Riders, goggles down, game face on. Who's going to take down the second of 10 from Monmouth Park? It's post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 2 from the Shore's greatest stretch, live on Fox Sports 2.
Kentucky Cool. Really good. 2 back, Mount Travers. And to the outside, Fly Away, the gray horse. Here's Fly Away. We're ready to go. And Leroff. Uneventful beginning for all the runners. After the start, Kentucky Cool was away pretty sluggishly. He drops to the back of the pack. Fly Away has the most early speed with Crown Count Christo, who's there by its absence, rushing forward on the inside. By its absence with a head lead, Crown Count Christo right between horses. Fly Away is 3 deep. They've opened up 2 on Jova, who settles off the pace with Mount Travers. Kentucky Cool has been out sprinted early as they go into the far turn. By its absence, the leader 3/4 of a length, now make it a full length, a length and a tail. Crown Count Cristo under pressure in second, but comes right back at By Its Absence around the turn. Fly away, still 3 wide, well sent along hard. Mount Travers getting into it now, down on the inside, moving forward at the top of the stretches, 3 lengths to gain in the final 3/16. By Its Absence, Jorge Hernandez lead them in. On the outside, Crown Count Cristo, not done, finding more and takes command. Ran by Its Absence in the final furlong. Crown Count Cristo, By Its Absence, coming back, resilient on the inside. By Its Absence reclaims the lead and scores in a determined victory. Crown Count Cristo had every chance to beat him, second best. Then Jova and Mount Travers.
Just a $10,000 claiming event, but an exciting horse race, and By Its Absence would not be denied.
Left it all on the track here By Its Absence. What a gutsy performance after absorbing a lot of pace pressure from the number 3.
He's beat.
Crown Cristo,
beat.
And comes back. Hot trainer, hot connections. I love the aggressive ride from Hernandez here. He had the inside, he didn't give up the rail. He ended up having to run faster than expected because Camacho sensed that there wasn't much pace signed on, and he took it to him early. And just a great, resilient win.
These aren't exceptionally fast horses. These aren't graded stakes horses, right? This is just a $10,000 claimer, but the perfect example that you don't have to be a graded stakes horse to have class. The difference here, By Its Absence, showing his moxie, showing class late.
And it's easy to just enjoy these kind of horses, watching them run. I'm a fan. No, it's a $10,000 claim, but I'm a new fan of By Its Absence.
By Its Absence, 2-3-1-5-6 here at Monmouth Park. Belmont at the Big A, horses in the paddock. Andy for the second.
In the paddock for the second is a compact field, but it's a good field, and we've got some stakes quality runners in this race, including the return of a fan favorite, Jonathan, and Running Son of a Gun.
Yeah, look, I like this horse in here. I mean, he's got some back races I think that are very good. This is the first time he's actually had a real break. I just felt like maybe he just got a little tired. Let's see if he comes back running fresh.
We'll see if he's ready. We'll see how they're all looking, starting with the favorite, the 4, Gun It, as we head to another member of our team, the Mig, Richard Migliori, down in the paddock.
Hey guys, absolutely beautiful day here at the Big A, or I should say the Belmont at the Big A meeting. 2 horses coming off layoffs that I want to talk about, starting with the 4, Gun It. He looks good. I mean, he looks really good, but I also think he'll be better for having an effort. He is an 8-year-old now, and just like human beings, sometimes, you know, it takes you a little bit longer to hit your optimum fitness level. I know as a rider, you know, times that I was injured and coming back, it was harder to get back to that race riding fitness the older I got, and I don't think it's dissimilar with horses. Like I said, he looks terrific. He's an honest, tough kind of horse. Has accumulated a lot more seconds and wins, but I do think he'll be a better horse for a race under his belt. The 2, Running Son of a Gun, he looks fantastic. He's also coming off an extended layoff, but I seeing a horse that maybe has a bit more fitness level to him. He's trained by John Toscano. John trained his first winner back in 1970 at Bowie Racetrack, so he's been training horses for 54 years, training winners for 54 years, and I love what I'm seeing from Running Son of a Gun, who will break from the rail under Kendrick Carmouche.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the afternoon progresses, as they're heading up for the races for race number 2. And I picked against Running Son of a Gun. I know you like him as he's currently the second choice. I'm just glad to see him back, Jonathan, because he's a really, really neat horse. One of these real lunch pail horses that just consistently ran well against some very good sprinters.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we all love in this game is like the longevity of a horse and when they just keep showing up. And so often our superstars get, you know, rushed off to their second careers as stallions. And when you get one that kind of gets to hang around a little bit, it's a lot of fun.
I think when you're around the game as much as we are, the horses you develop an attachment to are often $40,000 and $20,000 claiming horses because they run and you have a certain amount of respect for them. And this one's neat with the Toscanos having them, more low-profile connections, very good connections, but they just don't have an opportunity to have so many good horses. And it shows you that you got to have the horse to do it, and they've got the horse with Running Son of a Gun. We're going to leave you on FS2 right now, but head right over to FS1 as all of the action will continue on FS1 on America's Day at the Races.
for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Don't miss Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night, Friday, May 31st at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 2 Pennsylvania-bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 3 Penn Mile. Before the races, don't miss our special meet and greet with our guest race caller Larry Colmus. Friday, May 31st at Penn National. First post 5 p.m.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Memorial Day weekend Sunday. And there's the Statue of Liberty. And she's sort of right between us at Aqueduct Racetrack and Monmouth Park, where we have the action as well. A lot of racing to come. We want to welcome people watching us on FS1 as well as SNY. He's Jonathan Kinchin to my left. I'm Andy Serling. A whole cast of characters up and down the East Coast will be joining us as well, as we've got a lot of fun racing to bring you as the afternoon continues.
Yeah, it gets started here. It's a small field, but it's a fun, competitive field. I think we've picked 4 different horses, first and second, so out of 4 to pick from. So it's an exciting day, and the card just gets even better after this.
I agree. I mean, it gets really competitive. There are some very good races on both turf and dirt throughout the day, and while Gunnett is favored, a horse that I liked, you like the 2 Running Son of a Gun. In a lot of ways, he's the story of the race because he's a real stakes quality competitor coming back off a layoff.
Yeah, in the past, the longest break he's had is 98 days. He comes in off of 402 days rest now.
The #1 synthesis, the speed with Manny Franco.
Yeah, he gets the Strength of Schedule award, facing Blazing Sevens and Arturius last time.
As we said, Running Son of a Gun, the returnee. Kendrick Carmouche riding for John Toscano.
Looking forward to seeing how this horse runs fresh.
Nova Rags, maybe a little bit pace compromised. Bill Mott trains, Junior Alvarado rides.
Yeah, the only time Nova Rags was really close recently, the pace was pretty slow.
A horse who's a little camera shy with just 4 wins is Gunnett, the favorite. Irad Ortiz, as Linda Rice looks for a training double.
Well, we know who has the best pedigree in the race.
True, he is a tappet. You see Gunnett, you think gun runner. He's a little too old, actually, to be a gun runner. He was sort of pretending gun runner. But a lot of action left to come, as we mentioned to you. And today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We've got race number 5, which will, of course, start that late pick 5. The 8th race, an allowance feature on the dirt, highly competitive. Honestly, it is one competitive race after another in today's card here. Also, Monmouth Park, races 3 to 10 coming up. Paul Aduca, Rajiv Mirage, and Lafitte Pinkai III down at Monmouth Park. No better time in the present to sign up at NYRA Bets. We are offering a special promotion heading towards the Belmont Stakes. Use the promo code Belmont25 and we'll match it to $200 of your initial deposit and give you a free $25 bet for the Belmont. Play through NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRA Bets as we head down to the 3rd member of our team, our man Richard Migliori, down in the paddock for race number 2.
Yeah, guys, the sun's getting to my eyes here a little bit, but as short but select field, so I'm going to talk about each runner, and I'm just a little bit Having a hard time coming up with a scenario here. The one Synthesis is coming out of mile races that were sharp paced, and he has speed. I do believe he plays out to be the speed here, and he has the most recency. He's turning back in distance, so stamina should not be an issue. And there were certain principles of riding that I lived by. Never take anything away that comes easy. Saving ground was important, and getting your position going forward. I know if I was on the one Synthesis, I would be looking for the lead here and then make everybody else work to stay with me, because I have that recency and I'm coming off of mile races, and these other horses, several of them are coming off, two of them are coming off layoffs, and one's coming off what I would deem a freshening. The 2-horse Running Son of a Gun ultimately, excuse me, will be my top selection. I like the gate work coming into this. He looks sharp. He looks pretty fit to me. I think he should be a little bit fresh, so he shouldn't have too much to do. The 3 Nova Rags, yeah, he did lay up close last time in March, but that was a very soft pace. He's more of a closing type. And then you've got Gunnett, who did show speed last time back in November of 23, but that was, you know, out of character for him. He normally doesn't show that kind of speed. He's also a horse that has a difficult time changing leads, and that's something we want to keep an eye on here. I wound up on the 2 Running Son of a Gun, but if I was riding this race, I'd actually want to ride Synthesis and play Catch Me If You Can.
I don't particularly love Synthesis in here, but I agree, Jonathan, with everything that Richie said. And what I was saying to you off camera is, and I'm a chalk-eating weasel here with the 4, it's pretty amazing in a 4-horse field that the lone speed, at least on paper, is the rank outsider.
Yeah, he's just a little bit light, I think, on numbers compared to the other ones. So I think that's probably why. I think most will think that even if he gets loose, he's probably going to get run down. I would like to see Manny open up. I think in these situations, that kind of inviting everyone into the race thing never seems to work. Open up by 3 or 4 and then see what happens.
I agree. One of the problems in these 4-horse fields is you say, well, they're pace compromise, but so often riders are afraid to be too aggressive, and they end up being bunched fields, and it kind of mitigates your advantage as a lone speed, and it helps a horse like Gunnett, but also, more importantly, a horse like the number 3 Nova Rags, who possesses little speed.
Yeah, it's funny because I think mistakes are magnified in smaller fields, right? It's like everyone's going to see every decision that you make, and it's not like, you know, if you go too fast and the race falls apart, you didn't have to probably go there.
And the other thing is, if you're Manny Franco and you're riding the 1, you're 5-1. People aren't even really expecting you to be competitive in here. So I agree with you. I think the best opportunity is to be a little bit aggressive and make them play your game a little bit more as opposed to bunching the field. But we'll see how it plays out, and we'll see how the returnee, the number 2, Running Son of a Gun, does off a layoff. They're almost in. Chris Griffin with the call.
Synthesis moves in. Here's Gunnett. Last to load to the outside. And it. All set. And they're off. Gunnett is hard sent for the lead, goes right out towards the front, and there's Gunnett, who's quickly up by a length and a half. Nova Rags is going to track towards the inside here from second, and Synthesis is a comfortable third. Running Son of a Gun is the trailer and moves towards the outside. Wants that clear running room, is out in the center of the racetrack as they chase the 4-5 favorite, Gunnett. Gunnett is in hand. Irad Ortiz Jr. will work into the far turn now. 22.51 for the opening quarter mile, and the favorite doing it nicely so far. Synthesis, and Manny Franco now gives him the cue, and Synthesis is trying to move in closer on Gunnett, who's traveling well so far. Nova Rags towards the inside is in third, and the trailer Running Son of a Gun. They've got to catch Gunnett. It's Gunnett who approaches a quarter mile left to go. The rest of the field is all in behind as Gunnett's got the lead. Gunnett is still up by about 2, and now he's kicking for home. Running Son of a Gun is on the grandstand side, and Nova Rag starts to cut in the margin just a touch. Inside that final furlong, Gunnett is just holding them at bay. It's still Gunnett. Nova Rags is a clear second. Gunnett almost home. Gunnett, that's your winner. Gunnett wins it at 4-5. Nova Rags, Synthesis, and Running Son of a Gun in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
While it may have appeared on paper that Synthesis was the speed, Manny Franco asked his mount for speed. He had none, and Irad Ortiz popped Gunnett out of the gate. And Jonathan, you and I were talking about it. Irad knew there was no speed in the race. He came in with a plan.
Yeah, and look, this horse really got out of the gate quick last time as well. Maybe a new dimension has really helped this horse be able to find the front end. You'd like to think that that's maybe what was the plan. I felt like the race was over on the backside when Irad made the lead with this horse. And Running Son of a Gun, the 2-horse, I think that layoff might have been needed, and I think this race was probably needed too.
I agree. It's too early to give up on a horse like that, who obviously needed the race off the layoff. He's run too well in the past just to dismiss him as a horse off one mediocre effort and what was essentially a merry-go-round race with the number 3 sitting on the rail the whole way. But it was the number 4 Gunnet. The public had it right, Richie. The 4-5 favorite, and Irad just smoked him on the front end.
Yeah, you know what? He read the racing form properly, took advantage of the race, but this was a big effort from him too. And one thing he did that I thought was really interesting, you know, this is a horse that's had difficulty changing leads in the past. He absolutely, it was such a prime example of when a rider sets a horse up, puts the bit in their mouth, bounces him out, and gets him to jump over to that right lead, and he kept finding. I honestly thought that he'll be better for a race, and that's a scary thought because he was very good today.
He was good today. And, you know, I think also that Irad did a very good job of what we talked about beforehand. He didn't go that fast the first quarter, but he put real distance between himself and the field.
Yeah, I mean, I worry that if he would have gone a little bit slower, he would have invited those other horses into the race, and Nova Rags might have had a chance to run him down in the stretch. I think that when you have a horse like this who clearly has a nice cruising speed, you want to take advantage of that. Go out there and clip along, make the horses behind you. If you're going fast, they're going fast too, staying connected to you.
Could not agree more. A lot more to come here. And if you've been following racing at all over the last year, you're well aware of the success for trainer Jen Antonucci with her charge Arcangelo starting off but not ending with the Belmont Stakes. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And we're back, and we're taking a look at Gunnet crossing the wire first. There's Irad Ortiz, working up a little bit of a sweat, but he got the job done with the favorite Gunnet and did it impressively.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of ride you want when you feel like you have the best horse. I think, Andy, I would imagine with you picking the 4 on the backside, you felt comfortable and confident being forward in this game is such an edge.
Well, I'll tell you something else about this horse because he's a little camera shy with just the 4 wins and 37 starts leading this race. Isn't that the best thing you can do with a horse that doesn't like to pass horses? Make them all have to pass you?
Absolutely.
You don't have to get brave when you're in front necessarily of all the other horses. And he is a horse that Linda Rice claimed from Steve Aston, 62,500, and she has done extremely well with him, one of many she claimed at Churchill Downs. Well, we have been really proud to have this sponsorship, this venture with Fox Sports for so many years, covering our races, and getting them as a partner in the Belmont Stakes is big. And they did a great job covering it last year, and things are going to get bigger and better when we're up for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival as the Belmont Stakes on Fox, Saturday, June 8th. And Acacia Clement is up in Saratoga with a special guest.
I'm so happy to be joined by trainer Jenna Antonucci, who 1 year ago made history as the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race, taking the Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo. Jenna, looking back on last year, the journey that that horse took you on, talk a little bit about the memories that have stuck with you.
It's crazy. It's hard to believe, one, that it's been a year, and two, you know, watching some of these races come along now and how watching everyone else kind of walk into those shoes. So obviously we were still pretty under the radar after the Peter Pan. And so this is kind of that quiet time for us leading into the Belmont. So yeah, it's been neat to reflect upon that and what our journey was and kind of reliving it as watching everyone else coming into it.
And that string of races, the Peter Pan, the Belmont Stakes, and the Travers up here at Saratoga. And you posted a fun video this morning of the lawn jockeys, 2 of them up here.
It's so cool, and I think sometimes we've got to pause and really appreciate some of the history and the traditions that we have in this sport. They're so steep and deep and rich, and so to be able to enjoy that opportunity of having the Belmont statue up here with the Travers statue, and Naira's done a really cool job of putting them together so they get to be showcased together right when the fans walk in is pretty special, and obviously having the silks the same on both is even more special.
And Arcangelo standing at stud now. Where is he now? Have you heard how he's doing?
We went and visited. So Arcangelo standing at Lane's End has done a really good job in his first book. So they're very pleased. John, his owner, is super excited. And we have a handful that went to him this year too. So obviously very excited to see those guys hit the ground next year. And just an exciting time. And, you know, just hopefully the start of a really cool chapter. And so thrilled for Wayne on Seize the Gray, and again, just such a testament to who Arrogate was and is, and I think he's going to end up leaving a pretty interesting foundation as time goes on.
Carrying on that legacy, another Triple Crown winner this year, but also, as I mentioned, what you've done for women in the sport and kind of really doing great and carrying that flag with the media and taking every opportunity. What's that journey been like for you personally?
A lot of personal stretching. I can tend to be a homebody and like to shut it down and be in my quiet space. So definitely understand what it means and why. And so it's important that we continue to try and tell the story as best we can, and really tell about what we do, and not just women, but every one of these people that are involved in the backside in this industry, in this sport, from the farms all the way through to the racing and the retirement and the next careers for these guys. So to be able to shine any light on the horses that give so much of us a livelihood and fulfillment it's an absolute honor.
So well said, as always, Jenna. We can't wait to see you in the winner's circle for the next big one.
Me too.
Thanks a lot, Acacia, and always good to catch up with Jenna, who obviously really Jenna's been around a long time, and it's hard for these trainers that they don't get the opportunities necessarily, but it's great to see you get a chance and show what you can do when you get the right horse, and she did a fabulous job with this horse.
Yeah, no, he was outstanding. And it's unfortunate that he was injured. I think he was a very likely winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic. I thought he was going to run well. I really did. I mean, I thought, hindsight, White Barrio ran outstanding. Yes. But I think that he was definitely a horse to beat.
Oh, he was a major contender going into the race, no question about it. Well, we got rid of Lafitte, thank God, but my man, Paul LaDuca, is there. Paul, keep Rajiv in line. He's been acting up a little bit.
I hear what you're saying, Andy, but he did invite me to dinner, and I think he's going to be paying, so I have to be nice to him today. Here, welcome to
until after dinner.
Until after dinner. Welcome to Monmouth Park. Here, I'm Paul LaDuca, along with Grade 1 winning jockey here, Rajiv Mehra, live here from Monmouth Park, and we're on to race number 3 here. And actually a very good race. We're on the turf. 10 horses are lined up in here for a claiming 16, Rajiv. And I thought a very contentious field. Although you and I were down to 2 foes in here, kind of the 1 and the 7. Now, Billy's got Issues as your favorite currently right now at 2-1.
Yeah, there's no speed in this race.
Yeah.
And I think whichever jockey is aggressive to take initiative is going to be the one that benefits the most. And this is why I landed on a number 6, More Than I Can Handle. A big long shot here, but the controlling speed, the colt with the most speed in this race, and I think he's going to have a big advantage on the front end.
Yeah, you make an interesting point. The 6 is 1 for 20 lifetime, so he hasn't won a ton of races, obviously. But when you look at this form on these 10 horses in here, there is not a ton of speed. Now, the 9 is taking money as well. Now we're going to go to the post parade here. A little bit on tape play. Here's Please Baby went through. Here's the 2 No Regard.
Yeah, 1 for 13 lifetime. Doesn't have much early speed.
Ballandine's going to go through for Isaac Castillo and Mike Dini.
Another one that is expected to be coming from way off a slow pace.
You have 1 minute, by the way, to get your wagers in. Here comes Billy. He's going to go through. Steel Pier will be the 5. Then More Than I Can Handle for Sammy Camacho and Kelly Breen. Now, Kelly had a winner yesterday, and this is the horse you think maybe can go gate to wire. I thought he looked okay on the racetrack.
Yeah, the controlling speed of the race. I love the way he looks on the racetrack, and I expect that he'd be having a clear lead early.
A 7, Billy's got Issues. I think the one to beat, at least on paper.
Oh, definitely the one to beat. He's the one that's actually dropping in class from 30 down to 16. A great spot here for him.
Equal Justice for All is going to go through as a big long shot. That son of a gun, it's really hard to figure out where these horses getting a little washed out on the racetrack with Paco Lopez.
Yeah, the Paco factor. I mean, when you're looking for a jockey to make a difference, at Monmouth Park, Paco is the guy.
And then the 10, I think, is the wild card in here. This is a horse that Dan Ward claimed for 12-5 at Oaklawn Park. Horse been working here. Going to try turf again for the second time.
Intriguing long shot. His only turf race was over a year ago, and it was against much tougher. It's an understatement to tell you how much tougher. He ran in a maiden special weight. Now he's getting to try the turf again in a more logical, realistic spot. Sneaky long shot.
Yeah, these are fun kind of races. These maiden like 16s or maiden 25s, they give a horse like a 10 maybe to go on the turf at this level and maybe to excel and get better. And trainers can take a shot like on Hard Spun Fantasy. And Vincent Chaminade, who's a very good turf rider, is going to be aboard. Now, we were looking at the 1 in here, Please Baby. You know, Eddie Owens Jr. has got off to a really good start. Again, the issue here, Rajiv, 1 for 18 lifetime, the 1.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things to like about him. Most notably, Eddie Owens hasn't started a horse that's finished worse than second at the meet. He's 3 wins from 5 starts and 2 second-place finishes. And also, Please Baby is coming off a good second-place finish in a less-than-ideal trip. It was stuck wide from the 8 post. He was drawn 8 of 8 runners that day. He gets the complete shift going all the way to the inside. So he's expected to have a good ground-saving trip. Has Jairo Rendon, who's an aggressive rider. I think Jairo is a jockey that doesn't give up anything that comes easily. And I expect this horse to be more forwardly placed than he was last time. So there's a lot to like. The obvious thing not to like is the 1 for 18 factor.
And we going to get a replay quick in from Billy's Got Issues. Last time when he did run, this was his race at Belmont when Dylan Davis was aboard. Now, this was 7 furlongs around 1 turn, but this shows you, the capability. If he runs this type of race, he's going to be tough here.
And Billy Got Issues is the deserving favorite. He's the proven horse at a higher level. Drops in class to trying to take advantage of this condition. If he duplicates this race, he's definitely a winner. You can see he just kind of wore down Luna Warrior to victory, who ended up coming back and winning his next start.
Yeah.
So he's been running against tougher horses. He has a class edge. And he does have enough tactical speed where I don't expect him to be disconnected early. If Vargas, he should be aggressive coming out of the gate and establishing a good 4th position with this horse.
Yeah, Jose's ridden the horse before, but the horse was on dirt, and he's a different horse on turf in here. So you're sticking with the 7 here, Rajiv?
Well, I'm going to take the 6 as
Okay.
my top pick over the 7 because of the much better price on him. And I know it's 1 for 20 lifetime, but I've been looking through, and he's had some good excuses. His last 2 races, his last race, he was checked 3 times in the race, checked in the stretch, and the race prior to that, he just ran a ridiculously fast pace.
I'm going to go with the one, Please Baby. We got to go up to the track announcer here at Monmouth Park, Matt Dinnerman. Good luck if you're alive in your pick 3s, pick 4s, and pick 5s. Race 3.
And they're off. Uneventful beginning for all 10 runners in the race. Here comes Billy. Goes towards the lead. More Than I Can Handle has natural speed as well. Billy's got issues alongside in the early stages. More Than I Can Handle leads them. Bias for the first time with Billy's got issues in the second position. More Than I Can Handle taking a hold of now. A little bit keen here. Leads by a neck. Billy's got issues there on the outside. Here comes Billy third. Tucked in on the rail approaching the turn. That son of a gun right behind him. Cornering into the clubhouse turn. Steel Piran a little bit tight down on the fence. Has to tap off the brakes. It is about 5 lengths off the lead. Hard Spun Fantasy alongside of him. They're 2.5 clear of Ballandain. Racing alone. Equal Justice for All is next. In a space of 2.5 to Please Baby No Regard. Those two trail together down the back stretch here. Here comes Billy. Punch forward on the rail. Picks up the running on the lead. And More Than I Can Handle is right there to engage him. 1.5 lengths to Billy's Got Issues. Has gotten a perfect trip in the third position, stalking the pace. Another 1.5 lengths to that son of a gun. Hard Spun Fantasy between horses. Equal Justice for All is 3 deep approaching the turn. A gap of 2 to Please Baby the gray horse. Then comes Steel Pier, and No Regard has been outrun as they round the far turn and pick up the pace. Here comes the favorite. Billy's Got Issues in the 3 path. Billy's Got Issues coming to challenge the front runners at the top of the lane. Is about 3 pass off the rail. Kicks on. Billy's Got Issues. Here comes Billy on the inside, not done fighting on the rail. Then comes on the outside, that son of a gun getting into gear now. There's a furlong to go. Billy's Got Issues. Here comes Billy, stubborn on the rail. Here comes Billy with the lead. Here comes Billy with the win. Here comes Billy over Billy's Got Issues, Hard Spun Fantasy, and that son of a gun.
Here comes Billy with an upset at 14-1 with Jorge Luis Gonzalez for Douglas Nunn was game. But let's go back to the start here, Rajiv. And what was going on with the 6 here?
What a ride from Gonzalez here. And this was where the race was won. So there was no speed signed on in paper. The number 6, More Than I Can Handle, was supposed to be the lone speed. His jockey Camacho started rating him back, pretty much choking him down. Because I don't understand, he doesn't want to take the lead in a slow pace. So at that point, Gonzalez took the initiative, stole the lead from him, controlled the race, and came back and won with a big long shot.
Yeah, you can see on the turn, the 4, you're right. I mean, Jorge Luis Gonzalez just gave Source perfect right. He stuck to the rail, and he said, okay, you know what? I'm just going to go at this regular pace. And you know, it's tough, as you know, to rate a horse on the inside. And this horse fought off the 7, who got kind of caught up, put him away. But then you were mentioning, here comes the 10.
Yeah, there was a pedestrian early pace, which was going to benefit the front runners. Gonzalez took advantage of it. Camacho relinquished what could have been an easy lead for him. And that was where the race was won. It was such a marginal victory that being aggressive early into this slow pace, it stole the race.
Yeah. Here comes Billy. And it gets up 4, 7, 10, 9. So 14-1 to spice up your pick 4. And I just got to make this very, very clear. I did not steal anybody's pail, shovel at all. No 5-year-olds. I love kids, okay? Just let's get that straight, Rajiv. We'll be back right after this break.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Nothing stood in his way. close-up photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRABETS. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABETS.com or download the NYRABETS app to get started. Jonathan Kinchin and Andy Serling on the desk here at Aqueduct. Richard Migliori down in the paddock. He'll be joining us momentarily as we get set for race number 3, where I know that you like the one Kurumada. I do not. I don't know how anybody could take 3 to 5 in this entry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the 3 to 5 is tough. You know, I mean, it's a horse I would single playing a multi-race wager if I was so inclined. But I think the most likely winner, and I think that finally found the friends. I know it did last time, too, but I'm going to give Kurumada one more shot.
3 out of 6 straight losses is the favorite. 3 of them at odds on. Manny Franco riding for Chad Brown. The 1A is Frontman. This one goes out for the Cantor-Machi barn with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I'd like to see Flavien probably be a little aggressive with this one. I think dangerous as well.
If you like this one, though, you're getting carried into a short price. Kendrick Carmouche has Bodie Cream for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, it has a couple races where it's made the front, but the pace figures suggest not that quick early.
My pick, Land Biscuit, goes out for Bruce Brown with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, you made a great case for Land Biscuit. It makes a lot of sense. You're getting 7-1.
Probably a better dirt horse, though has some dirt ability. Dylan Davis riding First Glimpse.
Yeah, Wayne Potts, 6% dirt to turf.
The number 6, High Tide. He may be better on a softer turf, but he's not bad this one, Jose Lezcano.
If this horse is going to stay 6-1, this is where I would go.
There are overlays right now at 3 to 5. The 7, Value Engineering. Irad Ortiz and Mike Maker.
Just think he wants a little bit longer.
Majestic Eagle, who could be forward, rounds out the field for David Jacobson and Ramon Vasquez.
I've seen a lot of worse 22-1s that I would wager on than this horse.
Let's head down to the MIG in the paddock for more on race number 3.
Yeah, you have a huge favorite here, obviously, in the one Kurumada, who not only has disappointed several times now at short prices, but he's also a horse that has a little trouble getting away from the gate cleanly. I will say having post 1 is actually better for a horse like this because at least he's not in between 2 horses where, you know, there's a tendency for horses to get pinched back that don't break particularly well. Horses are like water. They flow to empty space. So at least having the inside post, he doesn't have a horse directly inside him. He's got a little room to work with. So even if he bumbles the break a little bit, he shouldn't get squeezed back, if you will. I prefer others. I just think it's too short a price. And, you know, obviously he's a major player, but at 3 to 5, I think there's maybe some alternatives here. I will say the 4 Land Biscuit makes a beautiful impression. Physically, but that's true of most Bruce Brown runners. Bruce is just a good horseman, and his horses tend to reflect that. And I thought Land Biscuit was a little bit interesting. He comes in off the turfer after having a start off the layoff. So, you know, essentially, I think his form's a little dirtied up. The horse I landed on is the 6, High Tide. You know, anytime High Tide has tried to stretch out further than 1 1/8, his efforts are abysmal. And he comes off a 1.5 mile race where he just kind of threw in the towel. Tougher race, much further distance. I think the drop down's appropriate. 5 to 1 is a generous price. I don't know that he'll stay there, but he's a horse that wins too. He's 8 for 31 lifetime. He has 6 for 13 at the distance. And sometimes horses just get stretched to their outer limits, and stamina is not their strong suit. He's not a 1.5 mile horse. He's not a 1 3/8 horse, but he is a 1 16 horse, and he has a winning habit. I do believe he is better with a little give in the ground, which he will not get today, but I thought he was a major contender, and I think he's too big a price, guys.
Well, I think a lot of horses are too big a price because they've not only got the wrong, an overbet favorite, but they've got the wrong second choice currently at Value Engineering. I don't disagree with Richie on High Tide. I mean, he got a big 92 buyer figure winning this race in the yielding course, but his other buyer figures in the 80s are certainly good enough, and he's got consistency. He's just not a 1.5 mile horse, so his last race is a throwout.
Yeah, you can completely ignore that one. And look, I thought this horse should be a little bit shorter. At 5-1 that he currently is, I'm not going to switch my pick, but I mean, he is significantly more value than the 3-4 you're getting on this entry. And look, I don't have a problem with the entry. I think Kuramada's actually going to run okay. I'm not too concerned, but I think the price you could get on High Tide based on those two performances that he ran down in New Orleans, 9-2 seems still fair. I'd even take one more click down to 4-1 and still feel like I was getting the best of it.
Yeah, as he goes down to 4-1. So I disagree. I don't like Kuramada at all in this race. If he wins, I lose. This is a horse. I mean, a Chad Brown trained horse that has lost at 4-5, 4-5, 3-5, even money, and 6-5 in his last 5 starts. Chad Brown doesn't lose races like that at short prices. He wins. That's one of the reasons he's Chad Brown. And this horse, they've been dropping him and dropping him and dropping him. I don't get it with this guy. I'm just not a fan.
I completely agree with everything you said. I forgive some of those failures at short prices because he was facing better, but now he's just getting lower and lower. And last time, he was trying to close into a slow pace against, a group very similar to this. I'm going to give him one more shot. I'm just not wowed by the rest of them. And to be fair, the way that High Tide is continuing to click down, he's starting to kind of creep into an arena where I don't feel as comfortable.
No, I think the High Tide's probably a 70. Listen, I'm very clear here. I like Land Biscuit. I think you can make excuses for a lot of his lesser efforts, and I think his good efforts make him a winner in this race, and he's a very big price at 8-1. I bet him. I used him in exactas with a 6, and I used a little bit of Bodie Cream as well, who frankly I think is a ridiculous price at 14-1 in here. It's not like he doesn't have races that make him at least mildly competitive for a very good trainer.
Be curious to see what Kendrick does. I think getting to the front in this race is going to be a place that you're going to want to be, so we'll see who ends up there. It could be the 3, could also be Flavian can be aggressive with the 1A frontman as well.
We'll see what happens. Maybe frontman will bail out people taking now even money on the entry as they're heading in the gate on the turf. Turf is firm. Chris Griffin has the call of our 3rd.
Majestic Eagle. All set. And they're off. Value Engineering breaks very well, so does Frontman in between horses, but Bodie Cream is going to be quickest, and Bodie Cream now takes him out of the chute and has the lead. From the outside draw, Majestic Eagle wants to join the pace setter, and the front 2 now hook up. Tightly at the rail, it's Manny Franco, and Kuramada is in the pink cap. Right next door there is Frontman, and those 2 travel as a pair. They're 4 lengths in front of Land Biscuit, who's going to track from 5th. Pretty strung out here as they work into that turn. And behind them comes Value Engineering, is in that last group there with a First Glimpse, and the trailer, High Tide. Bodie Cream is the leader. It's Bodie Cream who's up by a half length. Pressure to the outside here from Majestic Eagle. Kuramada wants to go. His ground-saving trip is right there in 3rd with Frontman right next door still, and those 2 travel as a pair. They're 4 in front of Land Biscuit with the green cap. Moving forward, there comes Value Engineering. The 2 still at the back. First Glimpse and High Tide. 47-4 for that half-mile time. Bodie Cream has the lead. Majestic Eagles moved in closer, now within a head of the leader. Kuramada and Frontman, they're each waiting for the cue. Kuramada looks to have a hold here. Manny Franco just waiting for room. Land Biscuit is now asked for the effort, trying to cut into the margin. From the back, here comes High Tide, and Jose Lezcano High Tide there on the move. Value Engineering's got to pick it up from there. First Glimpse of trailer. They reach the top of the lane, and Bodie Cream is still there. Majestic Eagle, Kuramada is now in the clear, and here comes Kuramada down the center of the course. Bodie Cream is very game. Kuramada has not pushed on by yet. Bodie Cream is still stubborn towards the inside. Now Kuramada has put a nose in front. It's Kuramada just trying to edge clear late. Bodie Cream, a big race towards the inside. Kuramada almost there. Kuramada gets the victory at 4-5. Kuramada over Bodie Cream. High Tide, Frontman, Value Engineering, and Majestic Eagle in 1:41 and 1.
I don't know if that's winning like a 4-5 shot should, but an absolutely perfect trip gets it done for Kuramada and Manny Franco in race number 3.
I think this race, Andy, and the first race of the day today are a great illustration of it. You might be a second-itis type, but when you find the right group, sometimes that can help you get over the hump.
I agree, and it wasn't a particularly quick pace. I mean, the 3 took a lot of pressure, and there's an argument that Bodie Cream ran the best race with the 8 pushing him the whole way. Nobody really made any runs from the back of the pack. Maybe they weren't good enough. High Tide made a little bit of a run. My 4 had absolutely nothing at any point in the race. Same could be said for the number 7, Value Engineering. I played against both these favorites. They got it done. In fact, the favorites have 3 for 3 on today's card. This one is Chad Brown and Manny Franco, a popular one, with Kuramada getting it done for the 1-1A entry with, I believe, Frontman perhaps finishing 4th, maybe 4th or 5th, not quite sure. Might have gotten up at the wire for 4th.
It took an absolutely perfect trip, perfect group for him to win by a head.
Yeah, over a horse Bodie Cream, it was a surprisingly big price, but he got it done. 4-5 in race number 3. We'll see what happens. I don't know if we have any short price favorites like this one going forward in the card. Sierra Leone, he probably ends up being the favorite for the Belmont Stakes up in Saratoga. There he is. Gotta love those bath shots. Much more on America's Day at the Races after a quick break.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, where we're looking at Kuramada and Manny Franco heading into the winner's circle. A popular victory at 4-5 in race number 3.
Yeah, when you look up a perfect pocket trip, that's exactly what it looks like. You save ground, you tip out, you make one run for home.
But credit Manny Franco for getting that position, because he's not a horse that necessarily had to be in that spot, and I'm sure the post helped. But Manny knew the price, but he also knew who he was riding, and he knew he was going to have to get a lot of things to go his own way to get it done. And he did, as these two really dominated the field in here with the 6, High Tide, the second choice, picking up the pieces for a distant third. Somebody's telling me as the courses have gotten firm here that they feel the turf courses are speed favoring. I haven't seen that at all. I know the speeds did win both turf sprints on the outer turf yesterday, but they may have been sort of situational, somewhat logical horses. I have seen no bias on these courses throughout the meet whatsoever, and I don't think we're in the dog days of summer that we've gotten a baked course just yet.
No, in order for something to become declared speed favoring for me, it has to be drastic, because speed is always dangerous And if you get to the front, you're always going to run well. You get a good horse up there. I think it's a dangerous thing to get to do declarative about too soon.
And I know we've had some warm weather. It's May. I don't believe it's really the case, but we'll see what happens. 141.24 as the courses are firming up. A lot of action continuing, but obviously so many eyes on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend in Saratoga starting on Thursday, June 6th with the Belmont Stakes on Fox. On June 8th, the possible for the Belmont Stakes, well, we'll see what happens. Those possibles up there. Antiquarian, of course, who won our Peter Pan, our prep, but the big name really is Sierra Leone, along with the Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, as well as the Preakness winner Seize the Gray. Sierra Leone is going to look to sort of avenge what was a frustrating beat, and he's not going to have to worry about Forever Young in this race. He may, though, have to worry about Mystic Dan.
Yeah, look, Sierra Leone was, the second choice coming into this race. And I think he showed up and ran his race the way that I think a lot of people think that he would. I think a lot of people will argue if he were to go straight, he probably would have won. But it's an issue that he's had lugging in. You see him kind of leaning to the left here, and Tyler actively trying to straighten him up. He's got it sounds like he had a new bit yesterday in his work, in his mouth, to try to help control him. And there's a rider change as well to Flavien Prat.
And I think Chad Brown's got a real job. He's got to find a way to hopefully get this horse to stop lugging in this way, as he's basically done it throughout his career. Whether or not it cost him the win, I don't know. I can't only hypothesize. I thought Mystic Dan ran better than a lot of people thought. He was close to the fast pace. And at the end of the day, while Sierra Leone went around the field, he saved an awful lot of ground during much of the running of this race.
And the tricky thing about the Derby is it's really hard to find what Mystic Dan found, which is that rail run. Maybe in a smaller field like the Belmont, not 20 horses, likely hopefully 14, he'll be able to possibly find the rail where lugging in becomes a little less of a problem.
Yeah, but it's, I think there's also pressure to get him because it's become such a big issue with him. And in my opinion, he got as good a trip, Richie, as a deep closer could get in a race like the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't lug in, it would have been, I think a very good trip. And I think the change of the bridle is certainly going to help. He was outfitted with a snaffle bit, which is a very light bit on a horse's mouth. And the bit he worked with was a Houghton bit, and it gives a rider much more control. Now, I will say this is, a maintenance move. These are two nice horses that are going to run, work into the bridle, right? And they're not trying to beat each other. They're trying to get something out of it. It's a controlled drill, if you will. But I would have liked to have seen him outside that horse and get a better idea of if the bit was really helping, because it does have a tendency to want to get over on top of horses a little bit. And I just don't know that working inside, if you're finding out 100% if the bit is doing its job in its entirety. He looks great. He's a good horse. A nose short of winning Kentucky Derby. And Tyler Gaffalione was hampered throughout the stretch. He couldn't ride him properly. Now, listen, jockeys take off horses all the time to ride better horses. Trainers and owners make changes with jockeys. But I feel for Tyler Gaffalione in this instance because he rode the horse with, less than power steering. And now he gets taken off the horse when they're going to change the bit. And he's going to have, the rider should have more control. And to me, it's akin to when I was riding and you ride a horse, for 50,000 and then they drop him down for 20 and then they change riders. Or you ride him in a less than ideal scenario and then you get taken off when he's in a better scenario. We understand that's the game, but I just feel like Tyler maybe, it was a little bit unfair for him in this instance.
I hear you on that, Richie, and I feel bad for Tyler as well because I think he's ridden this horse extraordinarily well throughout his career. Having said that, I'll say two things. Jockeys will leave a horse to ride a better mount if they can get it in races. And it's not like they're known for great loyalty in situations when they can get the right mounts. And I got to tell you something. With all due respect to Tyler, I think is a very fine jockey. It's very hard to turn down Flavien Prat.
I kind of look at it a little bit like DQs for us as horse players. There's sometimes you're going to get put up, and there's sometimes you're going to get taken down. I try not to get too overly emotional about either one of those because you can't really control it.
Yeah, it's part of the game. And I think it's a little tougher for Tyler because he's really ridden. His rides on this horse have been absolutely terrific. I don't know that a rider could possibly has given a better ride, to say the least, so I can see why it's frustrating. Having said that, and it's a nice single, you're looking good over there, I just feel as though Flavien Prat's available, and he's Flavien Prat.
Yeah.
And so I get the switch. But listen, it is tough, and Tyler did nothing to deserve, in my opinion, getting taken off.
It's a nose away from winning the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah. So,
you know.
And I think he's ridden him very well. But let's get more from Monmouth Park, a man who's been replaced on many horses in his career. Rajiv Mirage is with LaDuca.
I'll let you answer that one, Rajiv.
Yeah, I got some tough skin. It's a part of the game, though. Like you guys said, you know, it's just a part of the cycle of being a jockey. It happens.
It happens. With you. We'll start the post parade for race number 4. 12,005 claimers here. Here's Castellana.
Not to be mistaken for Castellano. This one coming off a win, a maiden 12-5 win last time, steps up against winners.
And tapping the 2 here, Abnel Boca Chica will be aboard.
Yeah, taking a big drop in class from the 32,000 claimer down to the 12,000 claimer.
Lisa's Palace for Claudio Gonzalez. He got his first win of the meet yesterday.
Yeah, hasn't shown much in the last 2 races, but has some back for him to go back to.
My goodness, Flog, who galloped last time, that got claimed out of that race by Carlos Davids, your big favorite. We'll get back to him. This is the horse you like a little bit here, Softster.
This is my big long shot. I'm picking this on my grandma who's watching today. Mama, go bet on the 5.
We'll get back to the 5 here in a little bit. Candy Arcade goes through, and then Fast Motion on the outside, Changing Barnes.
Yeah, it's going back to the dirt. The only time she's run on the dirt was in her debut against much tougher horses.
Okay, so let's get back to the 5 as we got, I'm going to gallop around. We got about a minute or 2 to get your wagers in. You do like the 5 here, Softster. I do see a name, Colin Marat, that used to train this filly.
Yeah, when my dad had her, I was actually in the winner's circle the first time he ran her. She won, and Javier Castellano was aboard. And, you know, the reason why I picked her is her form is really dirtied up. Following her win, which was a very impressive win, it was only a length and a half, but she was pretty much the best that day. She tried longer distance, stretched it out to 7/8, then tried the poly track in a race that she just didn't have a chance in. And her last race was a tough $16,000 claimer at Tampa, where she finished 5th, going 7/8. Today she cuts back to 6 furlongs, so 1 furlong shorter distance, which is the distance that she broke her maiden in. And so she's 1 for 1 at distance, and she's also dropping in class from 16 down to 12.5.
That's a pretty good case. You also get a lot of weight off, too, when we're 112 pounds of Gabriel Maldonado. We'll go to the favorite here, Flog, who was just much the best last time. We'll get you that. And if you look, in this race, this horse got a perfect trip. Now, I get it. The horse won off by a zillion lengths here, but he had already circled this field and was gone at this point. Rajiv. He changes Barnes to Carlos David, who's a very astute trainer. He's 29% off the claim. When I look at the wheel pace, this horse is not going to be 6 to 5. I think this horse is going to be in the 3 to 5, maybe 1 to 2 area.
Yeah, this one is riding a 2-race win streak, going for 3 in a row. If she duplicates this race, the rest are running for second, quite frankly. This performance would blow these away. And going for a top trainer off the claim, there's just so much to like here other than the short price that you're going to get. Like you said, she just dropped down to even money. I will be shocked if she's anything above even money. Yeah.
The one thing I will say, when you go back and you look at that race, what I thought was interesting, she had an extension blinker on. As you see the crowd, just an amazing crowd here for the Food Truck Festival. When you go back to the 4, she was wearing an extension blinker in her last race when she won, a big extension blinker on the outside. I don't know if I'm seeing that there. Are you seeing that at all, Rajiv?
No, and the extension blinker is a blinker that they use to try to cover the eye. So if a horse tends to lean out one way or another, they'll put a blinker on to block their vision and to help them to go straight. Now they take the extension blinker off first time for the new trainer, so the indication would be that she's not showing that she's not showing those tendencies of laying out like she was for her previous trainers.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, she's going to be tough to beat in here. I think the one Castellana is going to be the filly to catch. Rajiv on the 5, Softster, big long shot in here. But good luck. Again, if you're alive in these pick 4s and pick 5s, we'll go to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race number 4. 6 furlongs, 12.5 claimers.
Back. Softster. Two more, Candy Arcade. And then Fast Motion to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off.
Flug, the favorite, was off away last, broke slowly, is trying to move forward to at least get in a decent stalking position, does so, takes 5th in the early stages. Fast Motion is fast, as a share of the lead early. Candy Arcade there as well, and Castellana down on the inside, moving through to take a short lead. Candy Arcade between horses. Fast Motion easing off of them is now 3rd, right on the hip of the 2nd place runner down the backstretch. A big space of 4 to Softster in the blue jacket. Flug joins that rival. Tavin and Lisa's Palace trail together as they sail into the forward turn. A 3-deep move from Fast Motion. There it is. Luis Rivera steps on the gas with Fast Motion, who puts a length and a half on Castellana, dives towards the rail, opens up 2 approaching the quarter pole. Castellana sent along from that position, needs to re-rally. Candy Arcade calls it a day. Flug is on the move, takes 3rd on the outside, grinding away as they come down the lane. The leader still Fast Motion. Here comes Flug, though, and Flug from the far outside is taking command, asserts her authority, and goes away first off the claim for Carlos David. Flug and Angel Arroyo by 3-4 coming to the line. Fast Motion was 2nd. Tavin runs on for 3rd, and then Lisa's Palace.
4-7 as Flo gets the job done in easy fashion. Didn't break well, but Angel Arroyo was very, very patient, and wow, some anxious moments deep in stretching here. And thank God everybody stayed upright. As you can see, the 6th lugged in here. What happened here,
watch at the back here. The number 6 is being ridden by an apprentice 10-pound, a very inexperienced rider, and he almost caused a big problem there, shifted in when not clear. In the meantime, Angel Arroyo got his mount flow going, and just perfect position after not having a good start. Just kind of made the right move coming off the turn, and then started pulling away in deep stretch. Towered over the field on paper, an expecting winner. The 1-to-5 odds showed it. But big run from Fast Motion, switching back to the dirt, dropping in class. At 36-1, make a juicy exacta. My pick is Softster.
She tried. She was trying. She looks like she was just spinning her wheels. But yeah, Luis Rivera, I thought he made the right move. Why not? Go for broke. He tried to open up on the lane, and this is the 4, just much the best, ran her down. But I thought it was a great ride by Luis with a lot of trouble behind. But
I hope my grandmother isn't mad at me for I picked a bad horse for you, Mama.
You know, listen. As Andy will tell us, as we send it back to New York, we will forgive you for picking a horse when a 1-to-5 shot wins, right, Andy?
Absolutely. Got to take some shots against those short prices sometimes, and I certainly take a lot. And I didn't like the last winner, and he won at 4-5 as the horses are in the paddock for race number 4. We're going 1 mile at Aqueduct. Let's get more from the MIG.
Yeah, checking out these horses here in the paddock, Andy. I'm going to start with the one Midnight Trouble, who got it done last time, but that was a condition claiming race. Right now, one is a 3 in a life, and this is, I believe, a considerably tougher race. But from a physical perspective, he looks outstanding. Tom Morley's horses tend to look good, and this horse is no exception. Rich hydrated coat, making a really good physical impression. We'll head to the outside, the 7, Blake B from the Rudy Rodriguez barn, claimed for 16, takes a huge hike up in class. But I thought ran a fast race last time. He is a 6-time winner, and he could not look any better physically. I just really taken with how good he looks. And, sometimes when horses triple jump, right? They have to run for a certain amount more after they're claimed for a certain period of time. But the fact that this horse moves up so much makes me feel like they've really liked what they've seen from him in his training, and I like what I'm seeing from him physically. And then the 8, Bourbon Calling from the Linda Rice barn, another one, 9-time winner, honest, looks great. And that outside draw going a 1-turn mile at Aqueduct to me is always a big advantage.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Man who's ridden a lot of races out of that 1-mile shoot here at the Big A, and things we love about the racing here, and of course Belmont Park as well, the ability to run the 1-turn miles, ability to sort of have the true elongated sprint to match up the routers and the sprinters.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, I wish that the Breeders' Cup Mile was always at a 1-turn mile. Obviously, that'll only happen if it's at Belmont. Hopefully, maybe one day it will be. Churchill,
Let's just settle it right now. I think it's pretty obvious he's better looking than Rajiv. I think we need to get him on the desk with me while Rajiv is at Monmouth, and, then we have the fans vote. I mean, I would do it, but frankly, I think it'd be embarrassing for Rajiv, and he's a coworker. I don't want him to get humiliated like that.
That's very kind of you, Andy.
I'm a thoughtful, kind guy. I think I am. And Romero's really a lot of fun. Rajiv, a lot of fun, too. You know, I'm so glad that Rajiv is working with us because he was one of my favorite guys when he rode.
I bet you still picked on him a little bit.
I did, but he picks on me, too. We have a lot of fun together. He's a terrific guy, no question about it. We had a great time in Jamaica. Absolutely, no. Rajiv doing a good job, and we're proud to have him working with us at Monmouth with Paul LaDuca and Lafitte. Anyway, we got a lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races. The coverage will leave FS1 for now, but head over to FS2. So if you're watching on FS1, switch over to FS2 for the rest of the action throughout today's races. America's Day at the Races. Frankly, we're just getting started. A lot more to come. We'll be right back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Welcome to people watching us on FS2 as well, and wishing people it's a nice Memorial Day. And of course, we honor those that made the ultimate sacrifice on Memorial Day, which will be tomorrow, and we'll have our normal Memorial Day card here at the Big A. We're looking forward to being in action for that. He's Jonathan Kinch, and I'm Andy Serling. Richard Migliori in the paddock, a whole cast of characters coming. You're almost rid of me and Jonathan as they are on the track for race number 4. I thought it was a very competitive race going a mile, though I don't disagree that the 5 Gentleman Joe, off his last race, probably the horse to beat.
Yeah, I would think so. And if we could somehow sneak out this 3-1, it feels like the 4 probably, you look at the multis, looks like it'll probably be the favorite.
No, it's close. In the doubles, the number 5 is the favorite. The 1-horse Midnight Trouble comes off a win for Tom Morley.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if Manny will kind of send away from here and get some good position moving forward.
Bit of a price for Linda Rice with Lord Captain.
It just feels a taste too slow for this group.
Looking for her 3rd win in just 4 races in today's card. Thunderian, not impossible. Jose Gomez riding for Rachel Sells.
Yeah, it was close last time, but that pace was not particularly fast.
I finally settled on Complete Agenda, Rudy Rodriguez and Flavian Pratt, but not for me at a short price.
Yeah, didn't get any good trip last time, was wide all the way around there.
The number 5, Gentleman Joe, a duplication of his last, probably wins it.
Yeah, just got it. That's the big question. Are you going to get the last?
Grandpa's Kid goes out for Randy Persaud with Trevor McCarthy.
You know, ran okay last time going 9 furlongs. Not impossible.
Can lug in a little bit in the stretch, sometimes gets in his way. Blake B comes off of a huge effort against Lesser, claimed by Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this horse has been claimed 5 times in the last 6 starts. horses like that are always interesting to me.
This is the toughest company he's faced in a long time. Bourbon Calling, Kendrick Carmouche, and Linda Rice, a big threat in the outside. Generous price at 5-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought this horse, I think I picked the horse second. You know, I think probably moved a taste too early last time.
Certainly not impossible in here, but I think a lot of what happens here, and I know you picked him on top, I picked him second, is going to really depend on whether Gentleman Joe can run back to his last race. I don't trust Jacobson horses to have consistency, which is why I played against him, but his last win was a good effort.
Yeah, he's tactical. He's drawn right in the middle of the field, should have some options. And like you said, if he could run back to his last race, or even possibly the race prior to that as well, he could be right there, and he projects to work out a nice trip.
No, he's a very tractable horse, and there doesn't appear to be an abundance of speed on paper. Blake B probably goes in here, but you'd have to think he's going to be forward in this race, and I agree. I struggle to try to predict how the Jacobson horses are going to run from week to week. Maybe the MIG has a better idea.
Well, I will say this, Andy, about the 5 Gentleman Joe. He wasn't a horse that really caught my attention in the paddock, but I really did like the way he warmed up, and he made a nice impression on the racetrack. And anywhere close to the last race, he's going to be a major player here. I wound up on the 8, Bourbon Calling. I think this horse just kind of rounded back into form. He has some good races here last year heading into the winter, and then I felt like maybe he started to tail off a little bit. Makes the first start for the Linda Rice barn. And anytime we talk about horses leaving one outfit to another, it's never an indictment of the former connections. Obviously, the Cantermaschis do good work. Just change the scenery, a little bit of change, a tweak in this or that, or the way a trainer feeds. Their feed program might be a little different. And this is an 8-year-old, and I feel like sometimes those changes of scenery with older horses, you know, it's like people. We fall into ruts, right? We kind of get into a grinding routine. And I think this could be a good thing for Bourbon Calling. The outside post, Kendrick Carmouche got that big aggressive warm-up. I do think Blake B plays out to be the speed here, but I think Bourbon Calling is going to be sitting in a good position outside of it all. And the other thing, just to bring up quickly, guys, it is a very warm day today, and I want to see a horse get a sweat on. I think you have more problems when horses are drier on days like this. When they sweat, it means their internal coolant system is working properly, and they won't overheat as much. And I like the way that Bourbon Calling warmed up, and he got a bit of a sweat going on.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and it's nice to have some nice weather. We're not used to it because we're not usually at Aqueduct in late May. It's been a long time since we've been racing here. You know, they used to stay at Aqueduct and race here before we came to Saratoga in July. There's a great picture of a Suburban with Forgo and Foolish Pleasure downstairs in the Suburban with a huge crowd. And here's the 8, Bourbon Calling, who's a generous price. Come down a little bit to 4-1, a little bit more fair. He's a player. Linda Rice looking to win her 3rd.
Yeah, and I love the draw, too. Tactical, towards the outside, coming out of that chute, get to see what everyone else inside of you is going to do, make some decisions. And I thought, it was wide last time, probably moved a taste early. I think Bourbon Calling makes a lot of sense at 4-1.
And I think Kendrick Carmouche sometimes gets pigeonholed a little bit as a speed rider. What I think Kendrick does is he doesn't take things away from his horses. He went to the front in that turf sprint when others took back. He was aggressive in the last race, Bodie Cream. I don't think he's out there. I think it's like a misnomer suggests he's just sending everything, but he's looking to get his horses at least in the race, and that's a real positive, I think, for a rider.
I think the better way to explain Kendrick is he's a pace rider. He rides the pace accordingly to the situation. And I mean, if he's going to go to the front end and be loose, then he'll do that. But he's not going to, it's silly that people think he's just like this dead sin rider. It's like every time he's got a speed horse, he's going to go out there and ding dong. It's just not.
He's no Early Fires. You would have loved Early Fires. Let me tell you, you wanted to be in front. You wanted Early Fires on the lead. And I know there's a number of people watching at home that remember Early Fires. He was tremendous on the front end. Here's my selection, the number 4, and currently 5-2 Complete Agenda. My feeling was that this horse really improved for Rudy Rodriguez. A surprising second, first time going 11 furlongs. And last time out, he was 23-1. That was a stakes quality race, relatively speaking, Jonathan, and he was wide. I thought the rail was a decent place to be against Flavien Prat. I think there's a lot to like. I just think 3-1 is maybe a little short for my taste.
Yeah, he's going to need a little pace, I would think.
Yep.
I would think he's going to need a little pace, so he's a little dependent on the rest of them. But I think he might get that pace. I think the 5 and the 8 both will be forward in here. And then, we didn't really talk much about the 1 Midnight Trouble. But another one, I think if Manny wants to be aggressive with this horse from the inside, I don't think he's going to make a lead. but I think he could get himself into a good
Got to
position.
be aggressive, at least get position, and that's one of the things that makes Manny Franco such a good rider. He is stepping up, though, after facing 50,000 non-winners a 3 lifetime against these tough open claimers, but he's definitely dangerous off his last. A good one, the 4th race, kicks off the pick 6. They're almost in the gate, and once again, Chris Griffin with the call.
Calling. Is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking well to the inside was Lord Captain in the early mix with Thundurian in between horses out wider. There's Blake B, and Blake B is intent on getting the lead. Blake B, Romero Mirage, hustled along and now has the front. Will cross over in front of the field, stacked up in behind. Now moving towards the outside is Gentleman Joe, is now a challenging second, and is also wanted to be up close was Bourbon Calling. Those 3 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute. In between horses there was Lord Captain, just got past, is now back to 6 by Midnight Trouble to the inside, and also right there Thundurian to the outside. Second to last, Grandpa's Kid, and the trailer at the back end of the field, that's Complete Agenda. The leader is Blake B. It's Blake B who's got the lead with pressure from Gentleman Joe. Moderate opening quarter of 23.48 for the opening quarter mile. Midnight Trouble has progressed at the rail, is now that shared 3rd and 4th with Bourbon Calling, who's hustled along towards the outside. Thundurian's lost some ground, is back to 5th. From the back, here comes the run from Complete Agenda. Within 6 of the lead, Grandpa's Kid. Tailing off is Lord Captain. 46 seconds flat for the half-mile time. It's still Blake B in front. Right there continues to be Gentleman Joe. Midnight Trouble wanted off the rail and got off the rail, is 3 wide, and here comes the run from Midnight Trouble and Manny Franco, and they are intent on coming right after the leaders right now. Also trying to rally on Bourbon Calling, who's stalling. Grandpa's Kid from the back as Midnight Trouble has burst to the front. It's Midnight Trouble who's now ridden aggressively but has taken the lead, is up by a length and a half. Midnight Trouble. Gentleman Joe is second. Complete Agenda from the clouds is closing, but running out of time. Midnight Trouble's almost there. Complete Agenda just running out of real estate. Midnight Trouble, that's your winner. Complete Agenda then came Bourbon Calling and Grandpa's Kid in 1 minute 35 and 3.
Well, there he was, our man Kendrick Carmouche, sitting a very cozy trip on the outside. Linda Rice with 3 wins off the claim today. This one off the claim.
No,
I have the wrong horse.
Yeah, you got the
Okay.
wrong.
Good thing I'm going off the air soon because
Wrong
clearly
saddlecloth.
I'm clueless. That was Manny Franco winning his 2nd straight. Thanks, Jonathan. Tom Morley getting the win. This one moved up in company. It was much the best. What was I looking at?
Yeah, the saddlecloth. Yeah, I think
I was watching the 4.
pink and the red, I think, threw you off.
No,
yeah.
I think I'm an idiot. But thank you for trying to cover for me.
Yeah, look, Manny from that inside post saved ground and then ended up getting to a position in the middle of in the stretch. Just ran these horses down. I thought this horse ran extremely well considering the circumstances.
Got a very nice trip, and now that I've figured out who I was looking at and able to get it done, and really I think took a step forward here for Tom Morley. These are tougher, hardened claimers winning a 2nd race. And Complete Agenda, he did run well and here to run 2nd, but that's Complete Agenda. He's a horse that has trouble getting it done. He finished 2nd, but Midnight Trouble, nice win for Manny Franco and Tom Morley. And once again, Gentleman Joe, no consistency from that barn whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think he had an excuse either, really. I mean, he was in a good spot.
No, I think he sat on the pace. The pace was honest, but I mean, the track's pretty quick. He just had nothing in the stretch. It's not like the race completely and totally collapsed, but it was Midnight Trouble, and thank you for that. I think, fortunately, that ends my 3-day reign of hosting. I'll be back in my comfortable seat over there that you're in tomorrow and tomorrow's show. But Jonathan, a lot of fun here. Enjoyed covering the races, and you'll be a lot more action as Sarah Al-Badwi and Greg Wolf is back. They'll be up here on the desk shortly, and the team down at Monmouth Park as well. America's Day at the Races will continue after a quick break.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Postcard afternoon from the Jersey Shore. Welcome back, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The Jersey Shore, so much to do on an afternoon like this. Beaches, boardwalks, and right here at Monmouth Park. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. Alongside Paula Duca, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for the Jersey Shore 6. That's get started next, Paul. In this first leg, this is tough. You have this turf race where the morning line favorite is out.
Yeah.
Several layoffs. It's a challenging handicapping endeavor.
No, it is. Always to the end was probably going to be a heavy favorite in here. She was, on the line 3-1, and with Sammy Camacho, she had shown speed on turf, and this is a race that is now completely wide open. I would think maybe the 2 in the next race, Amore de Oro, might be your shortest favorite, for the rest of the card, because there's some open races. I thought the turf races, and especially the Miss Liberty, the stakes race, is a very good race.
You meet the field in a moment for the upcoming 5th race here at Monmouth Park. Meantime, we have on-site coverage as well at Saratoga, gearing up for the first ever Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Acacia Clement on site and with a Belmont hopeful.
I'm here at the stall of Todd Pletcher, trainee antiquarian, who has been my own personal entertainment here, playing with his jolly ball, and definitely a real character. He shipped into Saratoga yesterday after he had his last work in preparation for the Belmont Stakes in company with his stablemate Candide, who's pointing to the DK horse Acorn, both of them shipping up here yesterday. And Antiquarian will now have the opportunity to get acquainted here in Saratoga, settle in ahead of the Belmont Stakes. Todd Pletcher could have a very strong hand going into the Belmont this year. Of course, the other day we did have a chance to see Fierceness working in company with Mindframe, both potentially pointing to the Belmont Stakes. Todd saying that with Mindframe most likely going to Pegasus and then the Haskell, but not ruling anything out just yet. But as far as Antiquarian, who we did see pulling the upset to win the Peter Pan, he will look to become the 10th horse to do the Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double. Of course, after Arcangelo did exactly that last year, winning the mile in an 8th Peter Pan last year. And certainly Antiquarian has the energy level to say he's ready for another big one.
Intimidation factor, crushing that jolly ball like a 9th grade high school kid, like palming a basketball, right? Antiquarian, that Peter Pan winner. Does he have the upside? Can he revisit Operation Arcangelo from a season ago, Paulie?
Yeah, because he's only got 4 starts. Yeah, I think he's got a tremendous upside. And I think he's got better handles than Luka Doncic. Oh my goodness, with that ball. He's kind of the wild card horse in this race, right? Everybody we kind of know coming in this race with Sierra Leone running such a good race, and there are the Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double winners. And it just happened last year, so it can happen again. And Tonalist and AP Indy, the 2 before that, but a pretty good cavalcade of horses right there. And listen, he's kind of a grinded away horse, so the Belmont distance might suit him, and he's already there. And you know the way it is at Saratoga, certain horses acclimate a little bit better than others, and we'll see how he keeps on progressing towards race day.
Some of those names, and AP Indy, Coastal, that jump off the page. Danzig Connection, 1 of 5 for Woody Stevens, a very common path towards the Belmont Stakes. I get the sense, though, the horses that he is going to contend with exiting the Kentucky Derby, I think probably better than the 3-year-olds that Arcangelo had to defeat in last year's Belmont Stakes. We know Fierceness on his day, when things are set up properly, is better than we saw in the Derby. Sierra Leone, horses exiting the Preakness. I get the sense that it's going to be a taller task this year. The strength of the Belmont Stakes better than it was a season ago.
Yeah, I think I'm 100% with you. I just think that when you look at some of the other horses that are going to line up too, I think you can't dismiss those other ones. But when you have horses run second in the Kentucky Derby and could have won the race, and then the barn's basically that's where Chad basically lives. He's always been wanting to win. His dream is he always said he wanted to win the Travers more than the Kentucky Derby. Now do you want to win the Belmont Stakes? And that's not including whether Mystic Dan goes in. And then a lot of people are like, well, they're counting Mystic Dan out. I'm going to say one thing about Mystic Dan. If he happens to run, if there's ever a horse built for Saratoga and that's those tight turns, it's Mystic Dan. And I get it. I don't think he can win the race. I think he can be a major factor, though.
So much on the line aside from a Triple Crown. Yes, the Triple Crown remains vacant, but that chase for a 3-year-old title within the next 3 months, 2 races at Saratoga at 1.25 miles with serious championship implications. The Belmont Stakes, 1.25 miles, and of course, the Travers Midsummer Derby. Hey, that's Raj's theme. Smooth jazz. Race 5. And the Jersey Shore 6, they make the turn post-parade. $40,000 maiden claimers. Turf Sprint, there's Esme's Rose, idle since last October.
Yeah, big long shot here. Going to be tough to get to.
Big Scratch always to the end is out. There's One Emotion. Beat one horse in her debut, but she was only 7-1.
Yeah, she was. And Mike Deeney's a very good turf trainer. Angel Arroyo is going to look for back-to-back wins.
Callie Ray, turf debut.
Yeah, John Service. She'll get Lasix for her turf debut.
Symphony's Overture, number 5, unraced since Labor Day weekend.
Hey, John Service with his second horse on the meet. This filly is by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn, very, very good horse.
Keep in touch on her toes.
Yeah, you know, this horse is going to show speed. Melissa Arroyo, she likes to push her horses forward.
You like Candyland.
Yeah, I like this horse. Cat Lynch is very good. When you look down, he's 28% on turf sprints.
Denim and Lace, number 8. Maddie Olver, a couple of wins at the meet. Gold Alliance, long layoff. Big class drop for her. And then Welton Girl, another layoff.
Yeah, another layoff. The 9 is getting a little money. The 10, Welton Girl. The 11's the other one getting money in here. Lafitte, Sophisticated Cat for Mike Deeney. So both of the Deeney horses are taking a little money.
Sophisticated Cat, as you mentioned, her turf debut, and then Chachita towards the outside. Big price.
Yeah, filly by the Big Beast. Chachita, 28-1. I'm surprised that the 11 is 2-1. Again, I think the 7's the right price at 7-2. But you were right when the 2 was going to be the favorite in this race. So it kind of put this race in a little bit of a jumble.
It's difficult with the layoffs, with the turf debut runners, and it's a scramble on paper here. Sophisticated Cat. Why do you think she's favored at 2-1? Jairo Rendon looking for a second one in the afternoon.
You know, that's tough to say. I think Mike Deeney is a very good trainer. If you look at, though, first-time turf, he's 3%. The sire Ride On Curlin was a very good dirt horse. His horses are 0 for 26 trying the turf for the first time. Now, the horse did get left first time out and ran a very, very, actually a great race. The horse veered out very badly. That was on dirt. I don't know if he's going to be able to replicate that, or she's going to be able to replicate that on turfs, and I'm not taking that chance at 2-1 for the first time.
We saw Keep in Touch. She looked megahertz small, like you could fit her in your pocket. This is her first start on grass. She's now with Kathleen O'Connell. A sprint on dirt, a sprint on synthetic, where she showed speed. And what I like here, Paulie, she was bet in both of those races. Look out, Keep in Touch by Bouchero in her turf debut.
100% with you. I think she might be the filly to catch in here. Her first race, she got dead left and showed blistering speed and got to the front in 21-4. So I'm with you. She breaks out of the gate. And we talked about Melissa Iorio as the 4's acting up there a little bit.
What's going on there? Rider off, and she's on. Acting up, coaxed forward now. Callie Ray. Just her 3rd career start, so there's that lack. I mean, she's been here before, but far from a veteran with experience. And
you never know. You know, this is the first time she's been on turf. She might be saying, wait a second, this is green. I should be running on brown stuff over here.
Looks like she's in. And we are hopefully moments away from a start to this Jersey Shore 6, the 5th race from Monmouth Park. Matt Dinneman standing by. 5th race, Shore's greatest stretch, live on Fox Sports 2.
Process continues. Symphony's Overture, post position number 5, has gone into the gate. Welton Girl, post 10. Sophisticated Cat, post position 11. Keep in Touch, second to last. Well, she's 3rd last. They have yet to load Sophisticated Cat. Now there's 2 back, the 2 outside runners, Sophisticated Cat. And then to round out the field, Chachita. The rider just hopped off of her, in fact. Chachita going to get a leg back up here. Chachita, the last one to come up. We begin the Jersey Shore 6 here. Good luck. If you're playing along here, $51,000 jackpot carryover. Chachita, working with her. Ryder going to hop off once again. Samuel Marin. Still working with Chichita to go into the starting gate. The others waiting patiently inside the gate. Chichita almost did. Chichita takes her spot. Ryder's going to climb back aboard. Samuel Marin. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow break from Callie Ray, who's at the back of the field. Keep in Touch had a smooth getaway. Gold Alliance matches her. They open up 2.5 on Sophisticated Cat, who runs in the third position. Deeper is Chichita on the course, a joint third, and Symphony's Overture is there as well. 1.5 to Welton Girl with Esme's Rose down the back stretch. Another 1.5 to another pair. One Emotion outside of the gray, Denim and Lace, and 2 back to Callie Ray. Candyland at the back with her as they go into the turn. Keep in Touch is first going into the turn, leads by about 2 as she opens up around the far turn. In second is Gold Alliance chasing, a space of about 4. Chichita plummeting back. She's done. Symphony's Overture under a hard ride, a joint third with Sophisticated Cat. The others have got to get going if they want to beat Keep in Touch, who has extended the lead to 6 lengths. Now it's 7 with a furlong to go. Keep in Touch, Melissa Iorio well ahead. Sophisticated Cat is coming home strongly in the late stages, but it's Keep in Touch clear, and she's going to get home. Keep in Touch, a nice effort today. Sophisticated Cat was second, Welton Girl third, Photo for fourth, Symphony's Overture, and Denim and Lace.
And the little pocket rocket. Keep in Touch, flashing that speed, shrugged off the early challenger, built the big cushion, and rolls to graduate, kicking off this Jersey Shore 6. That big lead turning in the stretch, Paulie.
Yeah, good find by you here, Lafitte. You found this filly. And like I said, when her first race of her career, she broke dead last. But today, wow, she broke like a rocket, and she was able to show that speed. And she ran everybody off their feet. The 7 got dead left in the race. Didn't show much. The 10, Welton Girl at a giant price, I think, checked in at second here. But we'll go to the start.
What'd you see?
Mean, race over when you go to the start in 3, 2, 1, blast off. I mean, the race was over right now. The race is over. I mean, she just half a length out of the gate. She's such a good gate jockey. I keep on saying this. Melissa is really talented out of the gate. And listen, the 9 put pressure on her. You can see the 11 was having a little bit of trouble lugging out in the middle of the racetrack, and she just got separation.
Turf sprint, that kind of start. Candyland, yeah, you're race over. Keep in Touch, taking full advantage and building that big lead. The Bouchero filly first start on grass, and she, again, that's with the pay attention. Just because they don't come out and fire in their first couple of starts, some tinkering goes on. She was bet in both of those races. Keep in Touch, 9-2 at post time. Results when we come back. Keep in Touch here at Monmouth. Those results, plus that was such a good effort. We're going to revisit once again yesterday's cliffhanger. Data Man, Tomato, however you pronounce, he's a cliffhanger winner.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions. Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hello, everyone. Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage, Belmont at the Big A, Monmouth Park. America's Day at the Race is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun shining down on us on this Memorial Day weekend. Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi taking over here the sets in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Late Pick 5 coming up.
Yeah, an exciting sequence and a tough one as well. Not really many places you can narrow down your ticket too much, and it should pay pretty well.
Got to be right, though. We'll try and help you along with that here, at least in this first leg. 6 furlongs outer turf to kick off the sequence. First level allowance race. And here's part of the entry. As we take a look at the one here, Bell of the ball, they're right next door to each other.
Did win last time out, trying the turf for the first time.
Post 5 for her, post 6 for Low Society. Linda Rice off the claim.
Same thing in common. Winner last time out, trying the turf for the first time.
The rail to Ever So Sweet. She's quick and she comes off the bench.
Making her 3-year-old debut, this horse ran very well in her second start as a 2-year-old.
Good number from Carey coming off the layoff as well.
She might just be the horse to beat, now going second off the break.
Here's Proud Mary for Mark Hennig, moving barns.
This one was with Jonathan Thomas and now is second off layoff with Mark Hennig.
Turning back to a shorter distance, Miss San Gabriel.
This one might need to get a little bit faster. Don't really know if she prefers sprinting either.
Majestic Return will be just the second try on the grass.
She has so much speed on the dirt. If she can translate that, she could be dangerous.
Lily Simone, the biggest number on the board at 41-1.
And her numbers just aren't quite as quick as some of the top contenders in here.
Kinane, John Velasquez, and Tom Morley.
Another one making her 3-year-old debut and cutting back in distance as well.
Yeah, won the debut and then went to the Royal Ascot meet back as a 2-year-old. A new piece, 38-1.
The turf races aren't that bad from this horse, but against lesser competition overall.
6 minutes to post to kick off this Late Pick 5 on our Sunday card. Let's go downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, Greg, welcome to the desk, guys. This is a really nice competitive field here. We've got another full field on the turf. These turf races lend themselves to bigger fields, and I'm going to start all down on the inside with the 2 Ever So Sweet. This was a filly that ran some good numbers as a 2-year-old, and if you look, first time out, she was 10 of 10, so she had to, outrun her inside rivals, and they usually have to use a horse a bit more. And then she came back, she was 6 of 9, broke her maiden in a nice effort, and then in the Stuart Manor later in the season, she was 11 of 11. I like the fact that she draws inside with natural speed and Flavien Prat, and her 2-year-old numbers, if she steps forward, which you would expect her to as a 3-year-old, I think she's going to be very tough here. Looks fantastic, looks fit. You would expect nothing less from a Brad Cox trainee. She will be my top selection. The 3, Kerry, 4-year-old, tough filly, has a race under her belt, kind of loomed up like she could win it last time, and I think she maybe just got a little bit tired, but she should move forward off of that effort. The 4, Proud Mary, making the first start for Mark Hennig, coming in off a good effort, going 5.5 furlongs at Keeneland, and I think a very logical closer in a race that if it heats up on the front end, she could take full advantage of that. Another one extremely well turned out. Mark's horses tend to look good. This filly is no exception as well. And then the 9 horse, Sinane, who was very good on debut. Went over, tried a grade 2, Queen Mary, probably a bit too tough, came back, and just feels like she lost her way a little bit, has had time off, comes back now as a 3-year-old. Tom Millie's horses are running well. A nice win in the last race, and they always look good. And I thought she was a bit interesting, getting Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez aboard. And silly little things that I look at. Johnny Velasquez, I talked about Jose Gomez and the knot he ties in the reins. Well, Johnny Velasquez ties the same exact knot, and what do they have in common? They were both mentored by the great Angel Cordero Jr., who used to tie his knot just like that, and that's why I tied my knot like that as well. You want to follow the great ones and learn as much as you can from them, and I was never in a habit of chasing an empty wagon, guys.
I've heard Big talk about this on the show before. We're going to have to show him how to tie that knot for me in the office one day. This horse, 5-1, you knew was going to be a major player. Won first time out, went in the Wesley War Barn, and then nothing but stakes company.
I mean, this horse was really impressive in her debut, and the routing attempts you can forgive a little bit after she came back from Royal Ascot, and she didn't even run that badly heading overseas to try to contest horses like Crimson Advocate. It wasn't that poor of an effort, and that's a lot to ask of a 2-year-old in just their second start for all of that travel. I like that she's getting back in distance. She may just be one of those horses that prefers to sprint a little bit, and her sire, Omaha Beach, whose first foals of our 3-year-olds of this year, he only has one winning turf router overall, 10% turf sprinters.
5-1 right now, so this will be the 3-year-old comeback for Kanane. Omaha Beach filly. Let's look at the rail. Brad Cox, and 4-1 was way too big. That number now starting to come down. 3-1 now, Ever So Sweet. That inside post has speed sprinting, and this was the maiden win, start number 2, when she basically went gate to wire.
Right, and she didn't quite break on top, but she really established forward position and the lead very quickly early on in this race and was able to keep going and get her first victory, and that earned a 76 Beyer speed figure. With the natural progression from 2 to 3, if she's already running those kinds of numbers, you expect that she could take a step forward. Coming back now as a 3-year-old, and it wasn't the most productive race overall, but there is a horse in there who ran 5th that day. Now she's grade 2 placed, recently running 2nd in the Edgewood at Churchill Downs Dynamic Pricing. So she beat at least a few good ones that day.
Flavien Prat will be aboard. Man who's going to take over the mount on Sierra Leone in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, any thoughts on the controversial news?
I mean, he's absolutely one of the best in the game. You know, it's decisions that they got to make. Chad Brown had said Tyler made some great moves in the race, Tyler Gaffalione, but he was upset that the crop was not in his left hand on a horse that bears in a little bit, so that's the reason he was making a change. Said it wasn't punishment, though, and there's another day. I'm sure Tyler's going to have plenty more opportunities.
Oh, I'm sure. And really, he also made a point to say that Tyler didn't necessarily do anything super wrong with the horse to warrant that kind of change. But talking about this a little bit yesterday, if you can get Flavien Prat to ride, you're going to get Flavien Prat.
Guy who does just about nothing wrong, has no weaknesses in his game. Look, Tyler Gaffalione, too, is one of the absolute tops in this sport as well. So, as we said, he's going to get plenty of more opportunities. Man who's already won Triple Crown event in his career with a Preakness victory. Ever So Sweet, Prat will ride from the inside. So speed off the bench. You got to think this horse is going to be quick, too, coming back off the bench.
Right, coming in fresh, she certainly seems like one that will have some forward position, and you can trust Flavien Prat to establish that with whoever he might be riding. In most races, he really likes to get that forward position and not take anything away from the horses that have that early speed.
There's Carey. This is the favorite, 2-1 right now. Joe Sharp Barn. This horse came off the bench, was off from late December to April 27th. Had the lead in the stretch and then backed up to 3rd. That tightener underneath her, you think she's going to be very tough today?
I think she will be. It made some sense that she ended up being your favorite so far in the wagering. She is an older horse, whereas Ever So Sweet is a newly turned 3-year-old. And she has the numbers going back that just make her one of the faster horses so far in this race based on what she's done on the track turf sprinting.
I thought the 5 was interesting, cutting back in distance.
You don't think she needs to get a little bit faster?
I don't. We'll see. I mean, I'd love being on the lead, going longer, and then shortening up. I think can sit off the pace here, and you know, obviously it all depends on the trip and where she sits in there. But I think I love that angle.
I mean, if overall she's just an improved horse and it wasn't about the stretch out in distance, just getting a little bit more experience, just getting a little bit more racing fitness, if she can run the same kind of number sprinting, she could be a player.
9-1. Javier Castellano there. Favorite, though, remains the 3 Carey. Irad Ortiz Jr., Joe Sharp will break from post 2. You got the Brad Cox filly coming off the bench here. Speed from the inside. Late pick 5 begins here in this 5th Belmont at the Big A. I thought it was incredibly hard to find a race where you could single someone.
I did, but I don't feel good about it.
9-5. There might be a few trying to single Carey here. Good luck if that's your strategy. Here we go. Chris Griffin to start us off.
To load to the outside. Here's a new piece stepping forward and in. All set. And they're off. Low Society was off a step slow. Majestic Return has the early kick, is right out to the front, has company from Ever So Sweet towards the inside, who now puts a neck on. The outside runner in Majestic Return further outside. Kinane is a stalking presence from 3rd. Carey is at the rail in 4th. To the outside of that rivals Miss San Gabriel is run 5th. Outside of them comes Belle of the Ball, trying to progress here at the rail is Proud Mary and has the lane to run through, and now Proud Mary is about to take 5th. And far outside, a new piece, second to last, in the early trailer, Lily Simone. There's one more way back there. Low Society is far back in the early stages. 21.48 for a pressured opening quarter mile, and they line up on the front end. Ever So Sweet is right there. Majestic Return is chasing this leader, Kinane. The trip is coming for the favorite, Carey, and Carey is ranging up on that top trio as Ever So Sweet is kicked. It's Ever So Sweet, but here comes Arat Ortiz Jr. and Carey fully in pursuit, if good enough after the leader. It is still Ever So Sweet finding enough. Carey is just not cutting in the margin enough so far. Approaching the final 16th. Ever So Sweet just keeps on going. Ever So Sweet dominant in victory. It's Ever So Sweet who wins it. Carey will hold second over Proud Mary and Lily Simone in 1 minute 6 and 4. That's a blazing.
I'm going to question the final time. We'll see that.
I mean,
Ever So Sweet, though, impressive here in victory for Brad Cox off the bench.
yeah, that was such a dominating victory because this horse took pressure early on from an older horse that had much more experience than she did, had a little bit more recency as well, and is pretty quick in general, but she kept to task and nobody really making up a threatening ground in the late stages of this race. Anybody else that was close up kind of faded away. Carey made her run and just did not have enough to be within range of Ever So Sweet.
If that is true, maybe it is. It's a new course record. We'll see. Or just short, apparently, of a course record. 106.80 is the course record. That is flying.
I mean, when we saw those fractions, we were thinking that they were moving very quickly up front, and to go the half in 43 and to finish up in that kind of time all the way on the lead, I mean, if that ends up holding up as true, that is a extremely impressive effort, and you have to think that Graded Stakes would be in her future.
All right, we'll see. 5-2 on your winner.
We'll see
either
about the
way,
time.
impressive. Ever So Sweet, Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt, and 3-year-old filly. What a return. 2-3-4-8 finish and a 5-2 start to this late pick 5 on this Sunday afternoon on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Ever So Sweet. 3-year-old return to the races. This was impressive. Fasig-Tipton winner circle lead in. Go to digital.fasig-tipton.com to learn more information. And if that time is correct, wow, we're going to see her running on Saturdays in races that have names.
Against males, maybe, because this was ultra impressive. If that final time ends up holding up, we'll have to see how figures end up coming back for this race. But taking it at face value, I mean, this is a horse that could be facing graded stakes males on the turf.
Ever So Sweet. Impressive off the bench. Brad Cox Barn, Flavian Pratt wallops this group. And now 2 wins from 4 career starts. Did not go off. Your favorite second choice, $7.80 for the win. Carrie Proud Mary their second and third. As we move on to race 6 on the main track. As our coverage moves along, $25,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, the condition in here. 6 furlong sprint. And as the board reflects, pretty wide open race. Linda Rice with 2 chances. The 4, remember the name, the 7 Feathers Road.
And with agility coming out, not much speed signed on in this race. And I think that opens things up to the number 9 on the outside, Screaming Uncle.
All right, we'll get back to this race in a little bit. Kicks off the late pick 4. Late pick 5 is coming up next out in Oceanport at Monmouth. Let's check in with Lafitte and the rest of the crew.
Horses are running a hole in the wind at Aqueduct here at Monmouth. Time for the late pick 5. New Jersey breds to kick things off here. Post Parade Brewing, mile and 70. 2-1, Paulie. Amor d'Oro, the favorite. You'll see him in a moment. There's a Jersey Perfection drawn inside at 7-1.
Yeah, we saw one from the Greg Sacco barn going to the Alberto Plaza barn yesterday and win.
Amor d'Oro, the favorite. Monmouth debut for the New Jersey bred.
Tim Shaw, the trainer here. This horse is going to be, I would think, we're looking at the will pays, so you're going to be looking at 3 to 5 here somewhere.
Country Miles, Jairo Rendon seeking a second.
Yeah, a horse that was actually protected off the claim. What that means is the horse could not be claimed and then comes back for Kent Sweezy.
Alpha Company, first dirt route, followed by Forever Chocolate, the lone victory right here at Monmouth.
Yeah, and, you know, a horse that does, you know, usually show up here once in a while, at least for second and third.
You saw Cash Kid, then Pal.
Yeah,
well,
Pal.
Not Mac, not Guy, just Pal.
Yeah, 1 for 28 lifetime, and this is the Paco Lopez effect right here at 3-1. Like, I get it. But when you look at the 2, 1 for 5 lifetime, and the 7s had 28 chances. I think that's why the 2, you'll end up seeing the 2 about 1 to 2 somewhere in that area when the gates open.
4 minutes out, race 6 Monmouth. Started the late pick 5. Amor d'Oro, the favorite. Let's take a look, revisit his lone victory. 2 starts back at Parks, the same distance. Amor d'Oro. Sylvester Gonzalez has been riding him, Paulie, like as rounding the entire turn.
Yeah, he was. You know, in the time before this race when he won, he made an unbelievable move from the 10 hole and just got run back down. And this day he was able to, you know, sustain his run and keep on going. Then he went in to a 7 furlong race. But what makes him so intriguing and makes him going to be the heavy favorite here, he's a New Jersey bred running against Open Company. These races were Open Company at Parks. He's never run in a New Jersey bred race, and this will be his first, and that's why he'll probably end up being the heavy favorite, especially when you're running for a purse of $68,000.
And he took, it wasn't an easy lead. He had to battle. And as Richie would describe, kind of a bicycle horse that Gonzalez just had to keep pedaling and pedaling and pedaling.
Yeah, if you don't know Sylvester Gonzalez, he's a very, very heady rider, very good rider, 18% for the year. Usually has his tack at Parks most of the time. So for him to come up, for Tim Shaw, a New Jersey bred, looks like the perfect spot for this horse.
Then you have Pal. Paco hasn't struck yet today. 5 wins yesterday, nothing.
I know.
So far.
0 for 15 the last 2 years, an 8-year-old. And it's just tough for me to get there. 0 for 5 at the distance. The 1 win is not even on the page. And this horse is 3-1.
What does that say about the rest of the field and Amor d'Oro's competition? I
don't know. That's a good question. Because the 5, I think, is a better maybe bet than the 7. I do think the 7 has some decent races, but a lot of his races were better on the turf. And here's the crazy part. He's 0 for 16 on the turf.
On the main track here, mile and 70. You mentioned Forever Chocolate, if he's going to be successful. What's the What's the key for a gelding who's just been one-geared, one-paced in most of his races?
You know, I think Rory Houston, the trainer, has tried a lot of different things. He sent this horse to the front end. He's dropped him back. It looks like he's kind of a middle, like, grinder, maybe off a little bit of a layoff, or a lot of layoffs in September. He'll fire as a newly turned 5-year-old. He's taking a little bit of money at 4-1. He was 7-2 on the line, so he's probably right where he should be. He's a contender in here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins this race. I just think the 2 is going to be ultra, ultra tough.
Maybe you look for a contender that's doing something different, right? Number 4, an Alpha Company with Daniel Centeno at 7-1. He's by a Travers winner in Alpha. His 7 races to date, he's had the 6 sprints, the 1 route on grass, so at least they're trying something different. His first route on dirt, which is his sire. This is where he thrived during the course of his career.
Yeah, so he's a horse, too, that has not crossed the finish line first. He got put up via disqualification, but I do agree with you that when you look at him, he's kind of the wild card. He's a horse that has gone 21-4, going 6 furlongs before, so now they're going a mile. So I would think he's going to be the horse that will be setting out the fractions with Daniel Centeno aboard, and I would think try to take this field gate to wire, and I think the 2 will probably be right behind him tracking. They look like the 2 main speed. Now the 3 has shown speed before. I just don't know if he's as quick as the 4.
About Cash Kid and Angel Arroyo looking for a second win this afternoon, and for him, all right, his last race was a sprint in the slop. 2 races back was a route on grass. His best recent effort for Kent Sweezy, mile 70 here at Monmouth on dirt.
It was, and the horse didn't get off well, and that was last September. Probably needed that start, like you said, in the last one. And, you know, Kent's pretty sharp. It's another 6-year-old by Revolutionary, 1 for 19 here at Monmouth. There's a lot of 1-fors when it comes to this race, so, you know, it makes it very difficult. So I try to go for 1 for the least sometimes, and that's why you land on the 2. But you do see a couple horses here that are 2- and 3-time winners, like the 6 Cash Kid and the 3 in here Country Miles, but they were at lower levels, and you see now the 2 starting to creep down to lower and lower odds.
If you were constructing a ticket, if you were playing a late pick 5, not that you have to single, would Amor d'Oro be a single for you in this one?
Yeah, I think so. And in the next race, I think Tax Implications obviously is going to get bet for Joe Bravo and Chad Brown. I do think Girl Named Charlie for Lindsay Schultz has got a big shot along with Alpha Bella. But when you get to the rest of the races in race number 8, it's a very, very difficult sequence. So maybe you can get away with maybe singling the 2. But like I said, I don't think this 7-5 is going to stick when the gates open.
How about the crowd here for this Memorial Day weekend, this Sunday afternoon, and kind of a Haskell look to it.
I mean, it is wall to wall on the rail right now. Then that's including the picnic tables all the way down. Everybody's got their barbecue tools out and getting ready for tomorrow, but they're barbecuing today with all the food trucks.
Great day here on the Jersey Shore, and all set for the late pick 5 from Monmouth Park. At the gate, final check of the tote board as you predicted, Paulie. The price, Amor d'Oro, even money at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call, all set for the 6th, live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
Side post has gone in. Amor d'Oro and Country Miles. Alpha Company, post position number 4. Forever Chocolate, post 5. Two back, Cash Kid. And Pow to round out the field. Here comes Pow. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners. Country Miles wins the start. Amor d'Oro has natural speed, takes the lead. Country Miles takes a hold and will track from 2nd. In the early stages, Alpha Company 3rd. Jersey Perfection to the inside, charging into the clubhouse turn. Pow, 3 pass off the rail in the 5th position. Forever Chocolate 2nd to last early. And Alpha Company has been taken back to 4th now. Cash Kid is at the back of the pack.
and will attempt to do his best running later as they approach the backstretch run. It's the favorite, Amor de Oro, at 2-5. Leads the way from Country Miles, who's pressing. The rails opened up for Jersey Perfection to come through, and those three are across the track down the backstretch. Alpha Company in the 4th position, now about 2 lengths off the lead as the top 3 sort themselves out on the front end. Pal already shown more rain in the 5th position, being encouraged to pick it up. Forever Chocolate right behind her, and Cash Kid has yet to pass a runner with a half mile to go. Jersey Perfection made that early move to the front, went the half in 47-3, so they've had a decent tempo here the whole way around, especially that second quarter. Jersey Perfection opening up the lead now to 1.5 lengths, and Amor de Oro sent hard from the second spot. Absolutely needs to turn it around to win it, is losing contact. Amor de Oro is done stopping as they come to the top of the lane. Jersey Perfection leads them by 3 lengths as he comes off the corner in the Jersey Shore. In the second position, Alpha Company giving chase. In third is Forever Chocolate. Amor de Oro, not his day today, will not hit the board. Jersey Perfection, the gelding by Mission Impassable, has a 5-length lead with a 16th to go, and there's a giant roar from the Jersey Shore crowd as Jersey Perfection couldn't have been much better today. Forever Chocolate was second, third home Alpha Company, and Pow was 4th.
Upset in the first leg of the late pick 5 at 12-1. Jersey Perfection winning by daylight. The odds on favorite Amor de Oro done. Rounding the far turn, Jersey Perfection takes full advantage.
Yeah, good job by Gabriel Maldonado, the bug boy. He just said, you know what, I'll take the inside. You could see Sylvester Gonzalez look at him like, whoa, bro, what are you doing here? You're running away from me. And Sylvester was asking the favorite. No response. And Jersey Perfection, like Matt Dinnerman called it, on this beautiful day, just absolutely destroys this field. And Amor de Oro nowhere to be seen.
You're watching Amor de Oro. And all right, so we watched the win at Parks when Sylvester Gonzalez had to ride him for about a half a mile. And okay, maybe that's the way he needs to be ridden. You have to stay active. So he's riding him. The difference was he wasn't responding. Right, he was going backwards.
Yeah, he was going backwards. You could tell when the one got underneath him, I was wondering if Sylvester was going to respond. And usually a horse will respond, but the one just kept on just lengthening his stride and kept on going away and away and away. And a great job by Alberto Plaza. And, you know, yesterday, Rajiv was talking about him getting a lot of horses, and he got a couple horses from the Greg Sacco barn. He had a win yesterday on the turf, and he got another win today with Jersey Perfection.
Figuring things out. Took a long time to break his maiden to win his first career race, and now he goes back-to-back Jersey Perfection at 12-1. We'll have those results in just a moment. No such upsets in yesterday's featured event here at Monmouth Park. The cliffhanger with Dataman, who was the favorite, but it was, cliffhanger and hold your breath time from the start when Dataman has trouble getting out of the gate.
Yeah, talking to Jorge Ruiz kind of after the race and the connections, he was kind of, even Rajiva had said he is so talented. He was acting just a little bit crazy on the racetrack. The 7 wouldn't saddle at all, but he just showed his class. He was able to run down Chuck Spino horse that had run giant on the front end. But this horse has got a lot of potential. You can tell he's just all over the place, doesn't really know what he's doing yet. But to win this race after getting left, I thought it was very, very impressive. And Jorge said he's just the kind of horse that just kind of plays around on the racetrack. He doesn't really know what he's doing yet. And when he kind of figures it out, he's going to be really good.
Yeah, how good's he going to be when he puts it all together? You saw him lugging in, swapping leads back and forth. He didn't break. He was a mess pre-race, and he still wins. That makes the victory all the more impressive, especially when you have a trainer like Graham Motion in your corner.
Yeah, I'm with you, because the 7 had lost his mind a tiny bit in the post, Brian. He had lost his mind a little bit, and he still outran it. And I thought the 7 ran great, too, as well. But this horse has got a really nice future, and like you said, in very good hands with Graham Motion.
And horses will go from this race to much bigger and better. It wasn't a Great Stakes race, but we saw Summer Front win here several years back. Yeah. He went on to a Grade 1 race at Keeneland. Even last year, Big Everest won here. He took on the likes of Casa Creed in Annapolis, at Saratoga and the Kelso.
I think a lot of the turf racing here at Monmouth gets underrated, to be honest with you. I mean, spending time here before, when I was here 15 years ago, horses could compete up here and go to New York and compete against those horses. Listen, Chad's sending some horses down here, and they can compete. And Tax Implications is a nice horse, so we got a nice feature race coming up. And the turf racing here is very good, and you see some nice little sprinters, too. I like the sprint races here as well, the 5.5, and they run some 5 furlong races, too.
Onward and upward, the Wertheimer brothers Dataman and yesterday's Cliffhanger. Again, he was the favorite delivering. This time, the favorite was non-factor in Amor de Oro. Jersey Perfection, 13 starts. He finally graduates and now goes back-to-back for the Samrock Stables LLC.
This will start off your late pick 5. If you had this horse in your Jersey 6, you're going well, because I'm telling you, the 2 was singled in on a lot of tickets. When you look at this card, when you just looked at raw numbers, the 2 was the most logical single, and at 1 to 5 just didn't fire, and the 1 Jersey Perfection got the job done. This horse is going to play giant for you in your pick 5s and pick 4s, and a great job of training here by Alberto Plaza to have this horse ready.
Amor de Oro, even money in the gate, and 2 to 5?
2 to 5.
When it was all said and done, Jersey Perfection upsets. Kick off the late pick 5. Monmouth, time for the late pick 4. There it is, $27 with Maldonado aboard. Over Forever Chocolate, Alpha Company, 1-5-4 in the 6th here. Monmouth Park. When we come back, Aqueduct right back. Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. The late pick 4 is next as America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2.
Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for a 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, and this is coming up very soon. 156th running of the Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. Live coverage on Fox Saturday, June 8th. The party's going to be even bigger than we thought that entire week. With more, let's go to Acacia Clement.
Well, there are many wonderful things about Saratoga, but one of the best things is how attuned the town is to what's happening in the world of horse racing. And this year, as we get ready to celebrate a very special and unique year with the Belmont Stakes taking place at Saratoga, there's something special going on downtown as well called the Belmont on Broadway, pretty much a 6-day festival where even here on Wednesday, June 5th, part of Broadway will be shut down because there'll basically be a block party going on to celebrate what's happening with the races. Live music taking place, headlined by Blues Traveler downtown here on Broadway. You can see these Belmont Stakes flags that are flying downtown, and there's so much going on. Watch parties, live music as mentioned, even a window decorating contest, which I will be a judge for this year actually too. And it's just so great to see how the town has come together to embrace what's happening with the Belmont Stakes taking place here in Saratoga. So all of the people in the horse racing world are excited, but all the people in Saratoga are excited as well, Greg.
Fever pitch as we get closer and closer. It is going to be quite a sight to see, and yeah, things going to kick off Wednesday. Blues Traveler shutting down the street. Broadway is going to be fun.
It is, and I mean, I guess you're looking to steal one of those Belmont Stakes flags for your home and bring that home to the kids. But really looking forward to having this historic moment take place and just being a part of it up in Saratoga, a town that really does appreciate horse racing. We
have the late pick 4 coming up on our Sunday coverage here, and we're going to be on the main track. 6 furlongs. Talked about the 2 Linda Rice runners in this race. One of them is the favorite right now, even though it really hasn't been on dirt very much. We'll talk more about that horse in a minute. We start with Screw Loose. I thought could run a big race here getting back on dirt.
This horse I really do prefer on this surface and is dropping in class.
Midnight Worker, Cheek Piece Off.
Could be forward, but that's all there really is to recommend with this one, who needs to get a bit faster.
The first of 2 for Linda Rice. Here's remember the name.
Another horse that could have some forward position and is dropping in class.
Street Swag, getting back to dirt.
One of the more consistent types, but consistently tends to finish third rather than win.
Jose Gomez, rider change on Big Save.
A long shot for a reason, just has not been that competitive over his last couple of races.
The other Linda Rice in the favor right now here is Feathers Road, who was a winner in a race taken off the turf Saratoga last summer.
He might be more of a turf horse, but he's getting significant class relief on the dirt.
Magnificent Ride, David Jacobson comes in from the West Coast.
We'll see what David Jacobson is able to do with this one if he gets an aggressive ride under Ramon Vasquez.
And Screaming Uncle ran a really good race last time out to dominate, but that was a softer group and now steps up in class off the win.
And some might look at it as a negative that he is being claimed away from Linda Rice, but the speed of this race came out and he could be it now.
Well, let's look at the favor right now. So there's Feathers Road. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. And this was the win on dirt. This was going 5.5 furlongs, race taken off the turf Saratoga.
And he just didn't really seem like one of those horses that you would think would be able to be successful switching back to the dirt. All of his faster numbers have been on the grass, but when he gets a more favorable setup, when he's able to face some company that maybe is to his liking or get the right kind of trip, he is able to win on this surface. And something that's worth mentioning is Linda Rice's numbers when she has her horses moving to scheduled dirt races, significantly worth taking a look at. And even if you don't think that this is a horse that you want to give too much of a look to on paper, that stat alone is reason to be including this one in your late multi-race sequences.
Dirt race we showed you, I mean, that puts this horse obviously as a major player in contention, and that's why this horse is favored. You sound like you're pretty chilly on this horse, though.
No, I have this horse included in my still going late pick 5, but I kind of wonder why the drop. You know, Linda Rice is such an astute trainer and so smart with where she spots her horses that if he could be competitive at a level slightly higher than this, that's where he would be. I think how him dropping significantly in class second off a layoff, it's a little bit of a negative, but he might just end up being too good for this field.
Meanwhile, Screaming Uncle outside, that was 16,000. Non-winners of 2 last time out. Wound up winning by more than 8 lengths. Just dominated that group. Was 2-5 that day. So keep that in mind.
He was supposed to win that race, and he is a bigger price today because he's facing better horses overall, and he is switching barns. But if you take a look at Randy Persaud's stats, first off the claim in dirt sprints over the last 5 years, that ROI speaks for itself. They win at decent prices when they are able to get the victory, and dynamics seem to favor him if Romero Mirage is aggressive from the outside, a horse that can have some forward position, and that might be enough to get the victory in this spot.
Maybe just getting really good right now. It was a big performance, but going gets a lot tougher here after that victory to get through that non-winners of 2 condition for Screaming Uncle. See if he's up to the task. Pick 4 pool, nearly 160,000 and growing. The other Linda Rice runner, let's remember the name. And then you have Street Swag, who we're looking at. Eric Cancel will ride for Mike Maselli, getting back to dirt after that turf try.
And he makes more sense switching back to a surface where he's done the majority of his running throughout his career and had more success. And he's one that's been at this sort of level for the last couple of starts, actually taking a little bit of a drop in class on the dirt. From a $35,000 tag, maybe he finds this company a little bit more to his liking. Maybe he's a little bit more successful in a spot like this. But when I see a horse with 15 starts and 5 thirds and only 2 wins, I kind of think he's going to be one that's impactful underneath.
And we have someone going home. That's Screw Loose. You see the saddle off, and this one will be a late scratch. So take out Screw Loose, and Midnight Worker now is going to inherit the rail with a scratch of the 1.
We'll see if he comes to play another day, but Midnight Worker is a horse that can have some forward position, and tactics might be simplified for this horse now that might need to have an aggressive ride to get this horse in some forward position as he cuts back slightly in distance. I don't know if he's quite as fast as Screaming Uncle. I don't know how intent his jockey is going to be in comparison to Romero Ramage on the outside, but he has some early speed.
He does, and it's sort of a quasi blinker. He had cheek pieces on, now they come off. So we'll see if he can be forward, if he can maybe relax and last a little bit longer if he is on the front end. 16-1 right now, as you saw Screw Loose going back to the barn. There's the 5. Street Swag again, 4-1. Would love to see a couple of horses try and go at each other up front. Maybe that 2 and the 9 battle. Certainly play into his hands.
If that ends up happening, so often we see races where on paper it doesn't really look like we're going to have those hot fractions, but everybody else is reading the same thing we are. So some of the intention from the riders ends up being a little bit different. We see the pace play out a little bit hotter than you would have expected. If that is the case, I think that he benefits the most as he gets a little bit of class relief, but I didn't really see a ton of speed assigned on in this race, especially after the scratch of agility.
Favorite at 9-5. It's Feathers Road for Linda Rice, whose only dirt win came on a race that was taken off the turf at 5.5 furlongs at Saratoga last summer. Rat Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. See if Feathers Road can get it done to kick off this pick 4. Again, 1 of 2 in the race for Linda Rice. She's got the 4. Remember the name as well. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Magnificent Ride. Screaming Uncle, last to load to the outside. Here is Screaming Uncle. Is it? All set. And they're off. Screaming Uncle from the far outside draw flashes that early speed. Here comes Midnight Worker, wants to be up with the early kick as well. Remember, the name is in that early fray, and they are bunched up on the front end. They all want a piece of the front. Does Magnificent Ride is trying to burst on through and makes it 5 across the racetrack as Big Save might get the worst of it, is starting to steady and now backs out of it as a close-up 5th. The 2 at the back, Street Swag with the trailer Feathers Road. Still very tightly bunched, and Feathers Road is on the move, and now they're 3 across the racetrack. 22-3, the posted opening quarter, but it's been pressured since they left the gate. At the rail is Midnight Worker to the outside. Screaming Uncle dropping out of that mix is now Remember the Name. Feathers Road from off the pace. Rat Ortiz Jr. is now taken 3rd, is looming up after these rivals at the rail. Here comes Big Save in the green sleeves as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Screaming Uncle is trying to shrug off the challenge from Midnight Worker, and the front 2 are still doing it nicely enough, trying to make up the ground as Feathers Road down the center of the racetrack, but Screaming Uncle is not stopping right now. It's Screaming Uncle who keeps going, approaching the final 16th. Screaming Uncle is up by a length and a half. Midnight Worker's very game from the back. Big Save and Feathers Road, but no doubt Screaming Uncle, Romero, Mirage, they get the victory. It's Screaming Uncle to win it over Midnight Worker. Then came Big Save and Feathers Road. Final running time, 1 minute 10 and 4.
Tougher competition, not a problem. Jumping up in class, screaming uncle, and now back-to-back wins.
And one of those situations did occur where everybody looked at the form and said, there's no speed, I'm going to try to go, but ultimately didn't end up mattering as the pace really held together in this race. It was contentious, it was pressured, but Screaming Uncle able to prevail. And Feathers Road loomed like he was going to make a big move, but ultimately flattened out in the stretch.
Romero Mirage pursued Barn off the claiming off of Linda Rice. Be careful when you say I don't like Barnes to claim off these top trainers on the circuit. They can still win, as we see right here. Now 3 wins, 11 starts for this 4-year-old who goes off at 4-1. Third choice on the board here.
Really even betting board with a lot of the top contenders, and if you're beating that 2-1 favorite with Ira Ortiz Jr. aboard, you have to like your chances going forward because you've already defeated 2 favorites in this late pick 5.
4-1, Screaming Uncle back-to-back, 16 and now 25, non-winners of 3 in this spot. Off the claim victory. While the prices when we come back, we'll return to Monmouth and kick off the cross-country pick 5 when we return with the Miss Liberty and Chad Brown Barn with a couple of chances, including tax implications, coming up in this stakes race on the grass.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Time for the feature, Sunday feature. Here at Monmouth Park, horses on the track, Miss Liberty Stakes, fillies and mares, 3-year-old and older, mile and a 16th on grass. That was tax implications, and this is the start of the cross-country pick 5, 3 races at Monmouth, 2 Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A, and it starts in just a moment. As you saw the horses live on track, let's meet them as they arrived front side post parade for this Miss Liberty Stakes. $100,000 purse. There's Flash and Dynamite, the grizzled 9-year-old mare.
Yeah, 18 wins for this filly. Always shows up tough 9-year-old mare here.
Run 59 times. Who needs a pony? Then personal best, like Alpha Bella, a La Praviant winner.
Yeah, grade 3 winner here. Switches to James Toner for the first time, coming off a layoff.
Not in a million years. First to 2, Chad Brown. Current favorite 2-1.
Yeah, the Chad Brown filly that's taken the most action. Second beating the neck last time in an allowance race at Keeneland.
Number 4, Girl Named Charlie. She's won 2 of 4 for Lindsay Schultz.
Yeah, it ran a big race last time, earning a career high 90 by her speed figure. Expected to just track just off the pace.
Aforementioned Alpha Bella, Paco held in check thus far.
Yeah, one of only 3 graded stakes winners in this race. She won the grade 3 La Previant last time out at Gulfstream, going 1.5 miles.
Elunda Queen, Irish filly, 4th try in the States. She was 7-1 in the grade 1 American Oaks. Then tax implications, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Joe Bravo.
Yeah, the morning line favorite drifted up in odds right now. It was coming off a second place finish as the big favorite last time at Aqueduct.
Tick, 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 boom. Great name by former Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner, hit it a bomb.
Yeah, she has 1 career turf win from 24 starts. Looks a little bit overmatched in this field.
That's the field, 8 of them. Sunday feature at Monmouth Park. Miss Liberty Stakes. We check in with Paul. Paulie, looking at Not in a Million Years, who, like tax implications, both trained by Chad Brown, they've been tough to trust. A combined 6 straight losses while favored at post time.
Yeah, I'm with you. And if I had to choose between both of them, I choose the 3, Not in a Million Years. I mean, absolutely made an unbelievable appearance on the racetrack. She really did. And tax implications, when you look at tax implications, to be honest with you, she's won for 7 lifetime, and her lone win was a maiden race. So, you know, she's kind of underachieved. You know, when you get Chad Brown horses, usually they win. They don't really check in second. So I prefer the 3 over her anyway, and I thought the way she looked just absolutely amazing on the racetrack. The 4 in here, a girl named Charlie. You know, you got the 2 Chad Brown that runners that everybody's focusing on. This Lindsay Schultz runner has gotten better and better with each starts. I think Raj made a good point that she can track in here, and Fernando Haro can kind of put her wherever she wants. And she's a horse that, if you look on numbers-wise or any kind of metrics, her last couple races fit in here, along with obviously the 5 Alpha Bella. And, you know, Alpha Bella, because this is the horse that's going to cut out the fractions. Now, I know at Keeneland was a 1.5 mile race. This is going to be a little bit different. You know, beat R. Callie Kim, who's a very nice runner, owned by one of my old teammates in Jason Worth. But Alpha Bella is obviously a player in here. I'm going to land. I originally liked the 4, but just the way the 3 looked on the racetrack, I'll land on the 3. I'm just against the 7 here, Lafitte. I just think the 3 is the better half of the Chad Brown runners, and I think the Lindsay Schultz runner has got a big shot.
Several second-place finishes, tax implications, as mentioned, the defeated favorite on multiple occasions. But there's Alpha Bella as they make their way and cross over to the turf course. Her most recent, when she was able to dictate and control things up front, and the La Praviant going wire to wire at 8-1, but a big difference in distance, Raj.
Yeah, this was a great run by her, but she controlled the slow pace going 1.5 miles. Today, it's a significant cutback in distance to 1.16 miles. That's 3.5 furlongs difference, and she won't be expected to get such an easy pace. Now, is she a top quality filly here? Yes. Is she the deserving favorite, as she is the favorite right now? Possibly so, but I think there's a lot of ways that you can go to find more value in this race. And I am surprised that my pick, number 6, Elunda Queen, is such a big price at 10-1. This filly has only run against grade 1 competition in North America, which is the highest level that you can be. And if you look at the horses that she's been running against, they would just tower over this field. Now she cuts back in distance, and I talked to her trainer, Rudolph Brissett, earlier. He told me he loves the cut back in distance for her. Like, he thought the 1.25 miles was too long for her. So when you think about some of these horses that are not running at their optimal distance, some of her competition, and then she gets the distance that she would most prefer, I think there's a lot to like.
The pros and cons with Elunda Queen, it's a firm turf course here. She's done some of her best work on softer turf courses overseas in Europe. You see the races, as you mentioned, the competition she's facing grade 1 company in the American Oaks. Again, only 7-1. In the grade 1 matriarch, right? But in her 3 races in the States, regardless of her competition, she's only beat 2 horses in 3 races. So while she's tackled some of the very best, we still haven't seen her put forth a real solid effort, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, and I would like to use this reference. You know, a Mercedes racing against Lamborghinis, it's hard for the Mercedes to beat the Lamborghini. But now when the Mercedes comes against, you know, other cars in that range, they have that advantage, and I think that's what it is. She was running against Lamborghinis. Now she's running against more equal opponents, or probably some that's lesser than her.
Speaking of opposition, tax implications, I don't know that it's a question of how she stacks up against her opposition, but will she give Joe Bravo her best when he needs it the most?
Yeah, I think she's tricky to ride because you have to be patient, you have to wait, and so, sometimes, you know, you got to put yourself in a tough spot, but that's what she needs to do. The problem with her, for me, is she would need a lifetime best to beat these horses.
A lifetime best.
A lifetime
wow.
best. So even if she would duplicate any of her best performances that we've seen yet, she would need to up that game. And I'm surprised that these 2 Chad Brown fillies are getting bet as much as they should, because I really don't see much to like about either one against this field today.
It's the Chad Brown factor. By the way, handsome cousin winning races. Another win at Belmont at the Big A.
Oh, he's on fire. That's about the only thing he's got going for him.
Everybody's that much better looking in the winner's circle. Post time for the Sunday feature, Monmouth, the Miss Liberty Stakes. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
And they're off in the Miss Liberty Stakes. An awkward break from Tick, 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 Boom, who's at the back of the pack, gets towards the rail as they come out of the chute. Girl named Charlie has the lead coming by us from Alpha Bella, takes the 2nd position in the early stages. On the inside, Flash and Dynamite, hard held in 3rd with tax implications, and her stablemate, Not in a Million Years, who's between horses. Allowed a Queen is next with the gray Personal Best, and Tick, 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 Boom is at the back of the pack, 6 or 7 lengths behind as they charge into the clubhouse turn. The leader is Girl Named Charlie, setting the tempo, 1.5 lengths in front. Alpha Bella in the 2nd position. Tax Implications makes her way into 3rd. Not in a Million Years alongside. Flash and Dynamite inside of the Chad Brown trainees. Then comes Allowed Queen, running in the 6th position. Personal Best has no pace to chase, drops back to the 2nd last spot. Tick, 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 Boom is joining her at the back of the pack. 6 or 7 lengths still from tip to tail. Girl Named Charlie picks up the running on the lead and quickens that pace. Leads 1.5 lengths. Alpha Bella in 2nd. Tax Implications goes pretty well. Takes the 2nd spot with Alpha Bella going into the 4th turn. Allowed Queen is following that rival. Not in a Million Years has come under a hard ride. Loses position 5th while under pressure. Personal Best is trying to rally on. Still has 7 lengths to gain as they swing off the corner in the Miss Liberty Stakes. Girl Named Charlie cuts the corner. Tax Implications is there. Alpha Bella finds a seam between horses, comes charging. Allowed Queen on the far outside, needs to get going. Girl Named Charlie keeps digging in, and it's Girl Named Charlie and Fernando Hara. They're going to take them the distance. They win the Miss Liberty by 1.5 lengths. 2nd home was Alpha Bella, then Tax Implications and Allowed Queen.
In control throughout, Girl Named Charlie, wire to wire in the Miss Liberty Stakes at Monmouth Park.
A perfectly timed ride by Fernando Hara. He just rationed out her speed, slowed the pace down. It was a big advantage to her controlling that slow pace, and she just re-broke when our rivals approached her.
Repelling all charges, holding Alpha Bella at bay, and when Tax Implications loomed and started to find her best stride, you're waiting for her to throw the knockout punch, and she didn't deliver in the stretch. And Girl Named Charlie taking advantage in a impressive win for trainer Lindsay Schultz. Now 3 for 5 since joining the Schultz stable. Girl Named Charlie at 7-2 in the Miss Liberty Stakes. Results, reaction when America's Day at the Races continues.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There she is. Girl named Charlie. Wire to wire in the Miss Liberty Stakes. Jerry Karoom, Jeff Lambert winning owners, trained by Lindsay Schultz. Fernando Hara of Invasor fame, the winning pilot. She just took it to him, Raj, and never looked back.
Yeah, this is something that Richard Migliori alludes to very often about a jockey that takes advantage of the circumstances, and Fernando Hara capitalized on that speed just now, taking advantage of a slow pace.
Girl named Charlie over Alpha Bella. Tax implications, 4-5-7 in the Miss Liberty. Down to Paul with winning trainer, Lindsay Schultz.
Trainer of the Miss Liberty here, Lindsay Schultz. A girl named Charlie gets the job done. What has changed this filly around, Lindsay?
Look, she's gotten some confidence. She ran a really good first out at Fairgrounds, and she ran a huge race at Keeneland. I think today Fernando rode a huge race and put her on the lead. She had enough speed to be there comfortably and worked out well.
Did you think you were going to be on the front end, Linz?
We had a thought. There wasn't a whole lot of speed in here.
Well, congratulations. This horse has turned around, and Lindsay Schultz does it again. Gate to wire, Fernando Hara and the Miss Liberty, and you got a nice little price.
Some versatility. She's won her last couple of races, tracking the leader, as Lindsay just alluded to. Not a lot of speed, so Fernando Hara that much more aggressive, assumed the lead, and strong.
And this
in
was
the stretch. Girl named Charlie.
This was a great for them to find out that she can win on the lead now, because it opens up the dynamics for her. A lot of turf races in America lack early speed horses. And if she's going to be running in races with that dynamic where there's not a lot of speed, she's going to be a tough horse to pass if she gets in control of some of these races.
Alpha Bella, perhaps more effective running longer distances. We mentioned that La Previante victory, so she should move forward, a solid effort. Tax implications. If you had the opportunity, theoretically, to give instructions or to ride her, what might you try different?
I love riding horses like these pack animals that has that short burst. I would keep her buried in behind horses for as long as I could, and then just try to make one late run to the wire. I think she's been baiting her jockeys into thinking that I have a lot of horse, so I'm just going to get into the clear. I'm riding the best horse and just stay clear and I'll win. But I've seen this with a lot of turf horses. Most notably, a really good horse, a champion horse that I rode called Main Sequence. You would have to keep him covered up until the last moment, and he would give you that quick acceleration. If you would take him out too early and make an early move, he will flatten out. So I think that's the way that they need to, that's something that I would change on tax implication.
10 years ago, you won the Grade 1, when it was a Grade 1, the UN here, Main Sequence for Graham Motion. Was that his first win, like in the States?
It was his States debut. And he won the Grade 1 United Nations here. It was a big day for us, but 10 years ago, It felt like yesterday.
Main Sequence, eventual Breeders' Cup Turf winner out in Santa Anita. We have 2 races left here at Monmouth Park. Meantime, horses, Greg, in the paddock. Aqueduct, riders up.
Yeah, indeed, we got a post break coming up for this marathon on the grass. Lafitte mile and 3/8 on the turf. Maiden special weight here, the entry, Sarah, 2-1.
This is an interesting group of horses, some pedigree in here, some horses with some robust connections, but when you have those Klarovich stable, Chad Brown, 2-for-1 types of deals, it makes sense that these are the ones that are your current favorites.
Post 4 and then the outside post for the other half of the entry, and we start with Factor Analysis, who will get post 4 and Flavian Pratt.
Does have more turf experience than his coupled stablemate, rather, 2 races at Tampa.
Here's the one who gets outside with Manny Franco. Take your seats.
Did take a big step forward in his second start, but that was on synthetic.
The rail goes to the 2, Steadfast Resolve.
This horse is a little bit interesting, one that ran okay first time out, even though he broke very slowly.
Pedigree with the 3 next door. The dam produced Grade 1 winner Sadler's Joy Robert.
And of course also Wolfie's Dynaghost. Plenty of pedigree with this one. They haven't all won first time out, but we'll see what he ends up doing.
Here's Hamilton's Way. Ray Handel trains.
This one coming back after a race at Keeneland. A little bit more experience than some of the other members of this field.
Couple of starts at Gulfstream for this Todd Pletcher 4-year-old, Sword of Honor.
I'm hoping that John Velasquez just get this horse out to the front early on and can wire the field.
Jonathan Thomas with a new gelding, the 6 here, Transcendental, big number.
And was favored in his last 2 starts, maybe against lesser competition overall.
Stop the Press, Shug McGahee with Junior Alvarado.
I think this one had a worse trip than the horse he faced in that last start. And comment El Renzine, wide, closing from further back, ended up finishing 4th.
Chow Chuck's going to step up in class into maiden special weight.
If his numbers can translate against tougher competition, this horse has an outside look at a big price.
Here's El Renzine, another from the Pletcher barn with the Rat Ortiz Jr.
This one finished 2nd in that common race that Stop the Press was in. Saved a little more ground, got enough of a split between horses, and got started ahead of that one as well.
7-2 from that outside post. That price probably going to come down a touch on El Renzine. I thought might be the more highly regarded of the Pletchers. We'll see, but Sword of Honor taking plenty of play as well. Many ways to go in here. Who's going to take a step forward? Who's going to like this mile and 3/8 as well?
And that is such a big question of horses that are really going to appreciate getting more distance to work with. And we haven't had many of these races available to them so far this year, with having that route of ground, having that longer distance be an option for many of these horses. And you're taking a look at one of the horses that is probably going to appreciate it the most right now in Robert, given what his siblings did.
Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, we'll start right there as well with the 3 Robert, who, you know, does have that big pedigree, Sadler's Joy. Now, it's a big ask to ask a horse to go a mile and 3 furlongs in their first start, but he looks good. Dave Duggan does tremendous work. You get Joel Rosario, and one of the keys to getting horses to run longer distances, marathon-type distances, is having them relaxed. Horses that pull too much or get in the bridle too much tend not to stay. And one of Joel Rosario's many gifts is that he gets horses to settle so well into his hands. So if he's going to be able to get the mile and 3/8 in his first try, it's not a question pedigree-wise. It's a question just being a first start and settling. And he's got the right rider for that, that's for sure. The 5-horse Sword of Honor will be my top selection. You got Johnny Velasquez for Todd Pletcher. Talk about getting the band back together. Horse looks outstanding, certainly from a physical perspective. He looks like he'd stay the mile and 3/8. Got that good European pedigree, particularly Galileo on the female side. I like what I'm seeing from number 5, Sword of Honor, who will be my top selection. And then the 9-horse, El Renzine, another Todd Pletcher trainee. Todd is so good at putting such foundation into his horses. You never see really fast works with most of Todd's horses, but you see really good gallop outs, and he puts a lot of miles into them, a lot of foundation. You get Irad Ortiz, and a horse by English Channel, a horse that Todd trained and had a lot of success with as well. Todd actually credits English Channel for really kind of putting him on the map, and he looks terrific. But I'm with the other Pletcher, the 5 Sword of Honor.
Yeah, the public slightly favoring that other Pletcher as well, Sword of Honor, who is second choice on the board right now, 3-1.
Yeah, I like this horse as well. I mean, you're dealing with a situation where you have, of the horses with experience, he has run the fastest races overall and has had a little bit of a break too. Coming in from Gulfstream Park, he ran 2:79 buyers in his first and his second start. And a replication of that against what we've seen so far even if one of the first-time starters could run a little bit, that makes him awfully tough in the spot. And of course, you get top-class connections.
Oh, the entry still favored, and there's part of the entry. Take your seats. Outside post, Manny Franco for Chad Brown. The only turf start came in the debut at Tampa back on January 21st. Here's the synthetic effort at Gulfstream.
There was that step forward from first start to second start, which you do like to see. And this horse had to go pretty wide to end up getting third ultimately in this race. But was it the second start? Was it the experience? Was it getting over to the synthetic surface that really helped this horse? Kind of to be determined. And Chad Brown, for what it's worth, synthetic turf, 5 for 13 over the past 5 years, but 4 out of those 5 winners were at Tampa. So maybe that's a move that he makes more so in Florida when you have those 2 tracks closer together.
And we'll break from the outside. 3-turn, my own 3/8, and we'll see what Manny Franco does to try and save a little ground with this horse, because that first turn comes up fairly quick.
And we'll have to save something if this horse is going to be effective in this spot. How do you think the pace is going to play out in this race? Because from what we've seen so far of anybody that's been on the racetrack, there isn't a ton of speed. And John Velazquez is the rider that I trust the most to take advantage of situations like that where it might not seem like there's a lot of speed on paper, to get his horses in a forward position and possibly control this race.
This might have a European feel to it. My own 3/8 with the especially some very lightly raced horses trying to last this distance. Don't you think?
Yes, and we could see that typical stacking and
Slow
packing
early,
kind of situation that
quick and late.
we often see in our New York turf races. And I always look for a horse that's going to have some forward position if that is the case.
That was a look at Johnny V in those red and white silks of Victorious Racing for Pletcher. Start number 3 coming up. First start outside the state of Florida after those first 2 tries at Gulfstream. Holding at 3-1 right now, as is the stablemate, the 9, El Razine, for Pletcher as well. And it's the Chad Brown duo entry, holding his 2-1 favorite. To outside of that, look, it's, you know, we talked about the pedigree play with Robert, and yeah, that's big. You throw a Grade 1 winner, obviously, Sadler's Joy, who produced a lot of big moments on this circuit. And it is a tough ask to go this kind of distance first time out, but it's probably a little bit easier to do it on turf than it is dirt.
I would think so, and obviously this horse is turf meant. Wolfie's Dynaghost for the half sibling was successful on synthetic, and that's where he really found his calling as being one of the top synthetic horses in stakes races. But Sadler's Joy, who this one is a full to, those turf marathons, that was his sweet spot. That was his area of expertise in terms of what he was best suited to do. And this horse not taking any money right now on the tote board, I understand that connections might not look the same as the 2 for Chad Brown or the 2 for Todd Pletcher, but I don't think that this one's pedigree could be completely ignored. This is a horse I would definitely want to have underneath in my exotics for sure, especially at 18-1.
Making their way to the gate, my own 3/8 on the turf. And, you know, even beyond the big names, obviously, those 2 from Pletcher, the entry for Chad Brown, I think Transcendental, that is just way too big a price. 38, almost 40-1 on this horse.
We've seen Jonathan Thomas come to this circuit and have significant success, especially on the turf. And those California turf races, they're quick. And this horse now second off a layoff, making only the second start of this year. There could be upside, and this horse has been favored in his last 2 starts, but he will have to get a little bit faster if any of the top contenders run back some of their other numbers.
Those Silks have won a lot of big races on this circuit over the last 4 or 5 decades. Augustin Stables. You have Stop the Press, the 7 for Shug McGahee, who at a mile and 3/16 off a short layoff ran an improved effort against White Palomino, who was competitive in the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, we saw that horse get a nice setup yesterday, go right to the lead and finish a narrowly defeated second to Legend of Time, who had all sorts of trouble throughout that race. How good is White Palomino remains to be seen, but at least you know he's been keeping some good company.
Loading up, it's the entry for Chad Brown. Factor analysis, take your seats from that outside slot. 2-1 top choice here in the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Hamilton's Way, moving forward. Factor analysis. There's Chow Chuck. Still a few left to load here. There's Chow Chuck stepping forward. Javier Castellano in the irons. Waiting on factor analysis. Factor analysis, El Razin, Brad Ortiz Jr. Last two, Sword of Honor. John Velasquez and Sword of Honor. Hesitates briefly. And in. Last to load. Take your seats. Manny Franco to the outside. Here is. Take your seats. Backs away. Almost in. And in. All set. And they're off. Hamilton's Way has early speed. Sword of Honor is right there as well in between horses from the outside draws. There's Chow Chuck who's trying to join these early leaders. It's Sword of Honor and John Velasquez. They now assume the front running role, and they are up by 3/4 of a length and really back off the tempo. Hamilton's Way, Dylan Davis just had to check there, is back to third as Chow Chuck and Javier Castellano, they're stalking from second. El Razin, touch wide there is to the outside of Transcendental as they are very tightly bunched here as they reach the top of the lane for the first time. Comfortable is Take Your Seats, who's now going to be in a shared 5th position. As in between horses there comes Transcendental, and at the rail, that'll be Factor Analysis, who's going to leave that rail open actually as Robert is going to muscle on through. The leader is still Sword of Honor. From the back, here comes a move from Steadfast Resolve, and Jose Lescano wants to be closer to this pace, and here comes that Steadfast Resolve, and Jose Lescano, but 4 across the course here, chasing the leader. 26 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, 52-1 for that half-mile time, and they are crawling on the front end. Sword of Honor's got the lead, is doing it easily. Here comes Chow Chuck, is re-engaging, now wants to push the tempo a little. Steadfast Resolve made that early mood as a stalking third. At the rail is Hamilton's Way in the yellow cap, then El Razin is in 5th. At the rail is Factor Analysis, who's now in 6th. To the outside of that rival comes Transcendental in 7th, who wants to reclaim that 6th position, and back to 8th now will be Take Your Seats. The two at the back Stop the Press, and Robert, who was up with the early leaders, but is now about 7 lengths the trailer, 118.36 for 3/4 of a mile, and Sword of Honor is still the target. Sword of Honor is in front, is still up by 3/4 of a length. Chow Chuck continues to challenge and now is being encouraged to move forward. Steadfast Resolve is really now under a drive, 3 wide coming after the leader. El Razin is still in the mix with Hamilton's Way. Not much pace to run at here from the back markers. It is still Sword of Honor who brings them to the top of the lane, and Sword of Honor's got plenty so far. Chow Chuck has been there the entire journey. Off the rail, here's Hamilton's Way, and Hamilton's Way is in the clear, is coming after Sword of Honor. Also trying to rally on Factor Analysis late. On the far outside, Stop the Press. Sword of Honor still there. Sword of Honor, Hamilton's Way pushes on by. Factor Analysis is lifting late. It is Hamilton's Way who's almost there. Hamilton's Way is your winner. Late run there, Factor Analysis in a photo with Sword of Honor. Then a 3-way photo there came from Stop the Press, El Razin, and Steadfast Resolve. Final running time, 2 minutes, 17.30 seconds.
Second biggest price on the board, 31-1, getting by Sword of Honor. Got things very easy up front.
If you had Sword of Honor, you could not have asked for anything more of a perfect kind of setup from John Velasquez. He had this horse absolutely crawling on the front end and really looked like he was going to make all in the late stages, but got run down by Hamilton's Way, who he had some experience on both surfaces, and he was able to get the distance. Coming up a little bit short was Sword of Honor, but after those soft fractions, you could not possibly be disappointed.
26.
52, 118.
Yeah,
he could not have gone slower. I could have gone faster.
Unable to seal the deal. 31-1 shot with the win. Dylan Davis, Ray Handel. West Pace is racing after an 0-for-8 start. Maiden breaking scored a huge price to shake things up in the late pick 5 and pick 4. We'll be back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, That son is Jack Christopher,
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2, dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Picture perfect afternoon on the Jersey Shore. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Just saw a massive upset at Aqueduct. What does this 8th race at Monmouth have in store? Raj smells an upset, but so do others. Number 3, Madeline's Grogu, 20-1 on the morning line, currently 9-1. Post parade, we start with Kingdom Queen by Haskell winner, Exaggerator.
Yeah, 5th place finish at this level last time. Got beat about 6 lengths.
Abby the Bulldog raced 7 times during the Oaklawn meet.
It steps up from a claiming race to an allowance race.
Your top selection, Madeline's Grogu.
A lot to like here. Sneaky form line. Got a race off the layoff last time on the turf. Now switches back to dirt, which I think is the preferred surface.
Bodacious Bren could say the same about her solid dirt form.
Yeah, another one switching back to the dirt who's had more success on that surface.
Dazzy, 9-1, winner 2 back at Aqueduct.
Coming in from New York, has been running against tougher competition than she faces today.
Tepid favorite, how sweet she is.
The Paco Lopez factor, 2nd at this level last time in Laurel Park.
He's been a non-factor this afternoon. Paco, 5 wins yesterday, nothing today so far. Way to 2nd outsider, then Collect Dat ponyless.
Yeah, last 3 races was ridden by the ugly cousin Romero over in New York. This is a filly that looks like she's got a good shot here.
You know the entire racing industry is going to start calling him that, right? And you're going to have
rightfully so
a lot to answer to. Take Charge Chloe. Contenders on the outside. Take Charge Chloe and Kitten's Appeal.
Yeah, 3rd last time at the Aqueduct at this level.
That's the field. And competitive 8th race. Good allowance. Sprint. We check in with Paulie.
Well, I'm going to talk about the 6, how sweet she is, because I'm by the fudge stand, here by the food trucks. I mean, it's absolutely berserk around here. We got a pizza truck, we got the bar on wheels, we got pina coladas going on here. We got a little bit of everything. But when it comes to this race, the 6 is your favorite right now, how sweet she is from Michael Trombetta. I actually kind of agree a little bit, Rajiv. I think the 3 could be sneaky. The problem with the 3 is she's kind of like the 2 Abby the Bulldog. The gate's been her own enemy. And, you know, the 2, like you guys said, it ran so many times. I've seen her a lot of times, and I think she has a chance in here, the 2. But she gets left every time, Abby the Bulldog. It's not happened. She's not going to break well. It's just, that's her MO. You know, the 2 outside horses in here, Take Charge Chloe and Kitten's Appeal, are taking money in here. You know, the 9's coming off 2 really good races at Tampa. Now, the Tampa races have been a little spotty here coming in to Monmouth. And then the outside horse for Bruce Levine, I know hasn't won in a while, and that was with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, but it seems like the New York horses have done a little better, so I can get the 5-2 with this horse. But I'm going to go with the 6 in here. How Sweet She Is for Michael Trombetta and Paco Lopez. And you know what? Rajiv, I'm wondering if I should get the Fudge here, as we're going to pan over to the Fudge, or should I get a tattoo of Rajiv Mirage over here at the tattoo station? I'm sure they got one of you, Rajiv, right?
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a Rajiv Mirage tattoo. It's the coolest thing that you could do right now.
Slotted in behind the jewelry and the sausages. The Rajiv Mirage tattoo.
But, you know, I see where you're going with the 6 here, the Paco Lopez factor, Paulie. But this filly hasn't won in a while, and she's only had 1 lifetime win, where some of these that she's facing are multiple winners. And my pick, Madeline's Grogu, is a 2-time winner. Also, I kind of like the 9, the Take Charge Chloe, a little bit. Both these fillies, I expect, are going to be close to the pace. And I think that's going to be an advantage here because there's not a lot of speed signed on.
And you have a favorite in Kitten's Appeal, who has not won since December of 2022.
Yeah, she settles for a lot of minor awards. From her 14 lifetime starts, she has 1 win, 2 second, and 7 thirds. So there is a trend there that she settles for a lot of minor awards. However, not to be too harsh on her, she's been running against way tougher competition. An allowance race in New York is generally stronger than an allowance race at Monmouth Park. So knocking at the door in allowance race in New York and taking pretty much a little step down in class here against this level of competition.
You saw the rider off, number 7, Wait a Sec, Sammy Camacho, as they file into the gate. Still 5-2 on number 10, Kitten's Appeal. Competitive allowance sprint, the 8th of 10 on this Sunday program at Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Collect that. Couple more runners to load into the starting gate. Take Charge Chloe goes in. Bodacious Bren to post position number 4. Two back, Dazzy. Into the outside post, Kitten's Appeal. Here's Kitten's Appeal. Coming up, go again. We're ready to go. And Lyroff. Hard sent for the lead, Kitten's Appeal. Collect that also close up as well. Kingdom Queen in that group of horses down the back stretch. And also there is Collect That. So they head down the back stretch, and Wait a Sec comes away with the lead. Wait a Sec clears off from the competition, a length and a tail ahead. Collect That running in the second spot. Kingdom Queen, How Sweet She Is, and Kitten's Appeal. Those 3 stretched across the track, stock in the pace. Then Bodacious Bren as they start to bunch up here into the far turn, a tightly clumped up field. Take Charge Chloe is next in the field with Madeline's Grogu, who's been shuffled back towards the rear of the field. Dazzy's trying to make an outside run with Take Charge Chloe. They're moving as a pair, and Abby the Bulldog is trying to run on from the back. Coming to the top of the lane, a mad dash with a 1/4 mile to go, and Kitten's Appeal comes out of the crowd to take the lead. Kitten's Appeal, Nick Juarez off the turn in front, kicks on. Take Charge Chloe on the outside, there to engage, and these two with a furlong to go are well clear of the others. They're going to decide it. Kitten's Appeal on the inside, Juarez all over to finish. Take Charge Chloe, Jose Batista tries to get there, lunging late. It's still Kitten's Appeal in front though, and she gets it. Kitten's Appeal over Take Charge Chloe. Abby the Bulldog from the back gets 3rd, and Kingdom Queen was 4th.
First win since December 2022. Kittens Appeal digs in, holds on to take down the 8th here at Monmouth Park with Nick Juarez in the saddle.
A game in defeat today, just showed a lot of guts against this competition. She found her right level and just had a perfect trip on the outside. There was a lot of things going into the turn. A lot of horses getting in trouble and getting shut off. But this one just was out in the clear and having that perfect trip. Got the jump on Take Charge Chloe and just holds on in deep stretch.
And showing some moxie late, really responding to the challenge in deep stretch.
Yeah, it's good to see her show that. She's had the propensity to just finish second or third. And today she just got over the hump. I think it was a matter of competition today.
You can see her battling on the inside. Kittens Appeal for the Two-Tone Farms. Trainer Bruce Levine, Nick Juarez. Kittens Appeal. And the price 5-2 at post time. Some issues with the filly you like, Madeline's Grogu, entering the far turn.
Oh, Madeline Grogu got the worst of it going into the turn. Really got shut off and stymied and lost any chance that she had. She ended up not doing any running, but it was impossible for her to recover from that incident.
Long time in between victories, but she'll revisit the winner's circle for the second time in her career. Pat on the neck from Nick Juarez, Kittens Appeal in the 8th race at Monmouth Park. And when we return, we'll revisit that moment. History-making trainer Jenna Antonucci, Belmont Stakes winning trainer Arcangelo, from the Peter Pan to the Belmont Stakes to the Travers to a title.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races on FS2, and this is what's coming up. 156th running of the Belmont Stakes. You'll see it live on Fox Saturday, June 8th. We will be there all week long with coverage. Of course, last year, barriers completely broken with the woman who Acacia caught up with.
I'm so happy to be joined by trainer Jenna Antonucci, who 1 year ago made history as the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race, taking the Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo. Jenna, looking back on last year, the journey that horse took you on, talk a little bit about the memories that have stuck with you.
It's crazy. It's hard to believe, one, that it's been a year, and two, watching some of these races come along now and how watching everyone else kind of walk into those shoes. So obviously we were still pretty under the radar after the Peter Pan. And so this is kind of that quiet time for us leading into the Belmont. So yeah, it's been neat to reflect upon that and what our journey was and kind of reliving it as watching everyone else coming into it.
And that string of races, the Peter Pan, the Belmont Stakes, and the Travers up here at Saratoga. And you posted a fun video this morning of the lawn jockeys, 2 of them up here.
It's so cool, and I think sometimes we've got to pause and really appreciate some of the history and the traditions that we have in this sport. They're so steep and deep and rich, and so to be able to enjoy that opportunity of having the Belmont statue up here with the Travers statue, and Naira's done a really cool job of putting them together so they get to be showcased together right when the fans walk in is pretty special, and obviously having the silks the same on both is even more special.
And Arcangelo standing at stud now. Where is he now? Have you heard how he's doing?
We went and visited. So Arcangelo standing at Lane's End has done a really good job in his first book. So they're very pleased. John, his owner, is super excited. And we have a handful that went to him this year, too. So obviously very excited to see those guys hit the ground next year. And just an exciting time. And, you know, just hopefully the start of a really cool chapter. And so thrilled for Wayne on Seize the Gray, and again, just such a testament to who Arrogate was and is, and I think he's going to end up leaving a pretty interesting foundation as time goes on.
Carrying on that legacy, another Triple Crown winner this year, but also, as I mentioned, what you've done for women in the sport and kind of really doing great and carrying that flag with the media and taking every opportunity. What's that journey been like for you personally?
A lot of personal stretching. I can tend to be a homebody and like to shut it down and be in my quiet space. So definitely understand what it means and why. And so it's important that we continue to try and tell the story as best we can, and really tell about what we do, and not just women, but every one of these people that are involved in the backside in this industry, in this sport, from the farms all the way through to the racing and then retirement and the next careers for these guys. So to be able to shine any light on the horses that give so much of us a livelihood and fulfillment it's an absolute honor.
So well said, as always, Jenna. We can't wait to see you in the winner's circle for the next big one.
Me too.
I still don't think that moment has been given enough due for what Jenna Antonucci accomplished. All that history in the Triple Crown, to be the first ever female to win a Triple Crown event. It was one of the great moments really in sports history.
And I mean, truly, knowing that you were there for a moment like that, I don't think even almost a year later, it's fully sunken in the gravity of what a moment like that really means longevity-wise in the terms of history, for not only as a sport, but for women in sports overall. And of course, I think she's also reflecting on that. And it's not going to sink in for years to come that she's been able to have that mark on racing history.
She just trusted her instincts, her horsemanship so much too. I got a chance to talk to her on the day of the Belmont Stakes. She was just so cool, so calm, so confident in her horse, and then of course went on to that Travers victory as well. Just an incredible job she did with Arcangelo. Went on to become 3-year-old of the year last year. We're going to see what happens this year. We know it's going to be more history made, being at Saratoga for the first time ever. And we're going to be packing up our things and heading over there very soon. We got more coming up, though, on this Sunday card. 8th is next. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 1 turn mile coming up. Bank Frenzy, the one to beat.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, Memorial Day weekend of America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Sarah L. Bodway, as we get set for the 8th year at Belmont at the Big A, one-turn mile on the main track here, New York Breds, an allowance optional claiming field horse we showed you going to break, the 9, Bank Frenzy, who right now is a 9-5 favorite. Rad Ortiz Jr. will ride for Lisa Lewis. 2 starts back on a wet track. Belmont and Aqueduct, dominant 5-length win.
And he was able to get this victory over Boys Code, who ran an exceptionally big race for him at a big price that day. But outside of the top 3 finishers of this race, we have seen many of the other contenders come back to do well since that time. And he now has that recency edge as well. He's able to get a start under his belt at Gulfstream Park against Open Company. Now he's returning to State Breds, and he's run his fastest races for the most part against New York Bred Company.
9-5 from that outside post on the 4-year-old son of Central Banker. There he is. As riders up, Linda Rice helping out there with 2 minutes to post here coming up in this race. The 5 in here, Baltazar, this horse has very fast races, but has been on the bench away for quite some time. That's a big price at 9-1 on the 5.
And maybe some being a little bit concerned about how he's going to return, maybe needing a start to get back to his best level.
Post parade coming up. We start with Mason Mania. 3rd last time out, now moves to the Pat Quick Barn.
This guy's consistent, but he's been more of that consistent forward hitter rather than winner as of late.
Rocket and Roll. He was in the grade 2 on the grass last time we saw him. Last on dirt was a win.
This is a more realistic spot, but honestly, not by much.
Colloquies put together back-to-back pretty solid performances, and now claim he's with Rob Atras.
And clearly taking some money based on that as he steps back up in company.
Cut the Cord. Kendra Carmouche, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
This horse isn't impossible. Faced some good company around this time last year.
Horse we're talking about who just might be the fastest horse in the race, but a long layoff to contend with.
If he can come back and run his last race or the race prior, he's a big contender in here, but that's a question worth asking.
Horse be with you, 19-1, who wants to be forward.
He did win his start last time out at 3-1 over horse that did come back to win, but this is a tougher level of competition.
Dr. Kraft, double-digit odds. He won last time out.
Another one that won last time over Jackson Heights, able to come back and get a victory just yesterday, stepping up in competition.
This horse was on the Triple Crown Trail last year. Shadow Dragon, just 2 for 11.
Coming off a bit of a layoff. We haven't seen him since December of last year, but his best races have been at this mile distance.
Yeah, and still the favorite. That price keeps getting shorter and shorter. 8-5 now on Bank Frenzy.
He just makes a lot of sense. Getting back in with State Bred Company, has some of the faster races of his competitors.
Post time coming up here for our feature on our Sunday card. Let's go downstairs to Meg.
Guys, I think this is a really interesting competitive race. You get some horses returning off of lengthy layoffs, some horses with a little more recency. The 5, Baltazar, is one of those coming off that long extended layoff. Jimmy Bond does terrific work, and this horse comes in with a series of 5 furlong workouts, and I like those 3 consecutive 5 furlong workouts up in Saratoga on the Saratoga training track. I do think he'll be better for a race because of that extended layoff over a year, but this is a horse, Baltazar, that has shown a lot of ability in the past, and he broke his maiden first time out. There's no longer layoff than breaking your maiden first time out, right? The 7 horse, Dr. Kraft, in very good form, stretched out to the mile very successfully. I think he projects to get a good trip right in behind the pace again. And he's just been in really good form. He's a big price today because this is a tougher group that he's facing. But he also is in with a horse named Horse Be With You from the Chris Engelhardt barn. And I think it's a good 1-2 punch because Horse Be With You probably should have a bit more speed, and Dr. Kraft sits that trip in behind him. My top selection will be the 8, Shadow Dragon. He looks outstanding, the son of Army Mule. He comes off a layoff as well, hasn't been seen since December, but he looks very fit to me. Comes in with a sharp 5 furlong work on the Beaumont training track, and he's run well off the bench in the past. You know, he was second in the Holy Bull. He's kept very good open company, and I think he makes a lot of sense here, and I believe a fairly generous 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1 on this returnee. So it's the 4-year-old debut coming up for Shadow Dragon. He's had his opportunities at this condition. This was back on October 4th. One of them at this level where he was second to a pretty good one named Aggregation.
he's run well in most of his starts, and especially at this mile distance, he's really been able to excel. And while he is that horse that has a couple more seconds than wins on his resume, when you isolate his state bred races at a mile, those have been some of his better efforts overall. In fact, coming off of a little bit of a layoff just like this, when you look at Bill Mott's stats in doing so, 61 to 180 days on dirt non-maidens, he's 31% with a $2.49 ROI over the past 5 years. So he is likely to come back fresh and ready to go.
7-2 right now with Mott's main man aboard, Junior Alvarado. And he is second choice on the board. That is a lot of love for Bank Frenzy in here.
And he's a logical type, but do you think that it's really that Irider Tees Jr. factor that's pushing him over to have that sort of price discrepancy in comparison to some of the other main contenders in this field?
It seems like it. Really does.
He's fast, and he is a horse that is now having that recency edge, getting back in against state-bred company, but it's not as though he's some sort of massive standout on his races against state-breds, and his big win was over a sloppy sealed surface as well.
Yeah, which we showed you. That was that dominant performance back in September. There's some interesting runners in this spot. Colloquy's interesting. It's going to be a much tougher group he's dealing with, but he seems to be going the right way. And then we talked about Balthazar. A lot of talent, but a long time away for a barn that usually likes to run them into shape a little bit more. But 7-5. Bank Frenzy's been favored throughout. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Lisa Lewis. We're set for the 8th on our Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Thank you, Greg. Colloquy goes in. Dr. Kraft. Cut the Cord. Shadow Dragon. Bank Frenzy. Last to load to the outside. Here is Bank Frenzy. Is it? All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Speed towards the far outside as Bank Frenzy wants to be in the early mix, but is way out there in the far outside of the racetrack. But Bank Frenzy is well clear and will lead at 7-5. Chasing them in behind horses comes Horse Be With You, is now taken second. Tight hold Balthazar is in between horses with At the Rail, Rocket and Roll. They hook up with the backstretch, and that's the front four. Dr. Kraft is now going to be about mid-pack, is in the 5th spot in front of Colloquy, who's tracking from 6th. Then comes Shadow Dragon, the 2 towards the back. Mason Mania with Cut the Cord. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. Bank Frenzy was far out there, but has now gotten over to the rail, is in command, is quickly up by 3/4 of a length, with Horse Be With You in pursuit here from second, trying to make up that ground. At the rail, here's Rocket and Roll, is coming after the leader now with Balthazar in a tight spot in between horses. Dr. Kraft is starting to make a move, and here comes the move from Dr. Kraft. Coming after the leader, 46-3, the half-mile time, and just having to check badly, and out of it there was Horse Be With You, as far back is at the back end of the field. Bank Frenzy is the leader. It's Bank Frenzy in hand. Dr. Kraft is stalling just a touch here from second. All in at the rail is Rocket and Roll. Balthazar is just crying out for room in between horses, trying to get out of that tight spot in between runners, but Bank Frenzy's trying to win it right now and get away. Down the center of the racetrack is Shadow Dragon, who's fully in pursuit. Dr. Kraft, they are all chasing as Bank Frenzy keeps pouring it on here inside that final furlong. Bank Frenzy showing no signs of stopping. A 16th left to go. Bank Frenzy controlled this thing when they opened the gate. Bank Frenzy, that's your winner. Bank Frenzy wins it. Tight there for second. Give it to Dr. Kraft to the inside of Shadow Dragon and Balthazar in 1:35.3.
Bank Frenzy, too good for this group. Gets a 3rd win in 9 career starts. Public was all over it.
I mean, this was an impressive effort from him, getting back to a state-bred company and getting back to a fast track here in New York. Really dominated this race from start to finish.
Irad Ortiz Jr. for trainer Lisa Lewis. It's a 7-5 favorite here in the 8th. Good to have you back on our FS2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, our Sunday feature. Just happened here at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf alongside Sarah L. Bodway. Beautiful weather over this Memorial Day weekend. Hoping you're getting to spend some time with your family. Enjoy our program as well. Let's show you what happened here in our feature just moments ago. Bank Frenzy went off the 7-5 favorite. Ran like should have been an even shorter price.
This was an ultra impressive effort from him, a horse that did have that recency edge coming in from Gulfstream Park after running his first race of the year. And this was such a dominating effort because he was able to break quickly, go out towards the center of the track, maybe encourage someone else to try to press that pace, but Irider Tees Jr. had enough horse to get him right over to the rail, and never really a serious challenge late for him. A very impressive effort returning to the New York Red Company.
Impressive here, 135.3 for the mile. 2 wins now, the last 3 starts for Bank Frenzy, and he's not just a wet track specialist.
No, I think he definitely proved that today for sure. I mean, I wonder what might be next for a horse like this and how this number might come back, because maybe some of those state-bred stakes could be in his future.
7-5 is your favorite. It's Bank Frenzy. Let's send it back to Monmouth.
No 7-5 favorites here. Wide open turf sprint, the 9th post parade. You see the field in updated odds. Son of a Birch at 7-2. The current choice, check that. Outlaw Country at 5-2, number 3. Let's meet the field. Chuck Willis, the 8-year-old 10-time winner.
Yeah, switching to the turf after winning on the dirt last time in the start allowance race at the Aqueduct.
Son of a Birch. Nick Juarez looking to go back-to-back.
A nice win in allowance race at Fairgrounds last time. Goes off for Tom Morley.
Contender, second choice. Then the lukewarm favorite, Outlaw Country, back to grass after 5 synthetic efforts.
Yeah, it has 4 wins from 6 lifetime turf races, which is what's making him get bet as a favorite here.
Paco off, doing his own thing as usual. Then Fitz, who's unraced since last August. Number 5, Maya Prince. A cliffhanger winning jockey, George Ruiz.
Yeah, this one doesn't have much early speed. We'll be hoping for a pace meltdown.
Icky Guy by 2014 Haskell winner Bayern.
Switching back to the turf after a poor dirt race last time. He possesses a lot of early speed.
Point Liam Sharp and then hit the sidelines.
Yeah, but a good second place finish last year. August was his last race. Gets blinkers on for his yearly debut.
Get back Goldie, back to grass. Good news. Then River Dog representing outside speed.
Yeah, another one that was going to be a pace factor early.
Give it a whirl. Turf debut.
Yeah, this one goes out as a first-time gelding and Lasix, a makeover, and now trying to turf for the first time with a lot of turf pedigree.
Now there's a 9-year-old running on grass for just the second time. Final shot, and then Vinsanity looking good on the track, who draws in.
Yeah, this one draws in off the also eligible. Doesn't have much early speed. Will try turf for the first time.
The field, deep, competitive turf sprint. Post time 2 minutes. Paulie, Chuck Willis, what are you expecting from the 8-year-old this afternoon?
Well, I think he's going to get to the front end. You know, he's shown speed on dirt, and he's shown some speed on turf. Now, he hasn't raced on turf for the new barn yet, but I'm wondering if he's going to get sent from the rail, and he looks like he could be the speed of the speed. Sometimes it doesn't translate, but I think today he will. Now, the Wayne Potts barn hasn't gotten off to a great start to this meet, so maybe he could be a little bit vulnerable in here. Now, Son of a Birch for Tom Morley looked tremendous on the racetrack. The issue that you would have with Son of a Birch is that if you look back at his, PPs, he's had gait issues before. Now, his last 2 times when Tom put the blinkers on him, a lot better. And I tell you what, his ears were pricked, and he looked like he was ready to run today. Nick Juarez took him away from the pony, got a nice little gallop out, and just got him warmed up nicely. And I thought he looked tremendous on the racetrack. He's just got to break out of the gate, and hopefully he can fall out of there and just chase the 1 around there or sit a good trip, because I think the 3, who's the favorite, is the other horse in here. If you look at Outlaw County, this horse that was having problems getting out of the gate, and you can understand why this horse was in for 16, but Kelly Breen took this horse, and you look 3 for 3 over the Monmouth turf, 4 for 6 at this distance, and the horse looks like the gate issues have gone away, Lafitte, and the 3 could show a lot of speed in here. And then I think the public has it right. The other horse in here is the 5. You're getting good value at 6-1. But you know what? I'll land on the 2 in here, Son of a Birch in here for Tom Morley. But I actually like 2-3 or 3-2 in here.
Son of a Birch. Raj, I asked you 5-10 minutes ago if you could ride 1 in this wide open turf sprint, who would it be? And you came up with the same runner as Paulie.
Yeah, and this is why Son of a Birch is my pick as well. Just like you mentioned, Paul, that ever since he put the blinkers on, which is his last 2 races, he's been a lot more tactical. He has the right kind of dynamics and style that fits this race. He'll be tactical enough to be placed closely. If the pace goes too fast early and it's going to be a pace meltdown, he'll be the best, most likely to capitalize on that. He also has a good post being on the inside post too, to be able to save ground early, pick a nice spot. There's a lot of things to like about him.
What is the biggest difference, dirt sprints v turf sprints? Biggest difference for a rider?
Well, in turf sprints, especially at this 5.5 furlongs here, it's going to be a quick early pace. Almost all turf sprints runs the first quarter in 21 seconds or faster. So it's always quick the first part, so you have to really be prepared. You have to come out the gate and establish your position. Sometimes in a dirt sprint, it'll be a fast pace. Sometimes it could be a moderate to slow pace. In turf sprints, it's never a slow early pace.
Big fields, right? Does post matter more in one or the other, in your opinion? A dirt sprint versus a grass sprint?
Oh, the inside post is the best post, because what happens is
in a turf sprint,
because what happens is you get to break and you're already saving ground, so you can just get to break and go forward and pick your position. If you're on the outside, you have to be looking for opportunities to drop over. You have to be making sometimes 2 or 3 different moves just to get to where you want to be, because if you get stuck really wide from the outside post on the turf, your race is pretty much over. You're just going to give up too much ground. So it's pretty straightforward for the guys on the inside to maintain that position. And what I love doing from the inside is kind of float out a little bit. Park those guys a little bit further out. Make it harder for them to be able to come over and get a good position.
Looking at Outlaw Country, 2-1 favorite. Paco aboard. We referenced number 10, River Dog, representing the outside speed. Paul referenced Chuck Willis. Isaac Castillo from the rail, quick pedal to the metal. Would that be your approach?
Isaac has no option but to go. His horse runs best on the lead. If he doesn't make the lead or isn't right up on the lead, he can get shuffled back and be in no man's land. So he's going to be forced to go. And of the 2 Kelly Breen runners here, he sends out the favorite, the number 3, in this race. But I like the number 10, River Dog, better. He's never run on the grass, but he is running against much tougher competition. He has a lot of speed, and his pedigree is just so grass meant. He's by Twirling Candy, who has a high success rate with runners on the grass, out of a Forest Wildcat mare. It's screaming grass sprint to me.
11-1, River Dog. See what he does in his turf debut. Good race, exciting race, competitive. This turf sprint allow his runners. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1 on Outlaw Country. Leading rider Paco Lopez seeking his first win on the afternoon. Post time for the 9th from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
Five back behind the gates. Give it a whirl. Maya Prince. Maya Prince walking up to the gate. Ikigai, post position 7. 2 back, the 2 outside runners. Final Shot and Vinsanity, who draws in from the also eligible list, gets into the race today, just about noontime, ready to compete, draws outside. Vinsanity, we're ready to go. And Leroff, good even dispatch for all the runners in the race. Fitz has speed. Ikigai sent hard to get out there to get forward position as well. Chuck Willis from the inside finds room on the rail, comes forward to challenge the front runners as they come out of the chute. Outlaw Country eases off the leading trio, is in the 4th position, racing with Point Liam, and a deep Final Shot down the backstretch. Another 2 lengths to get back Goldie, who's plummeted back. Maya Prince, River Dog, they're side by side going into the forward turn. Vinsanity at the tail end of the field as they round the turn. Chuck Willis is drifting out, and the rail's open for Son of a Birch to come punching forward. Son of a Birch made a big move to the front, got a dream run on the rail, and kicks on at the top of the lane. Right behind him is Maya Prince running a good race at 5-2. 2 of the favorites here battling on the front end. Son of a Birch is asked to finish. Maya Prince on the outside attempting to reel him in. Son of a Birch finds more. Maya Prince lunging. It's gonna be tight.
Son of a Birch on the inside. He won it in ultra game fashion. Maya Prince couldn't get by him in a thrilling stretch run.
Thrilling stretch run is right, Matt Dinnerman. Son of a Birch, Maya Prince, dueling to the wire. Son of a Birch, Nick Juarez looking to go back-to-back. Maya Prince charges at him late. Did Son of a Birch hold on?
He definitely held on, but there was some bumping in the deep stretch, and Son of a Birch came out on the left-handed whipping and made some contact there with Maya Prince. I expect that there will be an inquiry to at least look at this. And it might have made a difference in winning because he only held on by a nose.
Some anxious moments going into the far turn. Son of a Birch and Nick Juarez bottled up, nowhere to go, running up on heels. And as you heard Dinnerman reference, it looked like Chuck Willis on the rail came off the rail, and Son of a Birch had room to operate, shot on through, and maybe held off the late charge of Maya Prince.
Yeah, well, and going up into the turn there, Nick made a decision and kind of ran up on heels. He anticipated it was going to open up. It didn't. But then all of a sudden, the leader stepped off the rail and he slipped through, and that's where he got the jump on the closers.
Still full of himself, full of energy. We do not have the head-on just yet. No sign of an inquiry or an objection. Raj, does that surprise you?
I am surprised. I highly expect that there's going to be an inquiry here. But looking at the pan shot sometimes can be deceiving. It's hard for us to be able to see exactly what's going on. So we're hoping to get a head-on, which is a clearer indicator of what happens. But I'm judging by the rail and how far he is off the rail that he came off the rail quite a bit.
Son of a Birch by half a head. Trainer Tom Morley, Nick Juarez. Juarez, back-to-back wins on the program. Son of a Birch still, again, full of energy.
He looks like a tough horse to ride. It seems very sensitive on his mouth. Every time Nick goes to touch on his mouth a little bit, he throws the head up and stuff. So that might have been one of the reasons why he got bottled up and got in trouble. But he definitely held on.
If we get a chance to see the activity going into the far turn, because it looked like he had no room to operate whatsoever until he did.
Yeah, and Chuck Willis didn't corner too well, which was the horse he was following, and that made the separation.
Very fortuitous.
And it very, very fortunate for Son of a Birch to get through there, because like I said, there was some anxious moment here going into this
Take
turn.
us through this, Raj. Son of a Birch down on the inside. Number 2.
You can see at first Nick got too close to heels and he had to steady him, and all of a sudden, like the racing god said, come on through, Nick, because Chuck Willis started bearing out. Isaac Casillo was pulling on the left rein and he floated half the field wide. And Son of a Birch was very fortunate to get through at that time. And actually, Maya Prince had a beautiful trip behind him by Ruiz. He followed him through and looked like he had dead aim on him. This Son of a Birch is such a game horse. Tough horse. Great job by Tom Morley and his team.
His neck out.
To have this horse, he's just, he sticks his neck out and gives it his all.
Tom Morley, winning trainer, co-owner as well with the Santa Re stable.
There is an objection.
Now an objection.
So Jockey Ruiz, second place finisher, Maya Prince.
So take us through this process for newer fans of the sport, viewers watching not as familiar. They're thinking, how does it that they're posing for pictures? They're in the winner's circle. What do you mean there's an objection? How does this all go down?
So it's like if the referee doesn't throw a flag on the play, the players can indicate that they want to try to throw a flag. So the jockey himself, there wasn't inquiry from the stewards, but the jockey feels like he was impeded, so he would call up to the outrider and say, put an objection from the jockey.
You could understand where somebody not as familiar to the sport would think it's a little bit odd that they're taking the winner's circle picture before the race has been declared official.
Yeah, and sometimes what happens is they're just trying to get the horses unsaddled as fast as possible. Keeping the horses on the saddle sometimes can be a little stressful for them after a race. So that's one of the reasons why they just go ahead and take that picture. I wouldn't want to do that if I was a jockey, especially against an objection. I would always wait and see. But it's pretty tough now for them to go decide.
We really want to see is the head-on.
Yeah.
And that'll be, you'll be able to see a much better vantage point of what was taking place in the stretch. As soon as we have that, we'll take a look. We're awaiting the availability of the head-on, but
And
as
so-
you mentioned, it can be so different what you see from our angle, the viewer, from the pan, and then when you see this angle, Raj, the head on our first look, what do you see?
Well, you can see Nick Juarez go left-handed on Summer Birch, and when he used the crop on him, he ducks out to the right, and he does
Whoa.
once again. And that second duck, he made significant contact with Maya Prince. What the stewards are going to be looking for is, did that have an effect on the outcome? And my answer to that is yes.
Let's get down to Paul with winning rider for the moment, Nick Juarez.
Yeah, Nicky Juarez just got off the phones with the stewards. What'd you tell him, Nicky?
Same as I told you, Paul, that we just never made contact. It was a bit of a hairy race situation, as everybody can see from the public. At the 5:16 pole, the one getting out, I made my way through the rail. When I was coming down the lane, I know I stay busy left-handed, but I never made contact with the second-place finisher, and that's exactly what I told the stewards.
A little awkward that you took the picture already and then they put the objection up?
Yeah, absolutely. Majority of the time you get back is already a claim of foul, but I'm not sure if the rider, we didn't see the official on the gallop out, but regardless, hopefully it stands as is.
Now, do you, to educate the public, do you get to hear what Jorge gets to say to the officials too as well, or no?
Yes, you do. So the phone is right there, so you're able to hear what they're communicating to the stewards. Usually they hang up before you have a chance to get to talk to them. But yeah, for the public to know, we're on the back of a horse, so it's not like, and we're all out to win. But you do feel whether or not you make contact with somebody. I know I didn't make contact with them, and hopefully the stewards see it that way as well.
Well, Nicky Juarez looking for back-to-back wins. There you go, Lafitte. That's his case.
He says they didn't make any contact. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, there was definitely contact there. Sometimes when you're riding horses in the heat of the moment, you might not realize or feel it, but viewing it there, it's pretty obvious that there was some contact. Now, what the stewards are going to be looking at is, first of all, was the contact on the fault of Son of a Birch and Nick Juarez? Were they responsible for that contact? And then did it change the outcome of the finish? Both those answers for me is yes.
Just heard
However,
the decision, no change.
The stewards think different. I'm pretty dumbfounded that there isn't a change. I picked Son of a Birch, and I'm happy he won. Happy for Tom Morley and his crew. But there's definitely contact there.
He said no. He said no contact. The story stuck to it, and the win is going to stand as well. Son of a Birch in the 9th of 10 at Monmouth in a thriller. We'll be right back.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races. As we get set for the nightcap coming up here at Belmont at the Big A, we're 4 minutes to post to close out the card here in New York. 6 furlongs outer turf and a New York-bred maiden special weight as we take a look at the field and the current odds.
And this is a wide open race, and we will have a pick 6 carryover going into that Memorial Day card tomorrow. So certainly very exciting, and this is not an easy get out leg at all.
Kick things off with Launch Patrol, who's been off since May of last year. New barn now.
If he can show the speed that he did in his first turf start, he could be a little bit interesting at a price.
Way too big a price on that horse. It was 9-2 morning line. Courtly Banker, Javier Castellano.
I do like this one, cutting back in distance, first turf sprint.
Favored right now. Here's Z Dancer at 15-1.
He's had his chances, but not quite as many on the grass.
Start number 2 in the turf debut for St. Bones.
You kind of have to wonder, why is Ira Ortiz Jr. riding this one? Not a ton of turf pedigree.
First time starter, your man Alex.
Has a bullet works a go, maybe one that could be a little bit of a surprise underneath.
Sebastian the First will cut back in distance.
I also like this one, cutting back in distance and getting in against State Bred Company second off a little bit of a layoff.
Mazzy taking a lot of play, was 15-1 morning line, 5-1 now.
This horse makes some sense and ran well first time out, could improve on that debut.
First time starter for Ray Handel, Daybright Delights.
Well, we did see them spring the upset with a big price on turf a couple races ago. Maybe they can do it again.
Yeah, 31-1, I believe. Here's Ferris Mueller, 30-1.
He almost got the victory at 74-1 for his grass try, first time turf sprinting.
New gelding the 10, Nano Man with Joel Rosario.
I like this one a little bit, see what he can do, getting back to turf sprinting.
Turf debut, Irish Tenor.
We'll see if the same tactics apply. John Velasquez may try to put this one forward early.
Dirt speed with that horse. We know this horse, though, has turf speed. Art of Courage, who had a 3.5 length lead in the stretch and got caught off the layoff.
Have to see if he can sustain that speed now, second off the bench, if he can take another step forward, as we do see a loose horse right now. Courtly Banker is ready to run his race without his rider.
That's a horse who just a few moments ago was the favorite. Second choice right now at 3-1. So hopefully the outriders can catch up to Courtly Banker. We hope Javier Castellano okay as well. Let's get an update from Mig.
Yeah, guys, Courtly Banker, who I think is a major, major player, obviously second choice on the board right now, and he was running back up into the 1 mile chute here at Aqueduct, and hopefully he'll be able to be apprehended by the outriders before he gets too far or, you know, does anything silly and potentially injures himself. I don't see where Javier is from my vantage point here in the winner's circle. But, you know, if he just galloped off for 1/8 of a mile or so, I wouldn't worry too much about it if he's apprehended. But we'll get an update as soon as the outriders are able to apprehend him and whether he is actually going to stay in the race or not. I thought he was a major player because he sprinted well on synthetic, then he stretched out to 1 mile on the turf. And I feel like this is the Goldilocks effect. Sprinting on the turf could be just right. But, again, we'll see if he's actually going to participate. I thought the 6, Sebastian the First, was a little bit interesting. I thought this horse kind of ran a little bit sneaky on debut, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf last year in Saratoga, and then he stretched to 1 mile as a prep against Open Company. I thought he ran well, and I liked him turning back to the 6 furlongs at 10-1. I think he is a player. And a horse I've got to talk about trying turf for the first time is the 11 Irish Tenor. Possesses a lot of natural speed. You get Johnny Velasquez this time for John Kimmel. And looking at this horse from a physical perspective, I think he's really going to appreciate the turf. He's got those slacker pasterns that we like to talk about and the kind of flatter, wider feet that really usually kind of translate to horses getting over the turf really well. And he's also a generous 11-1 for a horse who has dirt races that would put him in the frame if it translates to the turf. And looking at him again physically, I think it will.
All right, we'll find out if he takes to the grass his first try on this surface. Meanwhile, still trying to see if these outriders can catch up to Courtly Banker, the loose horse, the 2, who we were told is at the end of that mile chute.
Going for a nice journey. At least there, it's an enclosed space, and hopefully they're able to catch up with him and everybody ends up being okay.
So it looks like he is going to come out. They're moving numbers over, so the 2 will be a scratch, it looks like here. There he is.
He's hanging out, nice and calm.
Just happened a few moments ago, contained, and he'll be back to the barn for Courtly Banker. So a major player coming out of the race.
Unfortunate, but great to see that all is A-okay, and we'll see him another day.
Absolutely, a horse maybe worth taking a look at next time he runs, and glad to see that everybody is all right, and he was captured very calmly.
I'm interested to see. So Art of Courage becomes your favorite right now. It's, you know, you see that 3.5 length lead and he gives it up last time out, but he had the excuse. It was off the bench, and you would think he's going to be a little bit tighter now and be able to last a little bit longer second off the layoff. And we'll see how much that 11 pressures him though inside.
He's a little tough to trust based on those 2 second-place finishes, one at 24-1, then going off at a shorter price, and that return to the races on April 26th. And he didn't really take a step forward numbers-wise. He also has to tend with the outside post, but he has plenty of early speed, and he's worth considering for sure. And he's the horse that was always favored in the late pick 5, and now even more so with that scratch of Courtly Banker.
So we expect him to fire out of there again and see if he can last. Will this horse try and grass for the first time right next door? Can he have the kind of pace to put up with him on grass? And there's Javier Castellano in those famous Saratoga Stable silks that were worn by Funny Side. 'Tis the Law. Javier looks like he's trying to shake off. I didn't see exactly what happened, but looks like he's okay. Walking under his own power is a great sign.
Absolutely. Didn't see how they parted ways, but seems like everybody is all right, and that's what matters most.
So 9-5 on this speedster outside. If it's not the 11 pressuring here, who else maybe can go with this horse?
I would love to see a little bit of speed from Z Dancer, and hopefully the horse that I like in here, Nano Man, can sit that nice pocket trip in the second flight, because he does have some early speed, as he showed in his lone turf sprint start. If he can build upon that race and possibly be getting back to what it is that he wants to do, if he is truly a turf sprinter, I have some confidence that he could take another step forward, a horse that is now making that 3-year-old debut, because he faced some good horses in his second start going the 6 furlong distance on the turf, did take that step forward from first to second start, and didn't have a good break out of there as well. Z Dancer, he's had his chances, but he could be forwardly placed in this race, and we'll see what Trevor McCarthy ends up doing from that inside post.
He's not shown. That's what we talk about, dirt sprint speed, and he just has not shown it on the grass. The ability to show that same kind of speed.
And it really just depends on intent, and if he's able to have a little bit more to give now switching back to the turf, because to be fair, he hasn't been on the surface since August of last year, and it's possible that he is just a faster horse overall, because his dirt races are kind of similar to how they were, and maybe with that experience and foundation, he could be a little bit quicker out of the blocks. I think that he'll have to try to establish some position early, and I also don't think launch control is totally out of things from early on in this race. A horse that did show some sprint speed in his first turf sprint.
Picking up you win 2 Triple Crown races last year. You still got to pick up all your own equipment when you go back to the barn.
We can never have it all, can we?
Javier Castellano not having him out here in this final race here with the scratch of Courtly Banker. So, yeah, that still is a big number on launch control. I'm with you. That horse has been off since May, off the bench here, and tough to go from one of the best barns in the sport to a very good jump trainer, but who are trainers who's had success on the flats as well.
And maybe it is that change of connections why this horse isn't really taking much money at the moment. And he would have to improve a little bit, get a little bit faster. But I think that speed that he showed in his first turf sprint, finishing second as the favorite to Gem Mint 10, I think that that's promising, as maybe that's something he can build upon now coming back off a layoff. And sometimes when you have these horses that have been away for a period of time and they're coming back fresh, they're a little bit more keen, a little bit more apt to show that early speed as well.
And just leaving our screen, that speedster has been pretty much, for the most part, favored throughout. The 2 was favored for a little bit, and that horse got loose, and it's been the 12 ever since. Art of Courage, no surprise what he's going to try and do here. Luis Rivera Jr. going to send from that outside post and see if this horse can last, you would think.
We'll see what he can end up doing here. He does have that recency edge. He is a horse that did run well in his start this year, coming off of that lengthy layoff, and maybe another step forward is in the cards for him, but he would have to take that step forward and get the right kind of trip from the far outside post in order to be successful here. But look, he makes a lot of sense on paper.
And Nano Man, 7-1. That's a big price on that horse, too. John Kimmelbarn, it's a new gelding. You have Joel Rosario, and a horse who his 2 turf starts, they've been pretty good, and he did move forward that first to that second start.
And move forward enough to take enough attention on the tote board to be favored in that second turf start. And he was against some connections that take quite a bit more money in turf sprints than this barn usually does. It's not necessarily what they're known for. I think he's a little bit interesting if he can improve from 2 to 3.
And that 7, I think we were both a little interested in. That's significant money that 7 horse is taking for the Bond Barn.
Right, a horse that did run well first time out, and this is not a barn that gets those horses cranked and ready to go on debut. A step forward certainly possible for this one.
So late scratch of the 2. It's the 12, Art of Courage. See if this one can last, going gate to wire after giving up a 3.5 length lead off the layoff last time out to run second beat a length behind a pretty good horse as well. Had been pretty highly regarded for a while, dating back to last summer at Saratoga and Instamatic.
Exactly. That was a horse that we heard a lot of buzz about and ran credibly to finish 4th in that race. Art of Courage, of course, finished 2nd in that effort.
Nightcap on the Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A, 6 furlong turf sprint coming up. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Your Man Alex. Sebastian the First. Irish Tenor. Art of Courage, last to load to the outside. Here's Art of Courage. Moving in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Nano Man. Right out towards the front, and there's launch control on the early mix. Sebastian the First is in tracking position now. Gets passed to the outside by Matzi. Also on the far outside, Irish Tenor, and Art of Courage wants to be in the early mix, and that's the leading 6. Now in 7th, it's going to be Your Man Alex, is settled in mid-pack, is 2 in front of Day Bright Delights. Towards the back end of the field is St. Bones, is right there with Ferris Mueller, and far back the early trailer, Z Dancer. They're chasing launch control. Who's got the lead? Irish Tenor's right there. 3 wide is Art of Courage, 21, and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Matzi's trying to keep up from the 4th position at the rail. Here comes the run from Sebastian the First, is now about to secure 4th. From the back, Your Man Alex is trying to rally on. Far outside is Day Bright Delights. They're still chasing Launch Control, who's got the lead. Launch Control's right there. Irish Tenor continues to chase Art of Courage, is trying to make up ground here on these leaders. Sebastian the First is looking for a seam to run through as well. Launch Control is right there. Irish Tenor. Here comes a big run here. Your Man Alex on the grandstand side, who's got all the momentum. Your Man Alex is trying to push on by. Here's Your Man Alex is taking the lead. Launch Control is back there in second. Late run, Day Bright Delights. Your Man Alex wins the finale. Your Man Alex wins the finale at 32-1. Day Bright Delights also there a photo. Launch Control with Sebastian the First. Final running time, 1 minute 7 and 3.
The blazing fast times continue on this turf course. 2 30-1 shots now in this late pick 5 sequence. Your Man Alex, first time starter for Melanie Giddings with Lane Luzzy the win.
I mean, if you are cashing any sort of late multis, good luck to you and congratulations, because that is a hard horse to come up with in the finale.
Huge price to close things out. We'll have the prices when we come back on our Sunday coverage.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stephens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
back just in time for the 10th and final from Monmouth Park. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. $7,500 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime. Rajiv, you have like 30 seconds. Who wins?
I'm going with the number 5, Lipinski's Union, to close
15 to
out
1.
the day with this 15-to-1 shot.
Outsider. See if Rajiv can smoke out a long shot to close the program as they move into line 1 mile. 8-5, the favorite Wednesday night lad. Paco, riding all these live mounts, leading rider. 5 wins yesterday, held in check. Can he get that first win in the nightcap? About to find out. 10th and final from Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, Affy Kid. Into the outside, Late Call. They're going 1 mile, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the nightcap. We're ready to go. And they're off in the finale. Empire Ride hustled along in the early stages. Wednesday Night Lad has speed as well. Affy Kid on the outside, right there close going into the turn. Wednesday Night Lad with the lead and the rail. Getting to the fence and leads by a length. Affy Kid running in the second spot. Empire Ride, Late Night Call pretty much side by side. Financial Strength joins that pair between horses. A space of 3 to Rascally Rebel. 2 more to Achilles Heel, who's third last. Lipinski Union going to be epic. Those 2 trail together as they swing up the backstretch. About 15 lengths from first to last. Wednesday Night Lad strings them out. Affy Kid applying the heat, moving right along here down the backstretch. They've opened up about 3. Late Night Call in the 3rd position. Empire Ride already pushed along in 4th with Financial Strength to the outside. Then Rascally Rebel, Achilles Heel, and the 2 at the back, Lipinski Union, and gonna be epic as they approach the 4-turn run. Wednesday Night Lad is the leader by a neck. Affy Kid still there engaging, and they're right together. Late Call has made a nice run now, and here he comes ominously in the 3-path, pumped upon to get going, but he's moving up towards the leaders around the 4-turn. A big space back to the others who have got to get going. Right now we get to the top 3 who are contending for the win. Affy Kid between horses. Wednesday Night Lad is struggling. Late Call on the outside right there as they swing off the corner. Affy Kid running his heart out today. Late Call on the outside, attempting to grind away. He's doing so. These 2 together. Wednesday Night Lad is weakened. 16th to go. Affy Kid, Jorge Vargas Jr. still in front, pulling away, and a game win for Affy Kid, who scores by a length and 3/4. Late Call was 2nd. 3rd home, Rascally Rebel, and then Wednesday Night Lad, and gonna be epic.
Game winners in the last 2 races. No drama in this one, however. Affy Kid in the nightcap.
Yeah, winning a dogfight there. What a nice game effort, and fun to see a horse re-rally from after being passed on the turn.
Digging in, finding more Affy Kid in the 10th and final Monmouth Park. Raj, what did we learn today? Your lasting impression of this terrific day of thoroughbred racing.
The Miss Liberty was a great race. Girl named Charlie showed up with a big win today for Lindsay Schultz, and a filly that we can watch. It hopefully takes another step up, and maybe we'll see her in some of the bigger races, maybe at the Saratoga this year.
The versatility is key with her moving forward, showing that she can win in different ways.
Yeah, she can go to the lead or sit right off the pace. I think they have a lot of things to like with her going forward.
And we'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Monmouth Park, first post, 12:50, 8-race program on Memorial Day. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox Sports 2, where there she is. Aforementioned girl named Charlie, Miss Liberty winner Fernando Jara. She's now 3 for 5 since moving into the Lindsay Schultz stable. Belmont at the Big A, and Ever So Sweet rolls for Brad Cox. Flavian Pratt, the winning pilot. Pratt, who will be at Saratoga in 13 days. A date with Sierra Leone as a countdown continues. The Belmont Stakes for the first time ever at the Spa. Have a great night.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For centuries,
The bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.